better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious action.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lots you lose, just go lower bracket.
Hey Diablo, first blood me right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KDA smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy. Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
What's the EXP lane for Revival?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival. Even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflage state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep the skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot you lose, just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn off.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick laser? Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll pay you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
So EXP lane for Revival.
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Do you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo. Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll
They've seen the battle. They've seen it rumbling. They come again to witness our gloriousness. Some say it's just a game, but for us, it's an honor to be here. Last season, we almost got there, but we come back to take our dignity. We demand to conquer. We are here to fight back. Time to revamp, resurrect, revival. Prepare yourself. A new threat is coming. A threat that will make you crumble. This is not just a game. It's a glorious battle that lays ahead of you. We are the king, triumphant all over the nation.
Challenges, champions, veterans, and fresh blood, all contending for glory right here in the land of Dawn. And now we are live here at our Tampines Hub to chronicle the journey of our teams as they gather here today to vie for glory. My name is Cheryl Yao, and I will be your host for this season. Welcome everyone to the playoff season here at MPL SG Season 4. To everyone joining us online as well as our live audiences right here today, thank you so much for joining us and supporting your favorite teams. Now, if you have friends who are excited about MPL SG, do get them to join us on our social pages such as Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and even TikTok, and cast your predictions on which teams will win in today's lineups. Now, if you have anyone who would love to join us physically right here today, you guys can definitely do so, as we have free admission right here at our Tampines Hub, and seats are based on a first-come, first-served basis. Now, we have concluded our regular season just last month, and it was a season full of exciting events. Now, we had epic comebacks, we had unorthodox plays, and of course, we even have surprise upsets when it comes to audience predictions and even casters' predictions as well. So, which shows right here at MPL SG, anything can happen. So we are now off to playoffs, where teams will play for keeps on the road to be crowned MPL SG Season 4 champions. The top 4 teams in the overall standings have secured an upper bracket spot, as well as the extra crucial life. And let's not forget, they also have a guaranteed invitational spot to the MPL SG Season 5 as well. Whereas on the other hand, the lower bracket teams have to fight to avoid relegation. And every game that they play from now on is one that is very important, as the sword of Damocles hangs over their head, as eliminations will be at the back of their minds. So right now, we're going to show you guys right now what's going on for M4. M4 is coming up next in January, and Singapore will have one coveted slot for the champion of MPL SG Season 4. Now, teams will have to conquer all others in Season 4 for the privilege of representing Singapore on the international stage and bring glory to Singapore esports. Now, right now, we'll go on to the overall standings. As you can see right here on your screens, the overall standings in the regular season have determined the placement for teams in the playoffs. Today is day 1 of the playoff season, where 2 of our teams' lower and upper bracket matches will kick off for the playoffs. It is do or die for the lower brackets, and if they fail here, they stand to lose it all. Now, let's move on to the matchups for day 1. So right here on your screens, you can see the matchups for day 1 will be as follows. we do have Stellar SG versus Team Zion. This will be happening at 10 a.m. And later on will be Evil going head-to-head with Team Flash at 1 p.m. Later on for match 3, we will be having Team RSG crossing swords with Team SMG. And finally, ending the day at 7 p.m., we have Slate, which is going head-to-head with Revival. Now, it is especially crucial for our first 2 matches because that is the relegation death zone, where the 2 teams that lose in the lower brackets will not only get eliminated from Season 4, but also lose their invitational spots for MPL SG Season 5. Now, whereas our 3rd and 4th matches for today, teams are here for glory to prove that they have the right to contend for the championship title and represent Singapore over on the international stage. So right now, we'd like to do a quick shout out to all of our amazing sponsors. Our awesome games would not have been possible without our sponsors. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontown Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank by OCBC, OSIM, and TikTok. After a month of amazing games in our regular season, the teams will finally start bearing fruit as we enter the playoffs. So let's not delay anymore and welcome the teams kicking off playoffs in match 1 of the lower brackets. Now, especially to all of our live audiences, let's prepare to put our hands together. A team that has battled through open qualifiers and now fighting for their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Stellar SG. Right here at Stellar SG, we have Chu, Fossa, Oh Dear Bambi, as well as Sink and Smelly Cat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next up, they started off strong, but likewise faced the dangers of relegation. Put your hands together for Zion Esports. Right here from Zion Esports, we have Mango, we have Potato, as well as Latte, Supergirl, and Vanix. So right now, as we speak, both teams are currently gearing up and I can feel the electricity in the air. Over on the other hand, at the casters desk, we do have 3 dashing casters for today, namely Howler, Kindofu, as well as Jace. Over to you guys to break down this match.
Hello and welcome to the playoffs for the MPL Singapore Season 4, where we find out who is going to represent Singapore at M4. My name is Holler, and with me is Kin and Jace. How are you guys doing today? First off, let's talk about this lower bracket matchup.
Yep, okay, I feel great about today, right? Today is going to be a very exciting day. But, of course, we are kind of calm and collected at our seats, right?
Oh,
but
no.
that cannot be the same for the players at the back behind us, right? They are sitting on a stage. There's a lot at risk here.
Oh, no. To be honest, you guys can feel calm and collected, right? But personally, I can feel the tension and stress that's building all over OTH right now because we will be sending home 2 teams. Not only just sending home away from MPL Singapore this season, they will need to re-qualify again in the next season. So a lot is on the line on the first 2 matches. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is do or die. So coming up first will be Stellar going up against Zion. Now, Stellar and Zion, Stellar is in the 5th seat. Zion's all the way at the last seat. So there's a lot of I guess a lot of tension going on Zion's heads right now.
Definitely, definitely. And it's one of those things where Zion has had a 5-game losing streak. They've been on the bottom looking up. Now, this is one of those things where, yes, you're in the lower bracket, but it's do or die. If they lose from now on, they're pretty much out.
Yep. Yep, exactly. And I think today is going to be a very stressful day for them, right? Now, if you take a look at Zion's lineup, we have a new contender that we haven't seen during regular season, right?
Yeah, and not only just that, but before we go into, showing you guys what we're talking about, let's take a look at Stellar stats once again. That should be flashing on top of your screen. Looking at Stellar stats, in terms of the players, I like what I'm seeing. Average GPM for Oh Dear Bambi, 600, still not too bad. Kill participation on the lower side, though, in my opinion. But I think the biggest player that we would like to look at from the side of Stellar is how Smelly Cat will be able to perform. KDA 4.24 is not bad. Average GPM is 600. 76, but that's because he's been under a lot of pressure when it comes to because I realize that most of other MPL teams, they like to pressure Smelly Cat a lot. And Smelly Cat, don't forget, this is his debut in this season, and it's like a welcome to MPL Singapore, that kind of situation already.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the kind of welcome you want to have, right? Being placed into the lower bracket itself, going to be a stressful day for them. This is the first match and the only match that they can play. If they lose this match, that's thousands of hours put into this endeavor gone, right? They have to work all over again, start from step 0 to go into the next qualifier next year.
Stellar here is the open qualifier. They made themselves into this one. So if people do happen to lose this game, unfortunately it might happen, you have another chance, hopefully in the future, to get back in it. But you do not want to be in that situation.
Definitely, you don't want to restart. You don't want to go back down to ground 0 again to build your way all the way back up. Now, Zion, on the other hand, was seeded into this season in Season 4. But of course, taking a look at the player stats, I'm not going to ignore the big elephant in the room right here. Potato is back on the desk, playing together as a team. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The do or die. You're bringing in the coach. You're bringing in someone that has a lot of accolades back into this season. This means that Zion, they really want to make sure that they retain their seat.
So this is the situation where Zion, the only team they beat was Stellar in Week 2, right?
Yikes.
So if there's any other team that can kind of do this again, hopefully Zion can do that. Mind you, Stellar has never beaten Zion in the entire match, right? Yes, there were only 2 games or whatever, but the fact that they have that hanging on their heads, they do have a slight advantage.
Yeah, so there's a lot of this thin little thread that, this thin ice that both these two teams are standing. The ice already showing signs of cracking, and plus it's global warming as well. But let's take a look at the KTB for Stellar SG. I think what they need to look out for is Potato as a wild card. Yes, you can say that Potato used to play a lot in the past few seasons, but with the meta changes, the hero changes, I am very sure that Potato would have to adapt. And don't forget, he's a very experienced player. Another thing about Stellar is that you need to be disciplined in taking these objectives. I can see a lot of communication collapse during the first few weeks, but I think they got themselves figured out. Don't forget, when Zion beat Stellar, that was Week 2, Day 1. They're still testing things out. And speaking about testing things out, keep things simple. Go for something that's easy to execute and then win the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of trials and experiments that they have done across the regular season, right? So this is something that perhaps they should take a look at how they're going to get Zion working for them. Now, let's talk about Zion instead. So Zion, now we have seen them, they have lost quite a lot of games in the regular season, right? So it all boils down to patience, right?
Yes.
If we take a look at the way they take fights, they are kind of impatient when they take fights. So this time, they have won against Stellar 2-0. Now, repeat, rinse and repeat, do the same thing. Be more patient in the late game, right? And of course, you want to have the engagements around Super Go. Most of the time when they win fights, they win the games, it's all about Super Go.
Yeah, and not only just the fact that, they have to be patient in the late game. Based on the stats that I'm looking at right here, they've secured a lot of these turtles, and 26 turtles as compared to Stellar only 23. But when it goes to the later parts again, when the Lord becomes your sieging unit, they only managed to secure 13, whereas Stellar secured 17. So you can say that Stellar, they're the group of veterans as well coming back into the scene. They would love to bring you to the later parts of the game where, the newbies, they start to lose a bit of focus. Zion, on the other hand, this time around, hopefully Potato will be there to equalize that with the expertise on shot calling, with the expertise of leadership. I'm pretty sure Zion needs to buckle up.
It's getting the team on the same page, right? They're doing things that they're kind of, maybe looking for that hero flashy play, which you don't really need to do in this league.
Pun right
you
there.
need to be very sticking together, making sure that you're in control of what's happening.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the audience prediction right on your screen. Almost 50-50 for both, but still inkling towards Stellar SG for both Facebook and YouTube Live as well. So there you go. Predictions, thoughts on the desks?
Well, to be honest, I actually went for Zion on this one. I've got some homies on that team, so I definitely, it's one of those things where I feel like they have a potential, right?
Yeah.
I expect more, and I'm hoping big things because I'm all about Zion Esports today.
All right. Well, we're going to be on opposite sides, right? As you already mentioned earlier in the regular season, I am a fanboy of Stellar as well.
Hey, no, I thought that's Ryan's.
So
that's true.
So Stellar, I mean, today my vote is with them, and I think this is great because I think both teams have their relevant strengths. It really is going to come down to who's going to execute them better.
You know, after going through the regular season, that's where it's on this like mosh pit, right? There's a muddy blood pit, but no one dies. Alright, that's the funniest part. No one dies. They're both at like stabbing each other in the eyes, and then suddenly they can come back in the next season because there's no elimination in the regular season. And seeing my predictions, my preferred team, going out with surprising losers and surprising wins. I would have to say this time around, unfortunately, I'm on the fence right here.
You're on the fence. Okay, but you gotta make a jump.
I'm sorry,
man.
I'm sorry. I'll be on the tiptoe on the fence because I've learned from regular seasons that it's a free for all. Of course.
Yes.
It's a massive free for all with RSG SG on the top. That's the biggest boss that you have to beat. Yes, there are preferred teams that can go up against RSG, but looking at the lower bracket when there's elimination, it's pretty sad to see either of these two teams go.
Yeah, and Stellark is the only team that has actually drawn blood onto RSG. They've taken a single game. That's the only one in the entire league. Now, if Zion were to kind of just take them out and then Stellark, you're taking out the Giant Slayer, baby?
Yeah, the entire RSG, as I crowned them, right? The only team that managed to take one game, that is a feat. The champions of, the previous season, they may try to do that again.
Okay, but you have to choose one. Come on. We're going to
I'm-
put you on the spot.
I'll be on the fence. My spot is on that fence. I think the draft bells are ringing very soon, so I should be saved by the bell. So I'm just going to buy a little bit more time. Look at the casters that are like, Jay's coming.
It must be very uncomfortable sitting on that fence.
Balancing it like a super balance, like a circus act,
It's a very thin fence, though.
It is, and it's the same for both these two teams, right? Do or die, like what we mentioned, the thin ice on thin rope on thin thread. As I'm saved by the bell, let's go to the drafting phase.
Alright, we have our standard bans, of course, with the Pakido ban as well as the Faramis ban by both of the players. Smellycat, of course, leading the banning phase for his team. Meanwhile, Mango will be leading it for his. So now we have seen Pakido being a danger in both teams' hands. So I think it's a great idea that they don't have this Pakido. But now the question is, if you're going to take out the standard bans and standard character usages that the teams have used across the regular season, where does that leave you in terms of how you're going to draft?
Well, personally, Kin, I feel that these are standard bans, especially on a Pakido, not only just in the hands of these players that are really, really dangerous, but you also got to think from this point of view where Pakido is super flexible, right? You can bring him to even the EXP lane, you can bring him to the jungle, and that's one big question mark that you can potentially toss. That first pick, Pakido, is always very crazy, so you have to be, that's why Zion just goes ahead and just like, nope, I'm not going to deal with that. Stellark, on the other hand, bans off, the common suspects. Faramis gets taken away, Archive gets taken away. I'm not surprised if Zion goes for the Bauman ban, but at the same time, you ban away the Bauman, you also have to ban away the Valentina. So those two are your should bans from the side of Zion, but now, with the Beatrix being wide open for Smellycat, especially when, Beatrix is not really prevalent anymore due to the nerfs, but, in the hands of Smellycat, in the hands of this one-trick pony Beatrix, right, he's going to deliver.
I agree. I think now the thing about Stellark is we mentioned way before, right, that the win condition for Stellark normally fails if the win condition is only Smellycat. If he gets fed and then he wins the game, that was the downfall of Stellark, right? Because everyone caught on to that very early on.
Okay, now, I think because of the meta shift, because don't forget, when we're closing off the regular season, there was this update on Leslie and Lucian, right? Now, Zion bans away the Lucian. Singh has been playing the Lucian for a long time, and even going to ban away the Jawhead. Now, I played Jawhead, I faced a Jawhead recently. The Blade of Hephaestus on that Jawhead is extremely nutty. The fire missiles, the damage got buffed. So, Stellark just goes away and denying that pick away from Zion. But, this means that there's the big problems, right? The Bauman's open, the Valentina is wide open. Now Zion has to choose. Which one should they ban? I'm leaning towards the Valentina.
Well, let me add in one more item in there. There is a potential Eve as well. We have seen them. Stellark actually chose Eve, right? Of course, Chu has shown a bit of his Eve across the regular season as well. It has worked properly for them, and they know how to play against Eve as well. So I think they are very comfortable to give it up towards Zion as well. Zion is their third ban for now. with a Balmon. So Balmon, one of their regular picks in the regular season for the jungler.
Yeah, but Kin, that spells a little problem right now. Zion bans away the Balmon. This means that Stellar will be able to get the first pick on that Valentina. Once again, if you select the Valentina right off the bat, that means that you allow the enemy to literally control and dictate the whole flow. But oh no, Stellar, instead of going for the Valentina first pick, they went for the Grok.
Well, I think Grok is a very nice pick. Tanky, with the option for the barrier as well as the wild charge. It can offer a lot of utility in the correct places around the map. Now, the only question is, Zion probably have calculated this, right? Across the board. Now, we have seen all the teams play across the regular season. They know what's up. They know what are the pocket picks of all the teams that they're playing against. So I don't think Grok is going to be an issue for them. They might probably take fights outside of or the bushes as well as the walls around the arena. And one more thing to note is that across the stats that we have as well, Stellar is a more aggressive team. They take more fights in the game compared to Zion. So Zion is more than comfortable to wait. And I think this Grok pick could make sense for Stellar because Grok, I think there was one match where Bossa was playing the Grok and he was a bit stingy with his wild charge. Right, Guardian Barrier, yeah, sure, he laid down plenty of it, but he was very stingy with his wild charge, always waiting for that perfect one. So hopefully he doesn't play like that today, but we never know, right?
Yeah.
Zion as well.
Wild charge, that first pick from the side of Stellar, the fact that they prioritize the Grok does spell that they do have some form of idea on how to play. Now Zion will respond with a Dyrov pick and also a 1-1 pick. Now I think the biggest question that we also have to ask from the side of Zion is, where is Potato going to go? He used to play a lot of jungle back then, but back then it was the jungle marksman meta. But now, looking at what Zion has selected, Dyrov could go into the XP lane. It could also go into the jungle. A bit of a throwback back into LY4 with the Dyrov tank jungle. Now Stellar will select the Lilia and that Claude. Claude going up against that 1-1 in the earlier parts of the game. The 1-1, it feels more of a match-based kind of matchup, but at the same time, 1-1 does have a few benefits against the Claw because the 1-1 does have that stun. So you expect a gold Zion to have a better gold lane as compared to Stellar. But once Stellar hits that critical threshold, once this Claw picks up the necessary items, for example, the golden staff and even the Demon Hunter sword, then the Claw will come online and it will hurt even more. As
Your team is banning.
Zion will go for that Karina pick.
Yep, Karina's win rate is actually not that high across the regular season so far. So it remains to be seen why Zion is picking this. But I want to continue your point about 1-1. I think 1-1 has access to a couple of iframes, right? The moment she hits her stacks. That's going to be super important for Zion. So I can't wait to see what Vanix can do. Probably not Vanix. It will be Supergirl who is playing this.
Yeah, but I don't dare to actually assign a role right here, kid. Because, with Potato coming in, I'm not sure. Because Supergirl used to play a XP lane as well. Vanix could go into... Mango could go into the XP lane. Yeah, I think that could be it. I think the biggest question is Vanix and Potato. What are they going to, swap their roles around? Now, let's continue on the 1-1 topic afterwards, but let's take a look. It is going to be a Karina pickup. Now, Karina right here is very flexible as well, but it also cemented that this Dyrov is definitely going to go into the XP lane. Yep. But same idea as well. This Karina does have that some sort of an iframe as compared, not say an iframe, but like an auto attack kind of immunity when it comes into her first skill. Going up against Claude's Blazing Duet, I think that's one way that Karina can juke it all the way out. And of course, if you build her tank, and you can also build her as mage assassin, so there's a lot of flexibility going up from the side of Zion on this Karina pick.
Yep, totally agree. The fact that it can negate damage on both sides is going to be something somewhat irritating, right, to play against each other. Sync, of course, with the Blackwoods is going to be very tough for them. If they let him soak up all the damage, it's going to be a bad mistake for them.
Definitely. I've seen, the Lilia just negated a Farsa Feather airstrike before, and, you just wasted one, you trade one ultimate for the other. But let's take a look at the bans, ladies and gentlemen. Zion bans away the Phobias, natural counter to the 1-1, doesn't want it to be used by the side of Stellar. Zion also goes ahead to ban away the Amon. Now, Amon, definitely one of my favorite junglers for now. Super bursty, super unpredictable. Not saying super unpredictable. There's also the survivability where he gets bonus movement speed and invisibility and a bit of speed as he runs away. Now Stellar bans away the Lolita, bans away that Selena. Selena, they want to secure because Zion, remember what I mentioned, they're very strong in the early game. They want to go snowballing from the start. Selena will be there to kind of stop it. Lolita in the early game, that earlier stun, the one-click stun is also quite helpful. But Stellark, you know, they're all in the later parts of the game. Later parts of the game, when the Grok got so well charged up online, you set it up perfectly with the guarded barrier and also the going in the blazing duet. And also with Lilia in the late game, it's gonna hurt like a truck. So Stellark does have a lot of zone denial and AoE damage. Zion, on the other hand, yes, the more single target if you actually time it right. Of course, 1-1 needs to take it to the air in order to go all
Your
out.
team is picking.
Okay, Super Go with the Valentina pick as well. So Valentina, one of the champions we've seen so far that has made a huge impact across the games, right? Across the regular season. So I think this is a wonderful pick by the side of Zion. Super Go, if he's going to be playing this Valentina, it is going to be extremely scary as well. So here's the thing about the draft by both teams. They have covered the insurance on late game, right? Either team, they do have this late game insurance. They can take it to late game. They have some sort of early
Your
game
team
ability
is
for
picking.
the side of Zion, I feel. And this means it really comes down to the technical skills of individual player in the
Definitely. This is high stakes, ladies and gents. Both these two teams are, like I said, something easy to execute. Stellark kind of did, because all you need to do, jump in at the right timing for the side of Claw, Blazing Duet, bust everyone down, and everyone's happy. At the same time, you know, Chu will be going in definitely in the Esmeralda and XP lane. Then, you know, just goes in ham, soak up a lot of damage going to a later part of the game. Julia, on the other hand, that's a bit of a wild card. So there's a bit of an early game downtime for the side of Stellark. Expect Zion to have a better early game because this Karina should hit the power spike even faster as compared to the Julia.
Yeah, it's really tough though. Based on the stats we have, right, Zion
all
actually
as
gets
Minecraft.
more done
Diggy
across
is
the
my
map.
name.
They have taken more objectives across the games they've played. They have taken more turtles. They have lost less lords compared to the team of Stellark. So this is something that I'm a little worried about for the side of Stellark. But Zion, I think they're playing to their strengths. This is exactly how you want to draft to get the objectives across the map. Make sure you snowball and perhaps don't even enter the late game phase.
Okay, this is a bit confusing, ladies and gents. Look at Zion's side. Potato going into the jungle. Supergirl going into the mage. Latte as the roam. Vanix, instead of going to the jungle because it's taken by Potato, will be going into the marksman role instead. So this is a bit of a role swap happening. I think this is a huge gamble by the side of Zion, but of course, if everything is on the line, this is them saying, all in. This is everything I've got, and I want to remain in MPL Singapore.
Yeah, it's time to go big or literally go home. Paula, it's time to get it started.
Yeah, and we're going to get it started with some meta picks, I would say. If we're going to look at how they drafted, Zion did a great job of picking some key ones, right? Wan was actually the 6th most banned in the entire league, has a 78% win rate. The fact that they were able to get it early sets them up. Now, they've also got Valentina, very hotly contested pick. It's a 50-50 in terms of win rate, but it's got the 4th most picked, as well as Diggy. This guy, 66% win rate. It is one of the top banned heroes throughout the entire league. This is something that they need to be careful about. Now, not to say that Stellark didn't do a good job. They did their homework. They made sure that they got the #1 pick with Esmeralda. Still has a, 64% win rate, quite high, but are they able to deal with a team like Zion who clearly done their homework with his composition here?
Yep, that's right. I think now consistency is something that we mentioned about Team Stellark across the regular season. I think we talked about this off camera as well. Sometimes a draft makes sense for Stellark, but the way they execute it has not been up to scratch, right? Zion, on the other hand, had to deal with the issue of aggression. They play the early game really well. They can close games given the opportunity, as we have seen them close Stellark 2-0, right? But the issue is about their patience. So now it's about whether Stellark can execute their strategy perfectly and whether Zion can hold their aggression in. Can they play patiently and wait for the right moment to strike?
True. But if we're looking at the compositions alone, right, in a vacuum, let's take the players out of this. Let's just look at the straight up heroes, right? Which of the teams do you find a little bit simpler or easier to play?
Personally, I think it would be Stellark's lineup. I think it's pretty easy, right? You have the Chain, you have the Falling Moon Star as well by Esmeralda. Paired up with that constant bombardment from the Lilia, it's going to be quite tough to deal with. Mechanically, I think it's the most straightforward to execute, so it could prove to be a difference as this game approaches, right? The second thing that on the side of Zion here is not that their heroes are difficult to use, but I think they're waiting for, they have to have certain things happen correctly in sequence before it happens. So
All right.
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, but let's find out. This is going to be Game 1 playoffs. We've started right now. This is what's going to happen in terms of Stellark and Zion. They're going at it right to begin with. And Supergirl already has to just dash to safety. And 3 members of Stellark just kind of making sure that they prioritize Ordi Bambi to get some sort of farm here.
Yep. So far, it looks like no heavy aggression by either team yet. There was an attempt, but it looks like Stellark will be kind of patient at this point. Patience, I think, definitely one of Stellark's strong points, but also could be their deficit, right? They sometimes can be a little bit too patient and kind of miss the whole jump in the first place.
Okay, Stellark has patience. I do not have patience, and I love the action. And Zion trying to initiate here, just put a little bit of pressure on, make sure that, hey, we're going to fight for everything in the river, make sure that it's very difficult to get anything started. But speaking of getting things started, Mango right here, a little bit half-life. They're putting a lot of pressure in this top lane.
Yep, they have to be careful on the side of Zion, right? They are kind of wasting a bit of time while the junglers are getting their farm in. They cannot allow the Stellark members to just get farmed like that. Like, I think Bambi has actually gotten one of the jungle creeps from the Zion camp, and that is not what you want to see if you're from Zion as well. On the bot lane, the Vanix against Smelly Cat, so far it looks like Vanix is having a decent time, right? So let's take a look at the emblems as well. What would they be using? I want to look at the jungler itself. Turtle is going to come up, but they're going to start it.
The chains. Okay, yeah, Mango's going to back off here, but this is a bit of a commitment. Mind you, Mango is level 3, but let's talk again about the emblems here.
Yeah, so that purchase, that 10% discount, right, the mystery shop for the side of Stellark on their jungle, it's going to be very, very useful for them. They're going to be able to control the economy on the Zion. They can get it started though.
Oh, but this turtle is a bit of an action. It's about half-life. Zion are doing a good job of just kind of chipping away, but nobody's really committed. Vasa has to back up. Turtle's about a quarter life here. Does need to be careful. Nice little damage here. Chu just trying to go for this one. Oh! And then Potato will get first blood, and the turtle has actually gone the way of Stellark in this case, but they did lose 2 in that one. Zion with a 2-0 on that one. Who came out on top?
I think Stellark came out on top, honestly, because the wave management by Stellark, they kind of even things out. At this point, yes, there's a slight goal advantage going to the side of Zion, but they have the experience on the side of Stellark, so which means that they can recover that goal pretty easily.
Okay. I mean, it's always about the kills or the objectives, like in terms of how you want to play this one out. Obviously, that was a bit of a 50-50. It was very, very close. But now Stellark trying to make their way around. Latte just putting out those alarm bots, making it difficult for any sort of rotation to happen here.
Yep, you can see Stellark starting to look for someone to kill. They want to get that pick off so they can run rampant on the lanes itself. And Zion, I think they have very good understanding of what's happening. They have definitely seen quite a lot of replays for Stellark as well. You can see the way they have positioned themselves at the bottom. The Karinas are able to farm as well. But in the mid lane, it might not be the same case as Supergirl might get blocked out.
Yeah, he just barely got away. That barrier just a little bit off the mark in terms of distance, but does get the chains. That's going to do some damage. The black shoes in combination onto Supergirl. It's going to be fine, but did take a lot of damage.
Well, it is super decent for the side of Stellark. They have kind of reset the lanes in the middle. This will allow the mid lane to be pushed out a little bit more for the side of Stellark while they apply pressure on the other lanes as well. Zion, you can see, doing exactly the same. They have 2 members up top trying to make sure that the top lane is going to have a very difficult time. But bear in mind, they are playing against a Lilia who has access to the Black Woods.
Okay, let's break down a little bit of the items in terms of what you kind of sticks out at this point. Yes, it's a little bit early, but the fact that it's, 4 minutes in?
Yeah, and the fact that Karina is going more for a tanky build, right? So I like the fact that they're going tank. We have seen how Karinas in this game kind of fall early if they go into a full damage build. So I really like this build. But the fight might be getting started here. Zion, Stellark and Zion, they're like playing with us, right? They keep poking at each other, but they don't fight.
Yeah, you notice that Stellark has kind of been the aggressive team of the two. Oh, they get a nice little combination. They did get Supergirl, and Supergirl got caught out with Mango. They were holding hands, and they both got knocked up, and the damage was there. But Stellark, again, has been somewhat very aggressive in trying to just take control of the map here.
Yep, Zion needs to be very patient here. They are going to lock up Stellark in the middle here. Six is going to be caught out. And it looks like this could be a good fight for them to take. The objective, unfortunately, has been taken by Bambi, which means this is 2 consecutive turtles for the side of Stellark.
They got to do a better job of defending, making sure that they knew that they were there, but those 50-50s, you got to be super careful. If you're losing your jungle camps, especially early, it starts to snowball. Yes, it's like a 0.7K net worth lead, but these things kind of just get there, right? Getting yourself into a situation where the laning phase is not so rough for you is going to really put Zion in a better spot. They need to ensure that this laning phase goes well for them.
Yep, I would like to bring it back to Potato's items as well. Although he has built tank, he has 2 kills from his team already, and I think that kind of even things out at this point. But Potato has yet to secure objective for his team, and I think that is kind of scary at this point because Zion is starting to fall behind. It's not a very huge lead, it's just 1,000, but we all know the teams in MPL, they can really carry it up, and they might carry it up here.
Oh, Sink does get, again, Black shoots the safety, but he's going to back off here. That was actually very close. The positioning of that one was a little bit off the mark, but now they're on the run. Supergirl has to stay alive, make sure that he's there. And Fossa was making a rotation. He might actually die for this. Okay, yeah, Fossa's not going to let him do that, right?
He still has access to his wild charge, so this is going to be something that he's going to be using to scare off the members of Zion. Potato going to pick his aggression there.
And just you know, you got to be a little worried, right? The fact that they're putting pressure on has to make them feel uncomfortable, right? At this point, it's still a bit of a 50-50 wash, but look at this net worth lead just starting to rise. Fossa, every single time, has realized that when the respawns happen with this Fenrir here, and they're going to look to steal it again, and I think they did.
Potato.
And that's another one, 2-man shot. Supergirl, Potato, they need to get something in return. Fossa is still taking. Latte is fighting with Chu, and they did get Fossa. That's a nice start, and they did get Sink as well. And oh dear Mammy, they're trying to get the crossbows. They're trying to do it. They do the damage. They've got 3 with the Blazing Duet, just doing a whole bunch of damage. Smelly Cat does look like he's going to go down, and that's going to be 4 going the way of Zion.
Beautiful from the side of Zion. Okay, a nice shot down there, but it is going to be a 3-for-1, and that's not a trade you want to see if you're from the side of Stellar. Chu, I don't think he can kind of delay this. Both junglers are dead from both sides, so this is okay. But mid lane, they might have something else happening.
A little bit of pressure, more than anything else. But that was a really nice fight. I think that was one of those situations where, you know, Stellar tried to get a little cheeky. They took the Fenrir, they took what they can, but Zion was like, no. We're shutting the door. We're making sure that you pay for this. Every single time that you cross the river, they need to be like the trolls on the bridge, and you need to pay the toll.
Yep, they're at a very funny position now for the side of Zion and Stellar, right? Yes, they have taken 2 turtles on the side of Stellar, but if you take a look at the level difference between the 2 teams, it's kind of weird, right? You have Potato, who is at level 9 already, and then you have the members from Stellar who are still at level 7, level 8.
Yeah, it's you know, yeah, he's got a little bit of an advantage here. I mean, he's got tied with oh dear Bambi in terms of levels, but we're going to give up the turtle here. What are your thoughts on just, you know, uncontested, if anything?
Yep, I mean, this top tier turret is going to be good for them. It does open up a portion of the map, right? So they are going to try a cross-counter map play. They are going to take this trade right away, instantly.
That was a lot of damage, and that was very quick. You took the turtle as well as the outer turret bottom, so again, just setting themselves up, right? You've taken the objective, you make sure that you have that. But again, let's talk a little bit about players' goals.
Yep, Smelly Cat, the person who is richest in the game right now, Stellar definitely wants to see that on that Claude as well. And if you take a look, the bottom of the net worth, Latte second last on that Diggy is not going to be able to help out that much. We need that time journey on the side of Zion for things to work.
Why are you making fun of the support players, the roamers, right? Like, this is one of those situations where you know that
No. Let me explain to you why gold is important for the support as well. I'm not saying that he should farm, but the fact that he has this decent level as well, he needs to make a contribution as well. And how does the support player get farmed? When you get ganks, when you have your team get kills.
Okay. You look at you, just very difficult, man. I mean, I think he's doing a good job. He's 006, he's making plays happen. But as I say that, Stellar are making plays happen as they take the other turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, both teams choosing a more passive-aggressive style of play, right? They don't really want to engage in fight, they want to take the tower instead. Not exactly the kind of move that I would like, but I think it's a very smart move, right?
Okay, yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's just making sure that you're in the right situation. And look at how much damage they've been doing. Making sure that the minion wave was there, tanking up most of it, doing a lot of structural damage. This is, of course, unhealable. This is one of those situations where, hey, it's just going to set me up for a later push down the road.
Yep, you were mentioning about the amount of damage you can put out on the structures itself, and I think it's really important because no matter how much Zion punches back, you can see there is still a 2,000 gold lead on the side of Stellar. But Forza, he's going to be safe.
Yeah, he walked into that, he saw all 4 of them, and he was like, they're not wearing the same color jersey as I am, so we're going to back off here. But he's going to recall the safety. Now this creates a little bit of an opening. Mind you, Zion have been largely focusing on that mid lane, just trying to do what they can in terms of pressure. But now we've got the Lord up, and Zion Latte is maybe looking to just start this one off here.
Yep, this is going to be a huge game changer for Zion because this is the first time he will try to fight for the first slot in the playoffs. This is a do or die game. You do not want to lose this.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. Nobody wants to lose at the end of the day. I think that this is the thing, right? if you lose that first game, there's so much momentum, right? It's a big hit on your ego, so you got to make sure that you do end up pulling as much as you can. But look at, they're doing some damage elsewhere. Look at Dyroth and Esmeralda in the top lane. I mean, they're just kind of skirmishing there.
Yep, it's the same strategy we've seen in the last week of regular season, right? They need to have proper wave management. You can see both of the EXP laners, they are going to be cutting waves on the other side. And while they're going to do the Lord's Dance in the bottom side of the river, that is the important part, right? Who is the first one to clear the wave for their EXP laner? And after that, we will see Chu down here going to be the first one to make a possible rotation. Who's going to get control of the Lord Pete? And once they have that control, that's where the fight's going to start. And we are going to be waiting for that very, very soon.
All right, one thing to take note of, Zion right now have 4 members with the Lord. They could potentially do this. Now it looks like there's going to be a mad dash because they realize that Stellar, that is, that they're outnumbered here. And the Lord and Potato will take that one. And that's going to be the first Lord. That's going to be a great one for them. Banix is getting low. He's trying to do some shots. And Supergirl are on the run. They need to get out there, but Banix does go down, and that's a huge one.
Yep, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Zion does get access to the Lord. So this is a breather for them at this point. Yes, if you take a look at the bot lane, it's kind of barren already, with the exception of that final tier 3 turret at the bottom lane. But now Zion, they have a bit more room to breathe with the Lord marching down top. And right now you can see Stellar doesn't need to care about the Lord now. What they need to do is to make sure that the wave can.
Yeah, they need to fix things up. But okay, one of the keys to victory that we talked about in the pregame was that Banix needs to survive. The fact that he died there, like, yeah, I mean, it's the 11 minutes. He did kind of trade, but just overall, your thoughts on that one?
I think the mindset behind that was Banix playing for jungle previously, right? So if the jungler doesn't die, they have to fight time. So at this point, it's more of Potato. And Potato is doing a really good job, right? Sure, I've lost 3 turtles, but hey, what's more important, the Lord or the turtle?
Okay, I think it's funny. It's like, okay, do or die, elimination game, relegation, everything is at stake. And Potato's like, nah, I got this one. I'm going in.
Yep, it's going to be tough though, because Zion, they smell a bit of blood and they're already getting started across the map. Zion already evening out the tower control. They have the turrets already, but Stellar, of course, at this point 4. But they are looking to create pressure for the
I think the craziest thing, okay, it looks like they're going to end up, I'm not sure who ended up getting the Fenrir on that one, but look at this situation where the kills are going the way of Zion. The objectives are kind of a bit of a mix in that sense. But okay, Potato did get out of that. So that's going to be a huge one, but they're looking to try to go for this one. The Black Shoes keeping Sting alive. No, he's going to fall. Banix will secure that one, and it looks like they're going to back off. They've gotten what they've wanted, which is, of course, that kill as well as that turret.
Yep, beautiful. Burning the Black Boots. That's one. Killing Sync after he uses the Black Boots. That's a bonus for them as well. They still have plenty of time across the map. There's 60 seconds before the Lord comes out again. Zion, what they want to do now is to make sure that they suffocate Stellar, right? Stellar, you know they don't do that well under pressure. Right? Manicat is a new player. He does tend to choke a little bit towards the late game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you talk about Smelly Cat. I'm going to talk a little bit about Sync, right? I feel like in that case, he's been kind of aggressively using the Black Shoes to kind of get himself into a better position. But it's one of those situations where I think that you need to hold it. You need to ensure, you got to be worried about the control, the burst, all of these things that could potentially there. You need that second HP bar.
Yep, exactly. And I think Zion has an understanding of where they are standing at this point. They only have 5 turrets in their hand as well. They were a little bit shaky at the start of the game, but now you can see they're really moving into their stride. And with the addition of Potato, Potato is definitely an experienced player. He is going to be the cornerstone of the team as proven so far.
You could feel the Potato effect, right? I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like Zion, this is kind of like that mid-game where Zion really struggles and they kind of falter, right? Their laning was fine, but the mid-game has always been that suffering. But as I say, that Sync, he has the Black Shoes, he gets the safety, the positioning, keeping him alive, but Super going in for this one. Latte will secure that one, and that's going to be another win. Sync going down 0-3-1. Not a great game for him thus far.
Well, Zion are definitely in sync, both literally and figuratively, right? Because they are going to get their hands on the Lord as well if this continues.
Okay, but this is going to be a huge opening. 20 seconds where Sync is not there. How is Stellar going to play this one? Chu does need to be careful. He's going to be fine. The dancing and the waltz, so to speak, is going to continue. Fossa around does provide a little bit of vision on this one. But again, it's all about Sync. 6 seconds. Zion are not doing this quickly. They need to be very careful with how they proceed here.
Yep, Bambi waiting. Fossa waiting as well. Oh, they are going to change the target to Fossa. No, he might die for this.
Oh, he might get out of position, but can they steal the Lord? And the Odir Bambi sneaks it underneath the nose, and Mongo does need to be careful. He's going to fall. Odir Bambi secures that one, but he's going to fall in the end. And it looks like it's going to be a trade, but they've gotten 2 for 1, but the Lord.
Ooh, that was That was tough, man. I mean, can you see the players on screen? They're holding their breath, right? And that's stress for you. The Lord is not the important thing. The game is important, right? And the fact that they had to hold and stall out the Zion players there, I think that was a great call by the team of Stellar. Sure, Forza was going to die. They allowed him to chase. And I think at this particular instance, Stellar was just a bit more disciplined compared to Zion.
Agreed. But it started with Fossa, right? He's just like, hey, look at me, guys. I mean, I'm going to attract all this attention. And Zion was like, oh, and they had like ADD or whatever, and they went directly towards him and tried to burst him down. That was a situation where, hey, if I am objective-based, I need to make sure that I secure the Lord and make sure that it's locked down for me. Fossa has done a good job of attracting attention elsewhere. Blazing Duet, keeping Supergirl just a little bit low.
Smelly Cat already used his ultimate at
this point.
Oh,
the change. Smelly Cat has to flicker to safety. He's fine for now, but Zion, again, another skirmish.
Yep, they have burned 2 ultimates on the side of Zion, so this is looking good. A good trade for them, right? Stellar burned 3 on that. And it looks like they can afford to push and make this pressure happen. They've already dealt with the loss, so this is going to be a tough situation for Stellar.
Yeah, Zion has done a good job of sticking to the game plan. What is it? I need to ensure that I'm killing the objectives, making sure that everything is there. And look at that. They've almost cleaned them all out. All we have left are the inhibitor turrets at this stage.
Yep, I mean, whatever we remembered from regular is literally out of the book now. Both teams are super slow.
Potato, he's all by himself. It's 1 versus 3. There's the shield that keeps him alive. They do have the knockup, and that's going to keep him alive. But Supergirl on the wrong side of this one. He flickers. He's going to get Blazing Duetted, but he has eventually falls in the end. Smelly Cat will secure this one. And now do they have the damage? Mango was already down. Latte's next on the list. And Vanix is going to be on the target list. The priority list. Gets Auntie go down. No, Vanix is continuing to fight. Smelly Cat goes down. Vanix eventually falls. And it's going to be Potato all by himself. And
oh my goodness!
White.
Stellar, they have done it. This is the time to shine. That's 20 seconds at least before any of the members of Zion are going to be coming up. And this looks like Stellar's game for sure. They have secured the first win in this best of 3. They are one step closer to knocking Zion out of this competition forever.
What a game. What a team play. The game was completely on a knife's edge almost the entire game. The fact that they won the team fight is like, maybe you lost 1 or 2, but you gotta retreat, you gotta give yourself a chance. It was a situation where they're like, oh, a couple of people died, maybe we can get a pick off, and they tried to continue on with this, and unfortunately, that's not the way you want to play as Zion here.
Yep, I mean, I'm pained, right? At this point, I know how painful it is for Zion. This is an elimination match. This is do or die. If you lose 1 more, that's it, you're out. And you have to wait until next year before you even get to try again. And that's what's painful about this, right? Everything you've fought, and it just destroyed in seconds.
Wow, that guys, ladies and gents, that's quite hard to watch. Both of these 2 teams on a seesaw. One side becomes heavier, then all of a sudden the other side becomes lighter. And there's just so much back and forth. Both these 2 teams, they don't want each other to take an inch because they know that the opponent will take a mile after that inch. But at the same time, we gotta break it down from the start to the end. From the start, it's Julian that doesn't get punished in terms of the invades. I don't see any invade coming up from Zion as well. But that's because Latte, on the other hand, was babysitting Vanix all the way at the bottom side. That's the win con, right? To make sure that Vanix get enough farm on that 1-1, and then that 1-1 will go start, the Apache helicopter in the later part of the game. However, you also have to notice that Karina went tank. This is required because Latte, being the support Diggy, doesn't really have any tankiness there. That's why you need the Karina as a tank. Another interesting fact that you guys also, I think, we didn't really mention is the fact that Sync is on an XP lane with that Lilia. And now that is because they need to counteract against the Darrell, who is not doing well in terms of the gold. If you notice, one of the lowest gold in all across Zion and also across the players. That's because there's this range advantage from Sync, just constantly denying Mango from doing anything at all. Now, if you have a losing EXP lane, you don't really have the turtle control. Therefore, you take a look. Stellar has most of the turtles in the earlier part of the game. Now, towards the later part of the game, when the 1-1 starts to come up online, and I don't know, it's just the fact that this is the reason why 1-1 becomes now more mechanically harder to play. If you remember, at the very last fight that could possibly turn it around, Vanix couldn't find a crossbow or tank. When he finally found one on that Clot, the Clot went down. So because you don't really have the mark anymore, you can't proc it at anyone at all. So if this is like the previous patch, right? this 1-1 would have wiped off Stellar from the map, and then Zion would have another fight. Another person that I also have to mention from the side of Stellar is Fossa. That Luminous Lord takedown, that massive death stare that he just stands there, and there's so much pressure. He has that finger on that trigger, and Zion knows it. And when they finally decided to jump on top of Fossa, Fossa didn't actually pull the trigger on Wild Charge, and that is an absolute bait. Stellar goes in, Audio Bambi swoops out the Lord, and then after that, you know, Stellar just basically starts to win all these structures and then creates a lot of pressure across the lanes of Zion. But let's take a look at the post-match stats right here. Just take a look. The damage dealt from the side of Zion is actually more than Stellar. They are very heavy on that kills, but Stellar, in the end of the day, they focus on objectives, they took the Lord away from Zion, and then they win the game.
Yeah, but I think this game really, you know, speaks to our KPE itself. Zion was just a little impatient. Just that little bit of impatience at the end, it cost them the game. And Stellar, we already talked about this, they are hyper aggressive, they love to fight, and they have fought across the entire game. So I was kind of surprised at the playstyle of this game, right? Like the fact that they didn't want to take fights, they just want to take towers.
Yeah. That was kind of how they were. I mean, Stellar did a great job in terms of they got, what, 3 turtles, they had more lords at the end of the day. They were kind of being very focused just about objectives and not really worrying too much about the kills. Zion had some great team fight, put themselves in a situation to win. They were definitely winning at that one point, and then it was like they lost the team fight. They, you know, you talk about the impatience. They just got to that level and they just dipped down, and it was just like a rough time.
Yeah, like Zion, I think they lost their patience, but Stellar, on the other hand, they maintained their composure. Just take a look at how patiently they were. Remember, in the middle part of the game, they were actually behind in terms of the kills, in terms of the gold, and in terms of that map pressure as well. But then, you know, that Fossa death stare, and it basically won them that game. But let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gents. It is, in my opinion, should be going into Fossa. In my opinion, right? But we haven't shown it yet. It jumps back to us. But okay, it goes into Chu. Now, let me explain why Chu deserves this MVP as well. Just take a look. The kill participation is 89% with a kill of 4-4. But at the same time, you're putting an Esmeralda in the mid lane, going up against a Valentina, which you should have that range advantage. But Chu being put there in the middle allows him to basically, you know, help regen that skill, the health, and then go into basically you bring the XP laner in the mid lane. That's why Chu should get MVP. I think he managed his waves really well in this particular game.
Yep, definitely, and as well as his itemization for the game itself. I mean, normally it would have been a bit greedy. Personally, I'm not a professional player, but I would have been greedy on this as well, right? Looking at the draft, I would have put a little more risk. That the fact that I have a Lilia, I was like, okay, maybe I can chunk out a little more damage as Esmeralda. But Chu, I think we already seen how he has played from regular season, right? He's a very patient guy, and it's well calculated as well. He always combos up with Bambi as well to get the chains as well as that Falling Star Moon in conjunction with each other for a perma stun for at least 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think what Stellar has drafted so far really, and they've executed to the T, is the fact that they know they have the AoE damage. They're going to go all in all together. Whereas from the side of, you know, Zion, more single target. We take one fight at one person at a time, so that, you know, you get the 1-1 to proc the weakness finder, and then after that starts to go on crazy. It did not work out very well for them, unfortunately, but this is a best of 3. There's another game that Zion could quickly fix whatever, use whatever. It's like basically when I was back in robotics, right? You already finished this one competition, you're going to the next, you have to do this hot fix, this quick fix, and that's where the duct tape, the blue tacks start to come on in line. I think they need to start to whip all these things out from the stationary box in going into the next particular game.
Go back to what works,
yes.
Right? You were talking about the pickoffs. I think they did a great job of putting themselves in a situation to win, but let's talk a little bit about the highlights here.
Yep, so let's take a look at the highlights, right? So this is in the earlier parts of the game where, you know, it is Supergirl consistently taking away the Fossa's wild charge, but unfortunately Potato is the one that did not secure the turtle. They got 2 kills out of it. That's great. You want that Garena to start to roll and, you know, convert that. However, this is also the fight, you know, where bottom lane Stellar started squeeze it out just a little bit. Smellycat, if you notice, throughout the early parts of the game, doesn't really have enough damage. The Blazing Duet just barely tickles Zion because Lato is constantly babysitting. Now, I think this is the fight. So this is the non-luminous Lord, I believe, towards the part where it is Zion that secured it, but Stellar did a very wonderful defense. So basically, it just turns it off, right? Like that advantage, and this is also what is that? Forza Death Stare, right? It just allows Audio Baby to intake the Lord. He sacrifices himself for that, but the damage has been done. Now, this is the very last fight. If you notice how Supergirl is positioning, he's super aggressive. He ground charges all the way. He catches Audio Baby. Unfortunately, Supergirl desperately tried to steal, but look at Chu as Mannequin sticking to Supergirl, and now that one big damage gone. Sing is still outputting damage, mind you, but then again, that is where, you know, Vanix and the members of Zion starts to fall off. Just take a look at this one. It's just so close for Vanix to pop that crossbow tank potato, even though he's tanky. You have 4 members on top of you. There's no way for you to run.
Yeah, I think at that point it was less of impatience already, it was more of greed, because at that point it really looked like a lost cause. They actually could have taken the fight elsewhere. They could have ran away at that point, but of course, you know, Stella would have chased. Yeah, but it would have been a different story, right? If they have chosen to back off at that moment after they lost the Lord.
I think,
but this is hindsight bias.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to go for, they're trying to punish, right? You take my Lord, I need to take something from you. Yeah. But unfortunately, the greed is there.
Let me talk a little bit about target priority, especially in that one fight, is that everybody was taking damage. They were all over the place. Nobody was being focused. If you saw Supergirl going in super deep all by himself, everyone from Stellark was like, oh, let's just kill Supergirl. This is gift wrap for us, right? And so they were able to turn that around. You take out Supergirl, then you take out almost everyone else, and that's just why they were in a prime position to win that team fight.
Yep. Yeah, and I think it's just the fact that Stellark, if you notice, it's AoE damage. You come in as one group, oh yes, I'm going to spread all the damage across you like peanut butter, but for the side of Zion, they're very single target priority one by one, right? And it's like what you mentioned, they can't find anyone for the side of Stellar SG. Smellycat on this Claw with the Battle Mirror image is super slippery, and also with the Art of Thievery as well, he gets bonus movement speed, he's really hard to catch. You saw how Supergirl has to go super deep just to find him, and unfortunately, it's not enough.
Yep, he just becomes that target bot, right? And the fact that you will see that Forza is always on the front lines. Of course, it's a tank, but it's Forza, right? So the problem with chasing Forza is that he might turn around and throw a Guardian's Barrier at you along with a Wild Charge. And like you mentioned before, he's very patient. This time, I'm not gonna, you know, flame him for his stinginess on that Wild Charge. He saved it for very good measures here. It was mental warfare. And
it is.
We talked about Stella wanting to play mind games, right? Yeah. But nobody wanted to play with that today.
That Forza Death Stare, that guy is Forza is basically holding this gun at Zion, and you see the finger on that trigger, and he's like, I'm gonna push it, I'm not gonna push it, I'm not gonna push it, I'm gonna push it. That is when it's so much tension on top of Zion in taking that Lord. That last Lord is just basically Forza giving it over to Odia Bambi to take it away. That created so much space for Stellar.
It's just understanding the limits of the hero, what you need to do, right? Yes, you can be engaging, and yes, you can just attract so much attention in terms of baiting and taking everything out, but it's one of those things where also you talked about the spell, the discipline of knowing when to cast the right spells at the right time has been on point. Even sometimes not even casting a spell is usually a good thing, although in my pubs it's usually a bad idea, but at the pro level, it definitely pays off.
You know, I would have already used the Wild Charge, seeing how close, you know, the members of Zion were sticking around that, taking that last one. I would have put that trigger, but Forza is like, I'm gonna just hang around and just say hi. You can't hit me, because if you hit me, you know Audio Baby is gonna swoop in, and I can Wild Charge you immediately. But instead, you know, I bring you away. Potato has committed. Audio Baby is like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna swoop in and take your Lord. So it's just, you know, the discipline is coming back into Stellark, and don't forget, this is a different Stellark compared to week 2. I know Zion is the one that won against Stellark in that week, but you know, Stellark from the boot camp, from, you know, the time they grow together, I think they grew even faster as compared to Zion.
Yep. I mean, let's take the time now to reset. I think we are going to get ready for the second game. Potentially the game-ending moment for Zion, right? All the pressure's on them. And I think, let's talk about this. We just briefly mentioned it, the mind game from Stella. This is the perfect time to play mind games, because all the pressure is in your head. Technically, if you look at it, you know, if from a job perspective, you're just here to win the match and move on with it, right? But it's obviously not that simple.
It's not as simple, ladies and gents. Of course, if Zion wants to stay in MPL, they need to win 2 games in a row, and that is a feat going up against Stellark. Going into the drafting phase, ladies and gents, Stellark on match point. They will be able to stay in MPL Singapore if they win this one.
Yep, this is a tough one, a follow-up for Zion. They not only do they have to draw, they have to win after that. Now, they're gonna go back to square one. Same step, same placement as game one. We're gonna have that Paquito as well as the Pharaoh's ban. And looks like now, there's gonna be a slight change. Latte gonna be banning away that Lilia that Sig was playing previous game. And I think, yes, that's a very, very good ban.
That's a knee-jerk reaction. It's like something, the doctor tapping on top of me and you just immediately kick him in the face. That is what happened. You've already got kicked in the face once. You just reacted. Whereas Stellark, on the other hand, they're going to go back to the same old bans. I think it worked out well for them in game number 1, so they don't need to tweak banning away the Pharaohs and that Archive.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it's at this point, you have already shown your stronger hand, right? Till you beat this stronger positioning, I'm not going to budge. Right, so at this point, Stellark has the mental advantage and of course the scoreline advantage, which is a tough, very tough position for Zion, as you can see. I mean, when we looked at this place at the start of the day, we all know that you can feel the tension in the team, as well as the whole arena here. We are at OTH, Tampines Hub.
Yeah, and not the best part is the cloudy, recently Singapore has been quite cold, the rain is not helping this tension, of course. But of course, this means that, OTH is actually quite cooling this time. I'm actually very surprised. But right now, we're looking at Zion banning away that one. Top bans, as Holler has mentioned, but of course, there's still old reliables that they could go back, for example, the Clint, or even going back to that Beatrix. I think the question is, what is Vanix going to play? He's playing the gold lane this time. We don't really have much data because he's using usually the jungle. On the other hand, Stellark, if they really want to secure that nail and that coffin, they can go ahead with that.
Your team is
now,
picking.
the Valentina will get banned away by Stellark. See a Pharaoh's ban, it's normal to get Valentina banned as well.
Yep, I mean, there's a couple of champions that we haven't seen yet, right? So far, most of the teams, yeah, they're
Leslie's.
Ignore these 2 heroes already so far. One of the other things we have also seen is that the ignoring of Franco and Kufra, right, as well as Atlas. So we have not seen any of these champions being played so far in the last few weeks.
Yeah, but that's because there's always the potential threat of that Diggy, right? Especially Latte. Latte can perform very well on that Diggy, but now Zion going on first pick. What is their poison? The Bauman is wide open for them to take. There's also the Julian, but no, Zion will be taking away the Grok from Fossa. This means that Stellark won't be able to pick that again, but Fossa, oh my goodness. Fossa going back on his signature jawhead. Stellark going into that Gushin, ladies and gents. Finally, Gushin is unlocked. We will be seeing being played on stage.
Yeah, Gushin is one of the heroes that you hate to play against. I mean, when you see Gushin, he appears in front of you the moment that mobility skills lands on you. That's it, man. You're probably gonna die.
Yeah, that one more combo coming out, right? And it's proven, Gushin's proven very flexible, the dashes as well as the second skill to reset, his main damage as well. And not only just that, the passive was being reworked. Now he deals more damage with the basic attacks after his skills. So it works very well in this particular patch. But now, Stellark, another thing, Fossa going on that jawhead. He used to play a lean, mean jawhead back in
Your team is picking.
running around, but Zion, okay. Remember what I said, going back to old reliables. There you go, the Barats, there you go. Even the Farsa gets taken out by Zion.
Yep, I like this draft by Zion, a very good response, right? Instead of, they know that Stellark is a team that likes to, they like to take fights. So the way that Zion's drafting now, they're just waiting for them to come in, right? You have the Barats, you have the Farsa as well. Sure, you want to take a fight? Fight in my arena. Fight with my wild charge ready for you. This time, we are the ones in control if you choose to charge us.
Yeah, but at the same time, Stellark feels like they do have a lot of these mechanisms to deny the Feather Airstrike. The Feather Airstrike will be this massive nuke, and that is why Zion bans away the Lilia. Remember, we talked about this game number 1, right? So this Feather Airstrike striking, but Stellark will be proven very slippery. You have 5 frames from the Bandita. You have the dashes from the Gushin as well. Can find the target easily, especially when the Feather Airstrike renders the Farsa immobile. But now let's take a look at the ban. Stellark takes away the Melissa. Very strong marksman right now because of the puppets that could spread damage all across the board. It's like an upgraded Mia, in my opinion.
Yep, that's right. And I like the fact that you mentioned that they can some sort cancel out Zion's movements, right? Forza with the jaw hit with his ultimate can charge in as well. But I think now the question is how well can Vanix block off the rest of Stella, right? As long as that Guardian Barrier is put up carefully and with the mental threat of a potential wild charge, I don't think they can really dive towards the back line.
I think right now it's up to Latte on how
Your
to
team
block,
is banning.
Like, Latte definitely needs to stick on top of where Fossa is. There's also this the first skill that allows you to be slightly
Your team
that's
is
where
banning.
you don't get ejected by Fossa, but at the same time you gotta have to think from the side of Zion, right? Super tanky for now. The Barats could go into the jungle role, very prevalent. It's basically the same idea as an Akai, right? I solo your jungle up, you don't have retribution, I take the neutral objectives and I walk off like a boss.
Yep, that's right. But of course, there's a risk that he might get bursted down from the members of Stellax, so probably go into a more tanky build as well for the side of Zion members. We have seen, you know, Potato playing that Karina previous game. He went for the full tank build. I think that was a great idea, but they couldn't capitalize on the objectives. If they had gotten turtles at the start of the game during the laning phase as well, I think the results might have turned out a little bit different.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, there you go. Franco getting taken away by the side of Zion. Zion and both Stellax limiting the pool of marksmen. There's 4 marksmen on the band right here. What's left? Well, okay, the carry works very well for the side of Stellax. Very flexible. There's the movement speed as well, and don't forget Zion going into Barats, going into that Grok. That's going to be a very tanky lineup. So Stellax needs to make sure that the carry stays alive as long as possible. The light blue is going to proc so much true damage when it hits 4 per target.
Yeah, the way that Stellax is drafting, they have quite an insane amount of burst. But more importantly, and more scarily so, is their mobility. Yeah, I think their mobility is going to be a very tough thing to deal with. Fasa, of course, yes, you have the Fed Air Strike and all this, but you are required to aim nonetheless, right? So you have a movement target 4 times to target at this point. It's going to be very hard to focus. They're going to reply for the side of Zion with a Dyrov as well as a Brody. So decent burst as well. It remains to be seen how they want to play against Stellax so far. Stellax left with Chu on that final placement of characters to see what is going to potentially knock them out of this competition.
I think Stellax right here, the Julian's still wide open. If they really want to go into mobility, that is one way to go, but I think they're lacking this kind of tank. I'm pretty sure the Benedetta should go into the XP lane as a tank. I've seen that being played unorthodox, but now, okay, you need a tank, you need a fighter, there you go. That is that Yu Zhong. A common way to respond to that Farsa, once again, ladies and gents, coming up with Stellax, I think, in my opinion, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I think Stellax won draft, but Zion definitely have a lot more to prove. They need to make sure that Potatoes secures these neutral objectives with using the Barats. Mango also, need to hold down the lane against, I believe that would be Sing going into the EXP lane. But if you notice from the side of Stellax, there isn't any mages at all except for Grishan that could do magic damage.
Yeah, this is something that Zion definitely needs to fully consider, right? With that lack of magic damage, they could easily just itemize against a full physical comp that Stellax has drafted so far. But now, pressures on Zion. This is potentially the last game of the tournament for them. This is the last place guess for them. They have to draw, and then only then can they win against Stellax. Stellax has, I won't say an easy job, it's more of a straightforward job of closing it out. And now with that, we are going to game 2 of our best of 3. Holla, let's get it going.
Oh my gosh, too much is at stake right now. I'm actually worried for Zion. Again, they're trying to go a little bit off Keeter, changing things up and trying to do things that are a little bit different. But first blood already going the way of, what was it? Right to Sync on that one. What was that?
Yep, I think that was a heavy dive on that side. Actually, there was a defense being put out by Supergo, and Supergo is not the person you want to have be killed on your team, on the side of Zion.
Yeah, you got to get yourself going. You got to give yourself a good opportunity to win. Now, mind you, it's just literally a minute into the game, and it's one of those situations where we're trying to do it, but that one completely backfired. They got to be a little bit careful with how they do this. They need to play a little bit better.
Yeah, they went on early game aggression. You know, there was, oh my goodness, it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade so far. And you can see Zion, they know what's at stake. They are already screaming. They have to make sure that the tempo is up, the hype is up. They need to be in energetic form.
They need to be energetic, but they also need to make good, smart plays. First 10 minutes, super important. Make sure that they've got themselves a chance to win. As I say that, Fossa going in for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to see. And it looks like they're going to make it out so far. But Stellark, I think at this point, going to be very, very aggressive. They know they have the advantage. They're going to try and push it as far as possible.
Try to do as much as you can, provide that space that's going to be required. Also very important. But Zion here, if we're talking about net worth, it's like literally neck and neck at the 2-minute mark.
Yep, so far. And the first objective is going to spawn on the map. First major objective. Previous game, Zion did not manage to get a single turtle out of the full first laning phase, and it looks like it might be the same story again.
I don't know how I feel about this. Last time they traded it, what, for 2 kills to get that turtle in the game 1? This is one where they're just like, hey, we're not going to contest here. We're going to try to get as much farm as possible. But again, look at it, opening it up. The turtle has now been taken by Stellark, and also they've done the invade.
Yep, Zion, they are bleeding, but what's worse is Stellark is holding a knife and a hammer. They are ready. Blunt Trauma Force is definitely something that Stellark looking to inflict on Zion, because you can see they are not comfortable at all.
Really? Knife and a hammer? Like they're dual wielding at this stage? Isn't that kind of awkward?
You tear open a wound and then you smash it.
Okay, all right, that's a new one. All right, I mean, I would think that like double hammer or double knife, something like that, so that you have that, but you're going to go with the hybrid combination. I like it.
Yep, it's more painful in that case. Bigger surface area for the pulse salt, right? That's what they're looking to do now at this point for Stellark, because you already know that Zion is in a bad position and they're hurting, right? It's going to be quite tough. Mentally, it is a strain.
Yeah. It's a situation now where, hey, you've been punched in the face. How do you react? You need to ensure that your team is on point, because you have 0 lives at this point. But let's look a little at the top lane. Little jawhead action in terms of just, Fossa just trying to provide a little bit of pressure.
Yep, they might connect and get a kill here. And I think at this point, right, Stellark, they have a decent lead. As it looks like, no, it's not Stellark. It's actually Zion. He has a decent lead, around 10k. So it's about 600, 400 gold at this point. But more importantly, I think Stellark has control of the map.
Yeah. Actually, they did this in game 1 as well. They provided a lot of pressure, but as we get the knock-up, Sink is down over there. They're going to take that kill. Mango will secure that one. Bax is actually going to kill Fossa as well. And if we're looking at the top lane, Chu now has to run. Zion a little bit low, but they're okay in this situation.
Yep, so yes, they do have the map control, but Zion doing well to make sure that they get that aggression from Stellark down, right? Getting 2 kills for themselves, now they're leading the kill score 3-1, and you can see they are going to be very patient.
All of that is great. You've gotten the kills, but you've gotten pressure, and now you're pushing in the bottom lane. Mango was almost free farming there. Let the guy carry you, right? Get him some space, make sure that he can get all the items he needs to really carry you in the mid to late game.
Yep, looks like there's a technical issue here, but there's more than that that's happening behind the scenes, right? Now, this gives Zion a chance to take a short breather. And let's run through what happened in the first few minutes of the game. So far, Stellark, they have been putting a lot of pressure on the members of Zion, and I think Zion has responded in kind, right? They have managed the aggression quite well so far. They have gotten 3 kills for themselves. The 3-1 scoreline now. And I think the pause was due to, maybe lag or something like that.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where, look, Zion have been on a 5-game losing streak. They have not been in a great spot. But the thing is that it's one of those things where if you lose the first game, usually you lose the second one because you're just not feeling it, right? But this is a situation where can Zion really step up? We know that laning phase, they can compete. They're just not over that hump yet.
Yep, I mean, Zion as a team, you guys can look at the screen as well. We do see some of the faces of the players on Zion. They're not particularly super stressed out. And I think that's a fact that I really like, right? Composure is definitely one of the things that makes a great champion and makes someone a champion as well.
I think I'm more stressed out than those guys are. They seem very calm, cool, and collected, no?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Stellark, no issues. They're 1 game up. The pressure is all the way on the side of Zion. So to them, it's let them have the pressure. It's fine. We don't need to care about this.
Right. And it's a great situation to be in, right? When you have that lead, you kind of be like, we can play around. And at the end of the day, as long as we make the good late game decisions, I'm assuming we get there, we should be fine.
Yep, so far the way that they're playing on both teams, it looks like they are going to reset the whole situation to be an even Steven team. Again, like we said, game one, it was really a knife's edge, right? Any moment it could have tipped either way. And it was just one singular mistake, that one moment of impatience that kind of cost Zion game one.
Like, you talk about the one single mistake, but it was like one single mistake that one guy made, and then everybody made the same mistake, and they continue to fight. So
one mistake.
Yeah. So one, really? I'm thinking all 5 of them made a mistake at that point, no?
Well, I think we can count it as a team effort. So 5 members, you know, they form one team, so let's count it as one mistake.
We ride together, we die together, right? Bad boys for life.
So at this point, I think Zion has recovered well, right? And normally in this stressful situation that Starlock has placed teams at, they do kind of crumble, right? You're already losing and you know that you don't have the advantage. You give away a first blood quite easily in this game. I would have broken mentally, honestly.
Yeah. Well, that's because you're mentally weak, of course. Boom, shots fired. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, kid. But it's a situation that does happen. We do need to be careful, right? And the players here they might not have had that experience of getting into one of these high pressure situations. Your team is on the line. You need to ensure that you really step up in this game.
Yeah, bear in mind that we are just, before this pause, we were just on the first hurdle, which they didn't contest, right, on the side of Zion. So now, the thing that I want to see is Zion, how can they position themselves? Number one, not only to contest, but number two, to kill off the members of Starlock. They need to do this because, yes, they have a lead right now, but they don't exactly have control of the map. They need the members of Starlock to be dead to be able to do that.
True. And it's one of those things where we know what Starlock wants to do, right? They want to provide pressure. They want to invade the enemy jungle. They're going to be in that situation. So every time the respawns are happening, you need to ensure that, hey, I can't just solo this jungle camp. I need to ensure that my teammates are there to back me up in case that there is an invasion.
That's right. And there's many other things that they need to layer on top of that. If you can get control of the map, that allows you to kind of subtly control your opponent's farm as well. You kind of influence who on the side is going to come out and farm. Right? So if you starve the members of Starlock, who's going to come out farming? It is going to be Smelly Cat.
Yeah, we're going to find out as we get back into the game here. The turtle's going to be started. Basa's there, and mind you, Starlock, again, heavily focusing on the turtle, but it looks like they're going to back off, especially since there's a bit of a 4-on-4 situation. But the turtle's back into the lair here.
That's right. It's going to be turtle dance at this point. Forza dancing really well. You can see that movement. But it's going to be right smack in the center. So this is even. Both teams, they have to be really careful about their positioning. But Sync is going to try and jump in. I think this is a rebate of what happened in game one as well. Same situation for Forza.
Yeah, but they got to be a little bit careful. Sync is actually a little on the lower end. Mind you, the turtle had he regenerated. He's back in the lair, but he's been pulled away. Now Starlock, yes, they still have 4 members, but you're not everybody's at full strength right now, so you've got to be super careful in terms of this turtle fight here.
Yeah, Potato wants to make sure he gets the lead over Wanderer at this point. It does provide a bit more visibility for them. And now, Forza, same thing. He's staring them down. He does have access to his ultimate. So at this point, they just want to make sure it's as easy as possible for them to come in and steal.
Yeah, it's super low. Who's going to get the steal? And Potato will take that one. That's going to be the first turtle, at least for this game. But Potato now continuing to fight. They use a feathered air strike, doing a ton of damage. Sync is going to go down. Mangle will secure that one, and Supergirl also killed Chu on the back end of that.
That's right. Zion, they come back fighting 5-1 at this point as we are reaching a 6-minute mark. And it looks like they are having a very sizable lead. It is going to be 3K goal at this point. No longer going to be talking about, oh, they don't have control of the map. They do have it now.
That was a nice swing. They not only got the turtle, they got the kills, they got the mid turret as well. I mean, that is just looking up and up, and they've got almost a huge lead in terms of the 6-minute mark of a 4K net worth lead.
Yeah, while the deaths are technically on the correct people on Starlock, right? These are the people that can afford to die. Bear in mind that Bambi has not gotten any kills. Sync has not gotten any kills. Smelly Cat has not gotten any kills, and that's a very big deficit to recover from.
True, very, very true. And Smelly Cat has been pushing in the top lane, has not really been kind of joining in the team fights. You know that carry needs some farm to do some damage to make sure that you can carry yourself. But Starlock right now, they're very behind on this. We haven't seen too much of this draft, so maybe they're not 100% familiar with it, and we're kind of seeing the effects of that.
Yeah, if you take a look at Potato, he now has a 3-level advantage against Sync, right? Yes, we do expect the level advantage to be there, but 3 levels is really quite a lot. And Zion, they're going to be able to control the map movement or wave management across Stellar as well because they can always pressure them. I'm ready to kill you anytime. I have a 3-level advantage or 2-level advantage, and that means I can do a lot more than.
All right, here's the situation. Okay, wild charge. Oh, Mango, he's going to be fine for now, but under turret, need to be careful. Now, Zion have that lead. They've taken objectives. They understand what they need to do, but they need to continue to put on the pressure. Zion needs to turn this around, and Stelarc are actually putting pressure on the bottom.
Yeah, might not be the best idea at this point. Stelarc, we have seen how they did this earlier in the season against Slate. They got punished extremely heavily. I think Zion doing really well. I like the way they have positioned themselves around the map. You can take a look at the rotations as well. Now this is going to be the third and final turtle of the game, and this time Zion shows up. They have this advantage. They know what's going on, and Stelarc for the first time going to be on the back foot.
It's almost like they hear us, right? We were talking about how they didn't get any turtle, and now they've gotten almost all the turtles. So Zion have done, almost flip in terms of what they want to do for the objectives. But they did trade the bottom turret, something to take note of. That is a little bit more space going the way of Stellar.
Yep, so far the only surviving tier 1 turret is going to be on the bottom. But if we take a look at the items itself, same tanky build, right? But this time the helm comes out first for the side of Barats. So Potato being more cautious in his itemized build as well. And if you take a look at Brody, he already has the Blade of Despair, and that's a huge item to have at 8.5 minutes. That's a lot of damage, and Brody being on the back lines as well is going to be very difficult for Stelarc to find him.
Very good. It's a great item to have, especially at this stage. It will definitely show in that next big team fight. We're hoping for that to happen, but now Stelarc are behind, right? They kind of need to come back into this one. I mean, they're pretty much putting all their eggs in one basket in terms of Smelly Cat, making sure that he does it the far. But look at Stick goes down yet again. He's died 4 times already. Fossil's looking to go for in this one. He does go down, and Mango will trade for that one. Chu will secure that kill.
Yeah, that was Zion's trade all day long, man. I mean, yes, you do trade a kill at the top for the kill that you've gotten at the bottom, but you managed to kill one more member of the side of Stelarc and you trade the tower as well. So definitely all advantage for Zion. They have a 3,000 gold lead still and growing, of course.
Yeah, Zion have completely changed this around. You can sense it, right? Now, most teams will crumble after that game 1 loss, and the fact that they're in game 2 and they're playing better than they were in game 1, I like what I see from Zion.
Yeah, but let's talk a bit more about the late game insurance. Zion's late game, to me, looks a bit lacking to me. Because
how dare you?
Stelarc's late game does do a little bit better. There is a lot of burst potential from them, and so it is going to be very difficult. Zion still needs a couple of prerequisites before they land that perfect combination. And now, it is really about the priority targets, right? You were mentioning about this in the previous game as well. So now, Zion, I think, yes, they have certain skills that are AoE as well, but Stelarc has individual priorities as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where the Black Dragon's going to be used. For the scout, he just zips on out of there. He's like, no, I'm not actually going for this one. But the Lord is now going to be started on this one. This is going to be very dangerous, I think, for both squads, because you do not want to give up the first Lord at this stage.
Yep, at this point, it is not exactly a I win low, I win game kind of concept.
Oh! They found Fossa. He has to flicker to safety. He's fine for now, but go on.
Yeah, but at this point, it will at least convert into at least 2 coverage across the map. So Stelarc has to be very careful. Zion, they have the advantage. I don't think they're going to allow space for Bambi to jump in as well. Bambi is quite far away. And yes, no contact at all. And Stelarc, yes, they don't lose anyone, but they lose a very big objective. They haven't done the proper wave management as well, so it's kind of tough.
That was actually pretty massive. The Feathered Airstrike was on point with my Supergirl hiding in the bush, making sure that if anyone were to come, we have a way to zone it out. Very smart play, making sure that they do secure that Lord. Now Zion continue the pressure with this 5k network.
Yeah, so I like the way that Zion's positioning themselves, right? They are forcing Stelarc to take a full 5-on-5 fight. If like, you know I'm here, but you can't take me in a 1-on-5 situation, so you have to bring your whole team along. And that really plays into the structure of the draft that Zion has provided so far.
Yeah. And very well played. They seem to understand what are the win conditions, understanding that they need to kind of put the pressure on here. The Lord is going to put it on the bottom lane here. Feathered Airstrike is going to be, again, just more of a zoning one. I don't think that they're actually going to commit for this one, but the Lord has done what they needed, and they've taken that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, B5-0, the Giant is here as well. They will not get that final crystal, of course, but this spells at least 2 tier 2 turrets on the side of Stelarc. Now, Zion, they can smell blood, but is this the moment to really jump on it? I'm not really sure. I don't think so.
No. You've gotten what you wanted. You've created that space. You've got that inhibitor turret. That's what the Lord traded for you. Now, you play a little bit safer. You you just regroup. And maybe you take out this second turret top, but other than that, I think that you can kind of, you gotta let it go.
Yeah, yes, while Zion has the advantage here, Stellar, I think they have the potential for a turnaround as well. Not sure why they dropped the Audi at that point, just to try and secure the towers, but not really.
I'm okay with it. I think it was great. They did structural damage. Yes, they didn't get the turret in the end, but I mean, you're trading a cooldown for all that objective damage. I'm totally fine with what Zion did. Now they just wait for the next minion wave as well as their cooldown.
Well, I should take the advice from the KTV. I was a bit impatient there. I would have rushed it.
Understood, but it looks like you can still play. They get the ejector. They throw him back. The two-man knockup. The feathered airstrike has already been stopped. Panic is killed, and it looks like they're going to be on the run. Zion Latte is going to be stuck in the wrong spot. Mango is fighting 1 versus 4, and he's going to flicker to, well, try to stay alive. He dashes the Guardian Barrier. Sync goes in for this one. He's trying to get the kill. Supergirl, Latte, all on the run, all very low, and no one is dying.
Oh, that was super close. Zion, I mean, Vanix was the only one that died. At this point, he has the Tanker's Heavens that he was not the jungler in this game. It would have been a disaster, right? But at this point, Zion, I think they recovered pretty well, right? Yes, they didn't get the 2 tier 3 turrets at the top and the middle lane, right. But they managed to skirmish, get the skirmish going, and didn't die. They got back to their base.
Yeah, okay. You were asking if Zion should be sticking around, right? They had the feathered airstrike, the play top where they did a little bit of damage on the inhibitor. Yeah. But it was one of those things where Stellark saw that, knew that the cooldown was on cooldown, and then they could actually make a play on those situations. It's one of those things where you're getting caught out in those moments. You need to ensure when your cooldowns are up so that you are always going to have that in for that team fight. Stellark tried to take advantage. They only got Vanix, though.
Yeah, I mean, by the way that it's described, it kind of looks like a bait, right? Yeah. But the thing is, it didn't exactly turn out into a bait. It really cost them quite dearly. Thankfully, they didn't die that much. And Fossa might get punished here.
He's actually just tanking. He's about half. He's fine. Oh. They have the ejector, but it's on to Supergirl. Fossa will pay for that one. Supergirl is down, though. That's a lot of damage, and they're going to have to look to run. Oh, dear, Bambi is next on the list. Potato will secure that one. Zink is on the run. And Zion are trying to find something. They don't have a barrier, and that's going to be used now. A little too late.
Yep. Oh, that was so close. That would have been over. But the Retribution is down on the side of Potato. If not, that would have been game over. And Zion would have taken it. Could have taken the Lord already. Bendy's going to be up in about 20 seconds, which means that Zion probably has this ball for free, unless there's a miracle steal at this point. I'm not gonna see that happen, I think.
They're going for this one. They're just gonna try to contest here. It's gonna be solo. Potato will take the Lord on that one. 2 dashes away, and Sync is gonna be stuck all by himself. Is he able to get a lot away? He does not! Vanix will secure that kill. Nice shot, but they're gonna look to fight. Mango tries to keep himself alive. He's a little low. Doesn't need to be careful. 2, Black Dragon. The feathered airstrike has now arrived. Mango is down. Smelly Cat will secure that one. 2 is continuing to fight. Smelly Cat has been killed. That is a ton of all the damage that they need. 2 is down. Fossa now on the run. Latte trying to get something else.
Yup, this looks like it's their last legs for Stellark here. Zion, they smell blood. They know it. They're going to start knocking on the door in that middle tier turret. And on the top lane, the Lord is going to show his presence as well.
Oh gosh, a lot of pressure. Zion playing this well. It's only a 4K net worth lead though, but Zion providing pressure in the mid lane. The Lord is going to push in the top lane. Zion, this is going to be the last inhibitor turn. The base is wide open. Feathered airstrike. They're trying to go in. Oh, dear, baby, trying to get the kill. He does kill Latte as well as Supergirl, and maybe that was the heroic play that they need. But Stink is looking to fight. He's getting a little bit low. He's trying to fight with Vanix. They're going to look to go in. Vanix gets the snipe. And Potato and Vanix will run away and tell the tale of how they've lost 3 members.
Yep, at this point, I think Sync is happy to throw his life, right? They do get Zion back, get off their backs, and this leads Stellark to be able to defend against this Lord pretty comfortably. There is a 4,000 gold lead on the side of Zion, but bear in mind, we are reaching the late game stages already, which means your farm doesn't really matter, because at this point, everyone is strong, right? It really comes down to the death timers. Who is going to make the important kills? Who is going to get that objective?
Look, you're 100% right in the sense that Stellark have 0 turrets alive, right? And it all comes down to this one big team fight, right? Is Zion able to, overwhelm them by putting pressure in all 3 lanes? Are they going to wait for the Lord? How are they going to do this? Because if they lose that one team fight, it's just going to be a repeat of game 1.
I'm liking this from Zion though. The way that they're waiting, they're expecting Stellark to be a bit more aggressive, right, to search for them across the map. And they're grouping up as 5. They're ready to jump on them. I'm going to speak a bit softer just in case they can hear me across the map. But here we go. They might get a glimpse of Fossa here. like I said, the gameplay is very simple. Let's wait for Stellar to overcommit, and that's it, man. That's gonna be their deathbait, and we're gonna put them 6 feet under.
You're right, but it's coming down to those late game decisions, right? You have to ensure that you do not get caught out, right? If you lose one guy gets out of position, fine, let him die, but not the entire team. You got to be super careful and make sure that late game decision doesn't bite you in the butt.
I think at this point, it's really more of the moment I go in, I have to commit everything, right? And that's not something you want as a team,
Agreed.
especially in this late game, because at this point, I think regardless of the goal, right, it is really who gets the more important things done.
Yep.
And here we go. The final, not final, but the next Lord has spawned already. We are about to hit the 18-minute mark, and now Zion and Stellar, just a good 4,000 or 3,000 goals separating them, and 40 seconds worth of death timers at least.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of time, and Zion are going to start the Lord. Stellar are in the top lane. They know that something is up. I mean, it's clearly... They know the Lord is up, so they're going to try to go for the conceal play. Fasa trying to go in, but he's been spotted out. Wait, is he going to get the ejector? No, he's been caught out right now, but Latte, Potato in a bad spot. They need to make sure that they're signed. The ejector has not been used. The Black Dragon has been used, though, and they're trying to go for this one. Latte's looking to go down. He does get killed, and Smelly Cat will secure that one. And they do trade for this Mango. Vanix is going to secure onto Sync, but now it's 4 versus 4.
Yep, this is not looking good because Bambi still has access to his red tree. It looks like Potato still has 10 seconds left on that red tree. So this is a time that Stellar definitely wants to fight. But I think Zion understands where they are at this point. So they're going to be a bit more patient. I really like this patience from them. They learned from game 1 especially. And we're going to see Potato.
He's walking around. He's got Mango backing him up. Smelly Cat is within the vicinity as well. But now this is a weird situation. Latte, 5 seconds and he's up. Sync, about 13 seconds. You know, both of these are going to respawn by the time the Lord is getting anywhere close to death. But now Zion need to make the right move. They're focusing this. They're taking some damage. How do you feel about this play?
They have to be very careful because Bambi is still quite far away. He is in the mid lane. Yes, he can traverse quite quickly across the map. But more importantly, he has to be very careful. He does not want to die. The junglers are the very important. They die, they lose their red team fight.
Fasa was looking to go for the flank play. They do still continue to kite the Lord. They need to be careful. Okay, they're going to let him back into his lair, so to speak. But, okay, Zion Esports, they had an opening. Yes, there was 4 versus 4, but it was more of those situations where we don't want to risk it. We got to play safe.
I mean, I like the fact that they're playing patiently, but I think they kind of missed a window here. Like Zion, the moment Benedetta was all the way to bottom clearing, I think they should have taken the fight.
Agreed.
And it looks like they are not going to learn from that because I have to be a little quiet on this. Sync. I'm not sure what he's trying to do here, but he's doing it well.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this one, but the Lord, again, about half-life, Odir, Bambi, Mako, making their way back into this fight. And Fasa's looking for somebody. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the ejector. He doesn't at this point. But the turret is now pushing. This is providing pressure in the bottom lane. But look at Sync all the way in the bottom. Zion. He's been caught, but do they get the Lord? Baby's going to secure that one. Supergirl is going to use Feathered Airstrike. Sync is on the wrong side of this one. He's going to get blown up here. Eventually goes down. Mango will secure that one. But they've taken out Latte as well, and they do have something in return. Odir, Bambi, Chu now on the run.
That was great by Stellar. I mean, yes, they lost one. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But the Lord is secured by Stellar, which means Zion now has to face the pressure. Bear in mind, like I said, this is even already. This is a game where we are the late game. Let's take a look at the items. At this point, most of them already are fully stacked, right, with the exception of the support in the game as well. But if you take a look at that, they are all quite tanky. There are 3 immortalities on the side of both teams, which means that it's going to be a long, extended fight.
Okay, so we talked about the patience that's required from Zion, right? But they were up about 4K or so. They are actually losing now. Did they lose that window of opportunity?
I think they did, but momentarily only. Once they have cleared out this Luminous Lord at the bottom, it's once again back to square one, right? It's just a rerun of what's going to happen, who's going to do the split push better. And at this point, of course, the easier side to execute will be the side of Zion, right? They don't really have to care about the mega creeps at this point. They're always crashing down across the different lanes. But it's surprising to me that they're allowing Stellar to just move like that.
Okay. They do have that window, but look at Stellar now providing that pressure. They're starting to choke out. They're taking over the map. They have almost firm control. Yes, you have 90 seconds on the Lord, and this is just going to put a little bit, Zion will just kind of stay in their base and just keep themselves alive for now. But Again, it feels like Stellar have really turned on a switch and they're kind of getting ready for this late game and that one last team fight.
I think at this point, I agree that, you know, Zion has to be really careful. They have to make sure they understand where they're standing and not try to give away kills that easily, right? But at the same time, the fact that they're playing with such fear right now is going to be quite difficult for them to deal with.
Yes, for sure. Agreed. But it looks like Stellar are going to back up here. They've gotten what they've wanted in the sense of, hey, we've tried to take as many jungle camps on the way out. And we are continuing to grow this net worth lead. This has got to be worrying in Zion. Now, they got to be patient. They got to choose their battles.
Yeah, they don't want to show that many faces in lanes. They want to make sure that they keep Stella guessing. You know, no, I'm not committing all my resources to this defense on this particular lane because you know, if you let any one of these professional teams know, it's going to be tough. Sink might get caught out though.
He might have been caught out. He thought he was going to be cheeky, but he walked into all 5 members that conceal play, and Sink is down. That's the first life. The second one is down. Potato will secure that one.
Oh, dear, Bambi, is it going to be a repeat? No, he's just going to jump away.
Okay, so this is the thing. You lost one, fine. Okay, he was trying to make a play, didn't happen. You make sure you back up, you don't lose anything else.
Now the Lord is going to come out, and I think Zion prime position to take everything. 40 seconds more before Sink is revived, so it should be an easy picking for Zion.
You think it's easy, but nothing is ever easy in this game, right? Fasa's making his way here, Chu's going to be here, and Smelly Cat as well, but Zion, they're not bursting it fast enough. This is a huge window. Sink is down to 25 seconds. That's almost an eternity at the stage, and it looks like they're going to look to go for the steal, and Vanix will secure the board. That's a huge win. They did get the stun on Vanix. He's going to get the safety. Last take does go down, and they're looking to turn this around. Mango is getting very low. He's on that next target list. That's going to be the resurrection, but do you save him? No, you do not. Smelly Cat will secure this one. Fasa goes for the ejector. Potato's been thrown back. It's a 4 versus 3. Potato, he's going to be less for dead, and they have the suppression. They have the side. Super Girl, the feathered airstrike, though, is looking to turn this around. Potato is down. Vanix is continuing to fight, but it looks like it's going to be one last remaining from Zion with Vanix here.
Oh my goodness, Smelly Cat! Holy! I was holding my breath there because Zion, they were almost punished so heavily by the backlines of Stellar.
Let's turn this around. I mean, let's just check out the replay on that one. I think that we all need to just figure out what just happened. Stellar completely turned the game on its head, and now they are in the driver's seat.
The moment that they got that ball on Zion, I think they really understood that this was the time to jump in. And if you take a look, the base, wait! The base is on it! Everyone! On the other side, they got it! They got it! Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh. They found the opening, they went for it, and they were like, no, we're going 100% in. And they knew it. And Stellar here just pulled it off, and they just end up winning the game. Oh my gosh. What are your thoughts on that one, Jace? So, yeah, but I mean, it's one of those situations where I'm not 100% clear in terms of how that one, I mean, it was like a highlight that was happening, but then, sorry.
Okay, so let's take a look at the POV from us, right? When we were going into the instant replay, I saw the Lord marching down the mid lane. So I was kind of expecting, okay, we have some time to talk about this highlight. But, of course, we were suddenly pointed and gestured towards the bottom side corner of the screen, and you know, well, hello, the 4 members of Stellar were suddenly hitting the base. They decided that, you know, it doesn't matter that our immortalities are down. It doesn't matter if we die. The base is not strong enough to take our damage.
That's the thing where the situation would happen. The late game decision making that you can do in terms of, you know, you had that opening. We talked about the fact that you win one team fight. And again, I think Zion even got caught out in the inhibitor bottom, where they probably should not have fought that. They should have just, you know, regrouped, made sure that they were safe in that situation, and Stellar took full advantage of that.
They were not exactly decisive with it. I think it was a moment, right? We've seen a couple of moments across the map where they had access.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let me break this down to you. That fight was so close. Zion, of course, you know, was in the driver's seat for a moment. Stellar as well, map domination all across the board. But that one last team fight, it's always this one last team fight for the both of these two teams. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Zion, but let me break it down for you in just a second. We'll be showing you the items, then after that we're going into the post-match analysis, then after that we're going to the MVP. But before the items come up, I'm just going to have to tell you, Stellar has a very early game aggression, right? With the help of the Bandedetta and the Jawhead. That's where they shine. The Jawhead ejects Benedetta could do a lot of damage with first skill. Of course, Benedetta in the early game does a lot of damage already. But if you notice how Benedetta has transitioned into the late game split push. Even if you take a look at Sync's items, right? The Athena shield, even the anti-Kuras, that's a very tanky Benedetta going in for the side.
Let me say one thing here.
Yep.
Fossa 048, Sync 291. If you told me that Stellark were going to have these KDAs and they were going to pull out the victory, I would be like, no, you're crazy, man. That's not possible.
So that's because, right, if you notice how Stellark has been playing super patiently. Zion, on the other hand, I think they're a little bit hot-blooded. They really want to get the kills. But look at how Stellark has been setting it up, right? Fossa coming in to consume play, ejecting the right targets back into Stellark so that the Stellark can slowly gobble it up. MVP, still in my eyes, Fossa has been setting it up. Because don't forget, as long as Fossa sticks on top of Supergirl, if Fossa sticks on top of Banix, that is 1 mega damage from the side of Zion gone. And if you notice how, Potato in the early parts of the game, he used the ultimate early for that first turtle. And that's also a big problem because you lost that turtle over to the side of Stellar. But however, this time Zion was able to adapt during the mid part of the game. That is something of a very good feat coming up from Zion. They know Fossa is definitely on the sides trying to look for the flanks. And then, I just go in, I find Fossa. And not only just that, they also did the same thing to Sync at the bottom lane as well. But let's take a look at the post-event stats, ladies and gents. Of course, you should be able to see Zion that deals even a slightly bit more damage as well. But that's because of Supergirl. Supergirl's positioning has been impeccable, but it is also, like what I said, the draft matters because the Stellark has so much tools against this far side. Let's take a look at Stellark, right? GPM, of course, Odia Bambi Gushin has been farming not only just jungle creeps, but also farming the main targets of Zion, right? And of course, dealing a most amount of damage. Fossa takes the most damage as well coming off of Zion because he's really facing them up front. Assists, of course, going into the side of Fossa. Fossa has been setting this up. You give Fossa his comfort. That is the problem coming off of Zion. Zion banned away the Jawhead in the first game. Then Fossa comes in, you know what, I'm going to go back into my trusty Jawhead.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it let it out and, Fossa is the boss, man, and it's really difficult. Like we talked about it, Zion itself, we know the comp that they drafted. They want Stellark to come inside. They were ready for it. Yep. They thought they were ready, but Stellark just went and punched them in the face and said, hey, it's our time. And there's one more person that deserves, all the glory in this, making this game work for themselves on the side of Stellark, and that is the MVP. So let's take a look at who the MVP of Stellark is.
Yeah, it's going to be coming up. I mean, to be honest, we
I
knew
called
it was going to be Fossa, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
look.
he was on point with this one. But, I mean, 62 kill participation? Come on, man.
Yeah,
no,
dude,
too low.
I called it. In game number 1 was Fossa on the Grok that set it up. Yeah. Game number 2, Fossa on that Jawhead has been setting it up. His setup has been completely nutty. Don't forget, Zion was the one with the kill score.
Yep.
It's always them killing, having a kill score, but Fossa coming in at the nick of time to pick up the one crucial team. Yes, you can have everything. You can have like in let's say in the exam, right? Yeah. In your daily exam, you can ace your pop quizzes, you can ace the quizzes, but in your final O levels, if you decide to flunk, you flunk.
Yep.
Okay. I think that was very personal to me. I was like, how did you know? How did you know this? Like, have you been doing some research on me? Because
I read your biography.
Got it. Yeah, but that's a situation that can happen, and I agree 100%, right? He was ready, right? And let's talk a little bit more about some of the plays in the highlights here.
Yeah, so if you take a look at this part of the highlight, I think Supergirl, his positioning, like I said before we go into this, his positioning is on point. Supergirl just needs one feather airstrike. This is the point where, Stellark cancels off the feather airstrike. Not a single one has been landed, and immediately you notice what happened. Zion lost that team fight. So that nuke coming in from the side of Supergirl has been very, very crucial. And if you notice, so much tools are put in just to make sure Supergirl doesn't get pull off the feather airstrike. And of course, Vanix coming in, the long range time coming in, and look at that. Fossa punishes the Zion right back again. Supergirl, once he hits the real world manipulation, sorry, not real world manipulation, mind you, the feather airstrike. I haven't said that in a long time, ladies and gents. Once Farsa comes in back online with the cooldown, that's where Zion have this mega bursty damage. But in terms of the long out, drawn out fights, definitely goes in the favor of Stellark, and Stellark is banking on it. Zion has this one mega big super burst. Once you use it all, they don't really have damage at all. They'll fall off. Just look at that Sync at the back line. Yes, that's a lot of sacrifices being made, but you can see the amount of time being bought. whereas the members of Zion focuses on sync, the front line was a little bit unsafe. But I think this is also the part where you see Forza just flickers forward. You can pull yourself together with the CD reduction on flicker, just definitely helps a lot for Forza to set up these wonderful plays. But Supergirl, look at the feather airstrike. This could be the turning point, but look at how old Bambi with the second skill snipes Supergirl away, and that is it. You know, when we're looking at that replay right there, I think that is the winning portion. When the next wave comes in, that's definitely Stellar's game to win.
Yep, I think at this point, Stellar understood the draft of Zion a bit better than Zion did themselves. And of course, you know, it's painful for the Zion fans today. Thank you for coming down, right? For those of you watching online, thank you for that as well.
And of course, ladies and gents, every time I haven't renewed my OCBC credit card by Frank as well. It's so annoying. So of course, the producer is gonna remind me, and I'm gonna remind you that there is a special card for you guys to take away. You can flaunt your MLBB Pride in real life too, as well with the Frank by OCBC. Is proud to support MPL Singapore again. Thank you very much, Frank. I always like your cards, of course. Have been supporting me since 2016 because I'm not Singaporean. So from now on to 9th of October, you can sign up for a Frank X MLBB debit card online and choose one of the 5 limited edition MLBB card designs. Plus, you can be the first of 275 eligible applications to get a surprise MLBB Epic Skin redemption code worth of $25 when you apply and spend at least $200 with your Frank debit card. Which I have.
Which you have, and now you're just flexing.
Which is expiring in December. I don't really have the time to go in. Maybe I'll just walk to the buffet. Can you help me renew it for me?
I think you're going to have to do that right now.
I can't just skip the queue, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to do that during the break. But let's talk a little bit, and one last thing about Zion, right? I was impressed by what they played.
They did, yes.
They had an advantage. It's those late game decisions, just cleaning those things up.
Yeah, another thing that you guys have to also remind yourself, Stellar came from the open qualifiers. They took that seat away from someone who is seeded into this season. That means that, you know, this is so wide open for everyone to take.
All right, but let's go back to the host here for the post-game interview.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, right now here beside me, I do have the brains behind that fantastic play, and we have Nash right here with us today. Yeah. So Nash is the coach right here at Slate Esports. So that was really, really wonderful. So what I understand, Nash, is actually most of the teams right here at MPL SG has gone through a boot camp, and I believe you guys have as well. So did it benefit you guys? And like, it seems like it paid off well. What are your comments?
Test. Okay. So honestly, moving into bootcamp, it really pays because all of us, some of us are working and been having kids and stuff. So having bootcamp is actually it's helping us on the bonding side because our team, one thing is we need that morale to be higher up. So without morale, we actually played very bad lah. So the morale is important, and bootcamp for me, it really pays. And at the same time, for me personally, I was an analyst before, so I stepped into Amok's position prior bootcamp. So from day one of bootcamp till now, it has been me and the team drafting phase and stuff. It has been a collective decision lah from us. So yeah.
Now, it was really, really beautiful to see all the way. We have been watching you guys, especially from the regular season until now. I believe most of us can see that it's really evident that the team synergy. And you guys are just, you know, unprecedentedly patient right here in the game. So definitely bootcamp paid off. Well done, guys. Now, we do have other questions for you. Now, this is more targeted in the first game. Now, did you feel that you guys a little bit overextended, especially at the blue buff before the third turtle? And what was your feeling when Stellar nearly got wiped out there, only with an Esmeralda left?
Personally, I feel even though we won, but it's not the cleanest game lah. I mean, after today, we will review back the games and we will review back individual mistakes. And personally, for me, when during that buff fight, we almost got wiped out. I was a bit, a bit scared. Because if it's a wipeout, it's a different game already. But we managed to actually turn back the game lah.
Yes, great job. So the next question is, how do you feel about Game 2 when Stellark chased Zion after the Lord?
For me, it has been either it's a lot or it's a kill. So if we didn't manage to get a lot, we will have to trade it back with kills. And if we didn't manage to get the kills, we will get a lot. So it's like a trade things for us.
So either way, Stellark gets their way. Either it's a lot or it's your death, right? So now this is more of a personal question. How does it feel like being the one to draft for Stellark? It's really big shoes to fill, isn't it?
First, this is my first time, and I'm actually very honored to have seen Forza, Bambi, all these experienced players. Actually, they have been helping me out with the draft also. So honestly, for me, it's not only my doings, it's the team's effort also. So it's a collective decision from the teams and me as well. Yeah.
Now that's absolutely beautiful to hear. If you guys can't see, Stellark is actually going wild behind the scenes. Now, this one is also a very interesting question. Who do you respect the most here at MPL SG Season 4? It could be players, it could be coaches. Who do you respect the most?
To me, personally, for me, I respect everybody in the scene because honestly, I know that everyone has been doing a good job and they've been sacrificing a lot. Even it's not Stellark, it's from RSG, EVOS. Everybody has a part to play and making this event a blast lah. So basically, I thank them for the sacrifices.
So is there any individual that you look up to rather right here in the MPL SG scene?
The one I looked up to, I'm not sure. Maybe my team.
Oh, you look up there. Okay, that can be accepted. Fair play. All right, and finally, maybe this to our teams watching on the sidelines. Who works the hardest right here from Team Stellark, coming from the coach?
Who works the hardest? I have to be a bit neutral here lah. So I would say I have to play safe. So I have to say everybody actually did their own part lah. I mean, each of them has their own weaknesses, and I myself have my own weaknesses lah. But every one of us has a part to play, and actually everyone worked the hardest especially during the boot camp lah. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nash, for your insightful sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was Nash from Stellark with such an amazing win from Stellark SG early on, especially right here during day one of playoffs. Now, next up, later on at 1 p.m. is an exciting match to watch. Next up will be a match with veterans against fresh blood. We have Team Evil going against Team Flash, where they fight to survive to compete in MPL SG Season 4. And we'll see you at 1 p.m. later.
Reconciliation. Since its debut in the early days of the game, Guzhin's popularity on the Assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhin. That's why we're bringing Guzhin's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhin in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhin's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't get first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick laser?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name.
Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo. Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
investigating the suspicious appearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of ours.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
I'm right. I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader? Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name.
Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! What's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan,
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep with the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Fusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. Patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious activity.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
your SMG, give your so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Yes.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you choose that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing XP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Let's see. Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Oxim.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious act of
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't come first blood again. Right? Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need filter or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your kitty smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick Lilia?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad. Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy. Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival,
When you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan,
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival. Even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me at playoff, until first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn off.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KDA smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name.
Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I'm playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo. Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need Twitter or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Rival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you choose that as the warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival. Even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
we're back right here. Day one has started off right off the bat with a bang for us right here at the playoffs today. Now, Slate SG has kept their hopes alive right here for the championship, nuking Zion Esports 2-0. Not only just eliminating them from Season 4, but also robbing them of their invitational spot for Season 5 itself. Now, next up for Match 2 is something that we have kind of seen before in the regular season. We have Evil squaring off with Team Flash, again a repeat from last week of the regular season. Now, previously, compared to the previous show, the stakes are higher as the teams losing this match will lose the invitational spots to Season 5 as well as being eliminated. So this is do or die for both of our teams. Now, Evil found their stride in the final week of the regular season and took down Flash in style. We can only watch to find out if history will repeat itself in this matchup. Or can Flash prove themselves worthy to stay right here in the competition? But first, we want to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors right here at MPL SG Season 4. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the community team who can never be counted out, put your hands stuck together for Evil! Right here from Evil, we do have Coconut, Carrot, Powerful, Melon, and JS. All right, Team Flash. All right, Team Evil, over to your battle stations. And next, the veterans who risk losing it all, put your hands together for Team Flash. Right here from Team Flash, we have Pokemon, KZP, J, Reminiscent, and Alpha V9. Right now, as we speak, the teams are entering the Land of Dawn. So let's have our handsome and dashing casters, Hala, Kinderfu, and Jace. Take it away, boys.
Welcome back, and this is going to be the playoffs. We saw an amazing series. The first one open qualifier team made it into the top 6. Will we see another one, Kin?
Yep, I mean, it is getting a bit colder, right? Not just because of the rain, but because one of the teams have actually left the venue already. They've been knocked out of this competition altogether.
I think we're on the opposite side, Kin. I think my take is getting hotter right here because we've already removed one team. It's going to get hotter even from now. Team Flash going up against Team Evil. Team Evil, to be honest, nothing to lose. But Team Flash, well, they are a star-studded team. They have a lot more to lose.
Definitely, definitely. And it's a tale of two teams, right? In the sense that Evil is on a 2-game winning streak, Team Flash is on a 3-game losing streak, and now they're meeting here. It's going to be, 6 versus 7. This is a loser. I mean, if you lose this one, you're out.
Yeah, not only that, they also lose their qualification spots for next season as well. So it's going to be a very painful defeat, right? So one now and one in the future.
Yeah, so I think for now, this will be our final match where we'll have to say goodbye to another team. So day one, we'll be seeing 2 teams away. This one will determine which team will walk away. Not only just from, I think we stressed this way enough. But let's talk about the teams currently right now. Evil going up against Team Flash. Looking at the stats that I have on hand in terms of the teams, Evil has a higher KDA at almost the same GPM. So you can say that Evil are very kill hungry. At the same time, they're also quite economical. But at the same time, for the team side, Team Flash, they actually have a better Lord secured as compared to Evil. But that's also because that, Team Flash shows that they're better at the macro games towards the later parts of the game.
Yeah, so let's kind of see exactly what we're talking about in terms of the Evil stats going into this one. This is across the league that they played in, but Kin, kind of walk me through some of these stats here.
Yeah, so if you take a look at the average KDA, it is going to be 2.31. not exactly accurate. I think these are some of the old stats, but of course we have all the different players, right? We are gonna try and see, can we get our eyes on the signature heroes that Evo has been playing? Like you mentioned before, they have this 2-game winning streak coming in today, right? And of course we have Powerful, who actually, you know, got more and more powerful as the regular season came towards an end, right? And now we're in the playoffs, so he might be a very different monster altogether.
Yeah, and of course, not only just Evo, right, from the side of Powerful, right? Look at JS. His kill participation on a little bit slower, average KDA 2.6, but he's actually making a lot, he's doing a lot of work at the side lanes, you know, split pushing and looking at the flanks.
And they've done quite well. I mean, they've gotten themselves in this one. This is one of those teams that we're expecting even more for. But let's talk a little bit about Team Flash. This is a team that's really been struggling. They haven't been able to find their footing in the league, and they've kind of, you know, tapered off a bit. But, you know, this is all about the playoffs. Are we talking about a lower bracket run-kin?
Yep, I think, I mean, they are experienced team, right? They were joking around, you know, during our interview process, saying that they were competing for the old man title, right, against Stellar. So now there's going to be a couple of changes as well. Alpha V9 and Pokemon will be swapping roles instead right now. So Jay, maybe Jace can tell us more about this.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Like Pokemon used to be an XP lane in Season 1 under EVOS, and then now, you know, he's going back to his roots. Alpha V9, on the other hand, going to the Gold lane. We see this being pulled out in the last day of the regular season, so that actually is a big eye-opener. So hopefully this is their winning draft. Another thing that I also have to take note is Jay will be going into the major role. KCP, on the other hand, average damage taken a lot more as compared to Carrot in EVO. But let's take a look at the keys to victory, right? For both these two teams, how are they going to crack each other's Rubik's Cube, like I like to say. So for the side of Evo, they need to pick an appropriate hero for Carrot. Carrot is a very strong in terms of setting it up, but sometimes he likes to babysit Coconut a little bit too much. Therefore, if you want to pick a very team fighting kind of role for babysitting, I think it's using the wrong tool for the job. At the same time, Powerful needs to be protected during engagements. He's very kill heavy. If you notice, the KDA from the side of Evo is very high, so you would love to find the pickups at the later parts of the team fight. At the same time, focus on pressuring, rotation pressuring Alpha V9. Now, this is on the topic where Alpha V9 was a EXP lane, but now it should be focus on rotation on pressuring Pokemon instead on the EXP lane.
So Evil's the team that's got the open qualifier. Ken, you were actually pointing out the audience and how they've got the crowd behind them. Maybe the fourth element key to victory, get themselves involved, get the audience to cheer for them, because you can kind of feel that. But let's go to Flash. This is another team that's kind of, I haven't really been able to kind of see where these guys are talking about, but if we're looking at the KTVs on this one, of course, don't overcommit for kills or objectives. They tend to get a little bit out of position. It's one of those times where, you know, they see the replays, they see the mistakes that they're making, and they keep almost doing the same thing, which is a bit of a problem. Synergize as a team for engagements. They need to get on the same page. Everybody needs to work together. I don't know if it's a communication thing, shot calling, or whatever, but we've noticed that the team is not really playing together. And of course, the final thing, I think that we all suffer with this one, where we don't have the patience. But they need to figure out a way to get that patience into the late game.
Yep, that's right. So now with this role swap, I think hopefully their communication is a bit better. You know, earlier in the regular season itself, there were kind of some miscomms in terms of like going for engagements.
Yeah,
so,
but sorry.
Yeah, so in this case, I think let's take a look at our beautiful faces first, right? Well, we are here to present this entire event to you.
My mom never says that I'm beautiful.
Well, I'm gonna tell you you're beautiful today.
Thank you.
Yeah. So on screen later, you have our hashtag. This is the MPL Predictor. Now, if you can share your prediction for this match, write down your most creative comments in our comment section on social media. This can be on Facebook or YouTube as well. Do remember to include your game ID and server ID. And perhaps you stand a chance to win a very prized collection in the game, which is a exclusive MLBB skin. This is worth $749.
Dollars.
Yeah.
Which skin is $749?
Skins are a little too expensive at that stage, right? But at that said, I think we talk about predictions. I mean, everyone else can do it on MPL Predictor, but let's talk about our own predictions into this one. Jace, who do you have in this series?
For me this time around, I'm not standing on the fence. I'm on towards Flash because there's the star-studded team as well. They do have the veteran C card coming in, like what I like to say. Macro game is something that we need to look out for. What about you, Ken?
let's save me for last. I want to hear what you have.
Ooh, actually, I'm going to go with the crowd favorite. I think Evil. I think it's
All
just, I like what I saw. That momentum to me is a big indicator.
We noticed a lot of people wearing Evil jerseys as well.
Yeah, and they have yet to give me one, so I'm a little flabbergasted about it, huh?
Okay, so I'm supposed to be a tiebreaker, right?
Yes.
In this case, I'm going to have to go with the crowd as well. We have a lot of Evo fans today. And I like the performance in the last 2 games as well. So let's take a look at what the audience has predicted so far. It is going to be, it's quite even, at least for YouTube, you know?
Okay. It's because all the Evil fans are in the studio, the arena right now. Right there, they don't need to watch on YouTube or Facebook because they can watch it live and for free, of course. So, of course, those votes don't count. That said, it's a bit of a wash. I think it's very 50-50. Kin, you're on the fence, and you're going to be the tiebreaker on this one. But, the crowd right now is saying Team Flash.
Okay, we have to test the audience a little bit, right? We have a lot of Evo fans today. Can the Evo fans make some noise for us to hear? I have my headphones on, so it's going to take quite a bit of sound to get through to me, Evo fans, can you make some noise for your team right now? No noise?
No noise.
No noise? Everyone's sleeping? Come on. Okay. Yeah, louder. I want to hear the
I like the fact
Evo
Kin is
cheer.
actually milking the Evil cheers right here.
Of course. I mean, that's why I'm sitting on the fence, right? I want to see who I should support.
Peer pressure right there.
You should have actually asked, who the audience is for both sides, right? Like, which one is louder, and then you should have just taken the louder one.
I think I have to be very careful about that, We don't
And the fans are right behind us. They could come over here with a pitchfork, right? Remember all?
Yeah, but what's more important is how they're going to get this game on the way, right? So we have the draft coming in now. Let's take a look at how both teams are going to draft this out.
Yeah, on Evil, you'll be going for first pick Flash and second. Now Evil bans away Diggy and the Bowman. Pretty standard bans, but if the Diggy gets banned away, you will know that Evil has the Atlas in mind.
Yep, that's right. Another thing I want to shift the focus to Flash is we have seen KZP play, what's this champion?
The Matilda?
Yes, Matilda. So he has been using Matilda quite a number of games for Team Flash as well. And he has been consistently punished by the opponent teams. So perhaps this is something they might want to consider for this best of 3 as well.
I think Matilda is really nice. It's really boils down to the communication. Matilda is a very team-based hero. Right? If you dive in without anyone to follow along, then you're a national diving unit. You're delivering free food over to the enemy team. We've seen that a couple of times, but at the same time, Matilda does have a lot of value in her kit. So hopefully that, that 1 week break that we have, maybe make it 2 weeks if you want to really work very hard.
Your team is banning.
I hope that iron out that communication part.
Yeah, that's right. And another thing for Team Evo is I want to highlight about Melon. I think the last 2 games that Evo has won, Melon has been a very integral part of it, right? There was one game he was actually using His was on point.
Your team is
justice in the world.
Won them a lot of the engagements, and that's how they actually turned the game around and really just stopped the competition.
Interestingly, I think Flash banning away the Cho is quite interesting. I don't remember Evo playing Cho at all. But, Paquito's wide open. It's Powerful's hero. Don't forget, it's a do-or-die situation once again. I think Evo has to take it. They have to pick a Paquito. But rest assured, if Flash is giving the Paquito over to Evo, I think Flash has something in mind, like Phobius.
Yeah, Phobius, one of the hard
Your
counters
team
as well.
is
I really
picking.
like the skill set on Phobius. And like you said, so Powerful will be getting his hands on this.
He has to
Paquito.
take it.
And let's see, right? What is the answer from the side of Flash? And okay, a very straightforward one. It's going to be a Grok as well as a Valentina. So with the IMU on the Valentina as well as the Wild Charge and Guardian Barrier, it's going to be a very tough entry for Evo.
Yeah, now, but like I said, whoever selects the Valentina this early in the drafting phase will get to dictate what they pick next. Now, Evo has to pay a little bit more attention in terms of not giving too much big ultimates over. So now, Flash definitely in the driver's seat in terms of the draft.
Yeah, we have seen both Valentina as well as Grok earlier in our first game itself, and we know how dangerous both of these characters can be. Of course, there are certain prerequisites for the situations you want to set, right? And Evo, I think they are mentally prepared for this. They're, like you said, it was we give them benefit of 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks to prepare. I'm pretty sure they've taken a look at how Flash is playing throughout the regular season.
I will protect you in my
Let's take a
imaginary
look.
world.
Okay,
Your
it's
team
1-1
is
and
picking.
Lolita.
Okay, Lolita is definitely something that Carrot likes to play really well, and then you have this late game insurance in terms of the 1-1. But due to the nerf, you saw how it impacted Zion in the previous game, previous match. The 1-1 requires you to have the weakness point in order to proc on top of you first before proccing to the rest of the team. And that could be very clutch, right? Because this crossbow tank is not only just a way to deal damage all across the board, it's also a survivability. Those iframes will come in in the clutchiest of all moments. But then again, like I said, Team Flash now, you know, it's up to their pick. KCP on this drop, I expect him to play very aggressively in the enemy jungle, especially towards powerful. He does have the survivability. He does have the escape mechanism with the first skill, with the movement speed bonus to run away if he invades powerful.
Okay, so reminiscent with the Karina as well. So far, I'm preferring Evil's draft a little bit more. Not because I voted for them, but just literally in terms of mobility and the way they can kind of start fights. Engage in fights and get out of fights quite safely. Like, they are single target priorities, and I think that makes a lot of sense going up against Grok Wild Charge as well as Valence.
I think there's also the opportunity for the side of Evo, the low lethal charge. I think it may get cancelled just by a simple wild charge. So
Your
I think
team
it's up
is
to Parrot
banned.
to set out Luminous Blast at the most appropriate places, like from a brush, flicker forward with the ultimate, that sort of idea. But let's take a look at the bans, ladies and gentlemen. Speed Flash bans away the Lilia. We saw how Lilia could wave clear very quickly, and sometimes it can be quite clutch.
Your team
When
is
you use the Lilia
banned.
to wave clear when you're being siege upon. Now, Evo will take away Alpha V9's Claude. You use it in week 4, day number 2, so taking it away is quite cute. But Evo, on the other hand, I think they're moving to limit the marksman pool because they've already secured their own.
Yep, that's right. Now they're left with the mage at the mid position for the side of Evo. So we already seen Melon. He could come out with an Eve as well. Yes, it might be playing into a Valentina, but we know how good Melon is.
Nah, I think you don't really want to give the real world manipulation over to Jay as well on the Valentina, right? Because the real world manipulation could get responded by the same as well. IMU is super flexible. That's why Valentina, even though the nerfs on her numbers, her innate kit is still makes her viable. And now Flash bans away the Darov. You're gonna expect an Esmeralda going to come out from side of Team Flash. Pokemon will pick that up definitely. But Evo, on the other hand, knowing that the Darov got banned away, heavily hints that there's an Esmeralda. This Esmeralda will do very well against the Lolita because Lolita gives shields as well. And there's also Paquito that has some shields as well.
Yeah, we're left with the final ban on Melon. Let's see what Melon has in mind, right? So far, both teams, they have their pros and cons according to the draft. And I really like that particular instance of explanation from your side, right? Now, the guess from you is Popo and Cooper?
Yeah, I think Popo and Cooper is something you don't want the 1-1 to get out bullied in lane. The 1-1 wants to stay in lane as long as possible, and then get the basic. Melissa also fits that build. The lane bully gets taken away as well, and it's up to Team Flash to select their marksman. But I think they should pick up the Esmeralda first.
Okay, yeah, like you already predicted, it is going to be the Esme onto Pokemon, and that leaves Alpha V9, right, with the MM as well.
Esmeralda really good in terms of setting it up. The Falling Summon is really a very good flank too, and also allows you to get out of dodge very easily. But the shields is the one that allows you to really last long in the game and last long in the fights, right? So it's up to Team Evo. They have not selected a marksman and also haven't selected a mage and in an XP laner. Don't forget, the Paquito can always go back into JS. We've seen that before, but don't forget there is also Arkai and Bauman because is already taken away. So I am expecting something like any kind of heavy fighter. And there you go, the Frederick and the Lunox will be picked up by Evo.
Yeah, so now, same situation. Let's take a look at the late game insurance by both teams, right? So far, I'm preferring Evo's late game insurance. And okay, the final pick is going to be Bruno on the side of Flash. So, okay, I think it's pretty even in terms of the late game burst of damage. Now, it really then comes down to the positioning as well as the laning phase. And with this, we have already seen Evo can be very aggressive at the start, but Flash has more objective wins according to their stats.
Yeah, but of course, if you look at how these two games is going to go, right, Evo will definitely have a very strong early game with the Paquito. And then after that, you'll fall off slightly in mid-lane, mid-game. Hopefully, the Lunox will be able to carry in terms of the damage. But in the later part of the game, that's where they shine. The Fredrin will be a hard tank. The 1-1 will go in crossbow tank. On the other side, Team Flash, they're focusing on the mid part of the game. That's where they will truly shine. When Grok gets level 4, Valentina gets level 4, Esmeralda and the Bruno to start fighting from front to back. So Grok and Esmeralda to provide the Bruno with the front line. Bruno will kick anyone that comes in his way.
Yeah, now welcome. This is going to be game 1 of our best of 3 between Flash and Evo. Let's go!
And as we get into the game now, we see the first 2 picks in the league, of course. That's going to be Esmeralda with number 1. Paquito is number 2. Mind you, he has a 35% win rate. Something to take note of because, you know, sometimes it's like feast or famine with this champion. It makes it very difficult. I'm not 100% sure and sold if it's the right composition for him.
Yeah, so far, early aggression by Team Flash, right? They want to keep an eye on the jungle itself. Pretty standard from Team Flash. We know they can be aggressive as well. They just want to keep vision for now at this point, as Valentina is going to throw some pokes in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, you might as well. You might as put a little pressure, of course, very, very early. It's just one of those things of a feeling out process is more of a, hey, I have these skills, take some damage, eat it. Hopefully I can kind of scare you away. Nothing really is going to happen here. But let's talk a little bit about Coconut and Alpha V9 in the bottom lane matchup.
Yep, it is going to be difficult though. Reminiscent is around the corner. They might convert this into a 3-man gank at bottom, but it looks like that's not going to be the case as they're going to be pushed away by Carrot.
Still a little early. Of course, the turtle hasn't spawned. It's again, these are the teams where everything is at stake, right? The loser goes home, you're out of the relegation, and pretty much you're just going to cry about it because of the fact that you're going to have to go through open qualifiers to get yourself back into the league.
Yeah, so we were mentioning earlier, right? They want to make sure that they protect Powerful, and I think so far they're doing a good job, right? Powerful has been pretty free in the map, and you can see Flash, they need to try and figure out their rotations now because the first objective of the game is going to be coming up and to make sure that he's safe.
Yes, yes. And Team Flash is a team, I think there's more to prove with them. They need to figure things out, right? We've seen success in the past, but we haven't really seen the Team Flash of old. But as I say that, let's talk a little bit about emblems here, Kim.
Yeah, okay, so no discounts on items for any of the players here, but it is going to be an assassin emblem here for the side of Paquito. So Powerful, I think he's doing pretty well here. He is going to do the turtle dance at this point. We're going to be very careful about this situation.
Yeah, JS is actually very tanky. Oh, nice 2-man knockout. Melon is getting a little bit low. Reminiscent as well. But who's going to fall first? Powerful is down. Ticket Turtle is already dead. Reminiscent is gone. Powerful now on the run.
Yep, that was nice by Evo, right? The fans are already shouting. You can see that that's a big win for them. It is going to be a slight goal advantage at this point, something ignorable at this point. But Evo, what they've done is they've net themselves extra experience. They have the opportunity to snowball from this. While it may not seem like a very big thing, they didn't lose much in that turtle exchange as well.
It's the first punch that was thrown. Evil threw it. They got a kill out of it. They got the turtle as well. Both of them are going to get themselves into prime position. Evil right now have done a great job. But again, let's talk a little bit more about the items, especially at this early stage.
Okay, so actually this time for this game, the Paquito is not going for the tanky build. He's actually going full damage at this point, right? And I think that's interesting. Evo, we know they can be aggressive, and I think they want to take a huge risk. Perhaps they want to just snowball and end this game as quickly as possible. If you take a look at the stats of Evo, they actually end the games pretty early.
Yeah, Fredrin is going to be the tank, right? Paquito doesn't have to slide into that role, so to speak. He can actually do the damage. Look for that burst. He needs to make plays, and I think that's the best way to play Paquito, is when you're able to find those burst, those kills, right? There's a ton of squishy guys on Flash. They need to make them pay for being caught out, and Evil definitely needs to ride on that.
Oh, Melon, be careful there because Jay is quite mobile as well. I think so far the wave management by both teams has been quite on point, but Pokemon has to be very careful, right? I think there's a lot of pressure being put on him now.
There's a lot of pressure. He's been taunted, but he's got his shield. He's going to be fine. Yes, there's the knockup, but this is a commitment from Evil, from 2 of them to rotate in the top lane.
Yep, right across there, you're going to see some plays being made at the bottom as well. They want to get that 1-1. Coconut, can he make it out though?
He's getting a little bit low, and Reminiscent, okay, they do end up getting the kill. Coconut is down, and 1-1 is going to come back as 2-2.
Yep, so they burst down the 1-1. They have to commit the IMU by Jay. I think it's a fair trade at this point. So 1 second before the next objective comes up. It's 1-1. So much action around the map, but not a lot of deaths.
Yes, yes. Not yet. Still very early. The turtle is going to be started by Powerful here, but he does need to be careful. He is outnumbered. As I say, that Carrot is taking a little bit of damage. They have the Terrify and the Slow, and they're just going to kind of back off here. JS is now here, and this should be an easy turtle going the way of Evil. Yeah, no steal there. Powerful will secure that one.
Yep, so far, and while that's happening at the bot lane, they're trying to push in the wave as well. So far, Coconut doing okay against this Bruno, and that is not looking good for Team Flash, right? That's the last thing that have happened.
Definitely not. Definitely not. It's one of those situations where you're trying to get yourself that edge, not really able to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about just farming, making sure that you have something for that late game so that you carry. But, you know, Team Flash here, okay, look at what KZP is doing. He's doing a little bit of scouting action. And Jay, Carrot, kind of skirmishing there. And they should back off here.
Yep, so far what Team Flash is doing is they're buying time, right, for their Karina. And it looks like they will get this first objective on the bot tier 1 turret. So this is looking good. Some recovery for them. They are keeping the goal pretty even for Team Flash. Just slightly lacking a bit in the EXP zone.
A little bit. And in terms of the net worth, I mean, this is pretty much it's a coin flip at this stage, right? So both teams understand what is at stake. But the bottom turret being taken out like that, especially at this stage, kind of early. You have a lot less space, but as I say that, Jay, he's getting going on here. Carrot will end up falling as well, but they did trade. Reminiscent will secure that kill. Now they're going to back off Team Flash, or going to look to just kind of stand still at this the mid lane.
Yep, Evo. Now the question is, do they want to make this play even longer? Because right now, Team Flash, they are a man down. Of course, with this, I think Powerful just wants to make sure that there's a lot of pressure in mid as well.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at that player Gold, Alpha V9 with that turret. Obviously, he has springboarded himself into the top lane, or to the top position, that is. Doing quite well. Powerful, slowly, slightly behind him. And that's a little worrying as a Paquito, right?
Yep, exactly. I mean, if the hyper carry on the side of Team Flash is getting stronger in all the time, and you're not getting kills on your side, it means they're going to snowball quite fast.
Oh gosh, Alpha V9 getting a little bit low, as well as that turret. But that barrier will be there to just zone them out. And it looks like they're going to back off here. Team Flash have defended, but you know they did take a whole bunch of structural damage.
Yeah, so far I think Team Flash in a very comfortable position. A very, very minuscule lead here, about 500 gold or so. They won a contest for this turtle. They have not managed to get one yet, and this will be big for them because they already have the gold advantage. All they need is the EXP.
Yeah, this is huge. This is a huge priority. All 5 members from both squads are going to make their way into the turtle. They do get the stun on the carrot though. They're doing some damage. JS is going in, and it looks like Reminiscent will secure the turtle. Alpha B9 getting a little low. Pokemon as well has to run safe. Alpha B9 doesn't get away. Pokemon is looking to be killed. Oh no, he barely survives a sliver of life. Jay, Reminiscent is going to be left for dead, and it looks like he's going to be the one. Ooh! Okay, all right. They get 1 kill. I was going to say.
Yeah, he got it. The crowd is feeling it for sure as Evo. They are leading the kill score 3-2. They're still trailing by the gold, though, at this point.
Oh, man.
Yep, Team Flash finally get their first turtle.
That was actually so close. So many of them, Team Flash could have fallen on that one, but the Numinous Blast, that was stolen. That doesn't get you the kill. And Melon is down, and that's a nice trade, but it's 3-3.
Yep, 3-3, but the map advantage is not equal at all. So far, it's been Team Flash all over the map. They're putting pressure. KZP maybe stepping a bit too far here.
Getting a little bit low. Does need to be careful. I mean, he's just so tanky. He should be fine here. But as I say that, Evil will continue to push the mid lane. That mid turret is a little weak. They do need to be careful about making sure that they don't get caught out, because KZP is not leaving this area.
Yeah, now it's going to be a very tough time for Evo, right? Because Flash does have control about just slightly after the river, which means that they will be able to...
Going in here, and it looks like KZP is looking to get a little bit low. Powerful is trying to fight. He does have a shield. He's fine for now. The stolen Numinous Blast. And the Alpha V9 with the burst from the Bruno is just too much.
Yep, like I said, Team Flash, they have this advantage and they want to push it to the limit, right? Evo, they have to defend. There's no way they can do proper wave management at this point. And Team Flash happy to oblige, right? I'm happy to take whatever you can give me at this point.
Yeah, they'll take it, and they'll take it in spades. That net worth is starting to increase a bit for Team Flash. They found what they've wanted. They've taken mostly through kills and stolen, jungle camps, and so they've kind of been that aggressive player, or the aggressive team that is, and so Evil now need to respond a little bit better.
Yeah, so at this point, I mean, if we take a look at the itemization, so far, yes, they are a bit poorer on the side of Evo, right? 2k down below. And it looks like the 1-1 is getting some decent items. They have a tank killer item as well.
Oh, they found Coconut. There was a Coconut. He was just deleted off the screen right there. That was very quick.
Yeah, cracked open as Team Flash. They are going to enter the Lord's Pit as well. Melon.
Oh, Jay getting a little bit low. He flickers. He's fine. He just barely gets away. The Lord almost killed him, but Pokemon is very deep. He's going 1 versus 3. Does need to back up. Needs to be careful here. And the Lord is going to be used, or going to be gone on in the background. So they do have the taunt on KZP. He's going to start to run now. JS really is trying to draw a beat on him. They're going to back off here. The Lord is going to reset.
Yep, Team Flash, they know that it's not looking good. They could have turned it around on the side of Team Evo, so now they have to be very careful about their positioning. JS here, I know he knows that Jay is in the brush there, so they have to make sure that they position themselves properly. Right now, they're going to try and reset the Lord. They're going to bring it over to their side. The Lord's dance has been started by Evo, so Evo want to make sure that they know where exactly each of the Flash members are at.
5 members of Evil here. JS all the way in the front, providing that space and that vision, which is actually key for them. But as I say that, the Lord, halfway. The Guardian, the barrier had been used, but just to cut him off. Now Evil, are they going to go back into the Lord here? The dance continues.
Yep, it is going to be a reset, but Team Flash, they definitely have the advantage, right? They have this slight wave management advantage, which means that Evo, if they choose to pursue this Lord, they might lose out a couple of turrets.
Yeah, the mid wave is crashing into the Evil turret right now. They need to be careful about that because three members of Evil are rotating to deal with that. Now the Lord has gone on. It's about 60% here. Carrot does see everything, though.
Yeah, but JS, he wants to make sure that Jay is not part of the fight. The IMU is available at this point, and it's going to be a disaster if they get it down. Pokemon, though.
Yeah, he's going to back off here. And KZP continuing to be in front. He does have that power of nature being charged up. He's not going to let it go, though. But the Lord, again, getting very close. Who's going to go in? The Lord with a 2-man nice knock-up. That's going to be highlight reel. Oh, the Numinous Blast, that's going to be used. It looks like the call's been made. Melon has been killed. And it looks like Powerful is next on the list, and KZP falls. Coconut's going to secure that one. But the Lord is still up. Who gets that one? And Reminiscent will take the Lord.
Yep, Evo, that was not what they were looking for. They do lose 2 members. It is 2-for-1 trade, not the best situation for them. And they lose the Lord as well. So Team Flash are very comfortable to reset at this point, and they want to make sure that they relieve the pressure, right? Right now, the waves are already crashing in on the bot lane as well as the top lane. So Team Flash, they have so much lesser to do compared to Evo.
This is the Team Flash we do, right?
Yep.
Stable, sturdy, understand what needs to happen in terms of objectives, making sure that they get the right kills. They're not doing anything that's out of position. They're definitely sticking together as a team. They've been playing very well, just throughout this game.
And they're controlling members like JS as well as Powerful, which is something that we talked about in the keys to victory, right? JS manages to narrowly avoid that jump. And I think at this point, Evo, they have so much work to do and so little time. 3 waves from all different lanes are coming in. The Lord is marching down the top as well.
Yeah, it's going to provide more space for Team Flash. This bottom wave is starting to get gone on here. The mid wave is actually taking a lot of pressure as well. Team Flash are playing this one to the T. This is how you want to just... If you're ever, in this situation and you're winning, this is how you close out games. You make sure that you provide pressure in all the lanes, make sure that the Lord is doing so as well.
Yeah, I mean, Evo and Flash, they're playing 2 different games at this point, right? Evo wants to play Season with Stone, but Flash is like, I give you 3 options. You have to choose one.
Yeah, so they've got all of the outer turrets have been taken to the inner, Now it's left with the inhibitor here. It looks like they're going to back off to regroup here. 90 seconds on the next Lord.
Yep, 90 seconds is a long time, but it will be very short for Evo because they have so many things to do at this point of time. It's a lot of things to accomplish in a short frame. And right now, Pokemon's job is just to make sure that his presence is known. Yeah. Like, hi guys, I'm here.
Yeah. He's just going to flash it out, the Evo's, the emote there, and he's just going to stick around. Again, he has nothing really to worry about. I mean, he's going to look to just take as many of the jungle camps as possible. I mean, 5 members of Evil were right there, and Pokemon's like, I'm not scared.
Yep, and Powerful just got his hands on the Spell Vamp Axe, and that is not a timing that you're looking for, right? It's 30.5 minutes. Right now, they're trailing by 6k gold, and that was in a matter of, what, 4 or 5 minutes?
Yeah. And Evil here, yes, they have a little bit of space in the bottom lane, but they're not trying to, push that lane any further than they need to. They're very scared, playing timidly. I don't know if I like this playstyle going into this, especially since Team Flash has just provided so much aggression.
I mean, I understand why Evo is at this standpoint here. They can't afford to push loosely, right? They have to make sure their gold accumulations all the way around the 45 to 50k range. That's when it really hits just the late game itemization, and that's where they really can take a fight and make them risk it all.
Okay. I mean, I was thinking maybe just one player, just to kind of just split push, right? You alleviate some of that pressure because the Lord is coming up in about 5 seconds. You would have now Flash have completely just, fortified that area, made it very difficult even getting to the Lord. KZP just providing so much vision, understanding where Evil wanted to go, which is eventually going to be to the Lord. Now this team fight going to be key.
That's right. Now the Lord's dance is going to be started again, this time by Team Flash. Evo, they have to make sure they know what they're doing at this point. Powerful, he needs to be alive in the team fight. He's the last person that's supposed to die in this.
Pokemon, man. This Esmeralda is just so difficult to deal with. Oh, but the Numinous Blast, that does X-Connect. Nice two-man stun. Carrot down. And it looks like they're going to get another powerful as well. And, you know, Team Flash have just turned this one off. Alpha B9 does fall. That is key. Coconut looking to fight JS as well. Have they been able to turn this around? Jay is dead on this. And it looks like JS is trying to get the attacks onto Pokemon. They're going to back off. 3 members, both surviving on both squads.
Yeah, that's right. That was a nice turnaround by Evo. They really needed that, right? If anyone died again, that would have been the end of the game for Evo. They would not have been able to survive. I think Team Flash doesn't even need to take the Lord at that point, right? They could have just ended the game there. The death timers are getting a bit longer now. We are hitting the 15-minute mark, which means that your death timers will be around 20 to 30 seconds. So it's going to be a very critical point not to die. And like I mentioned, they do not want Powerful to die, and Team Flash knows that. They've been chasing him the whole game.
Yeah, actually that team fight, man. You make one more mistake. They didn't get those, you know, those other 2 kills in return. You know, this game could have been over. Like, Team Evil right now are hanging on a thread. This net worth lead is only about 4K or so. The Lord is going to get gone on right now. But Team Flash, they feel like they're, you know, a team in strength, in a position of power. They're going to continue to start on the Lord here.
Yeah, Flash ready to get it started here. KCP ready with the wild charge as well. Here we go.
And here we go. And Pokemon looking to fight this one. Does need to be careful. The Numinous Blast, that was going to be used. They got the nice 3-man up. Alpha B9 has already been dead. Jay's going to be next on that list. Pokemon is on the run. Can they get more? Team Evil, this is an opening. Reminiscent tries to get to safety. He's going to be fine. He dashes under the turret. Evil are going to let them go at this stage, but they've gotten what they wanted.
Yeah, show me an opening. I'll tear it wide open for you. A huge gap by Flash there, and Evil just capitalizes on it. And now they've taken the Lord. They are going to revive themselves here. Evil showing that the last 2 games were not a fluke.
Do you feel it? The power of Evil. It's coming back. They get what they wanted. They get that nice team fight, that nice engagement. It ends up being into the Lord as well, and now they've turned the tables. They have a net worth lead.
Yeah, but no time to relax for the side of Evo. Yes, they've taken the Lord, but this is just one of the many things they have to achieve in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Right. It's not over. It's not about kills. It's not all about net worth. We've seen that in the first series today, where you can be behind. It's about making those late game decisions. Give yourself an opportunity to win. Now, Team Evil turned it around. They seem to have a slight edge here, and they're taking down turrets at a very quick pace.
Yeah, Paulo, you have to keep your eyes on Coconut. He is going to change the game, let me tell you, for Team Evil at this point.
Oh, the Lord in the bottom lane. Evil are continuing to take this this inner turret here. They've gotten what they've wanted. Now they've equalized in terms of turrets that have been taken. The Lord is still alive in the bottom lane, and it looks like they're going to back off here. Just chip away a little bit of this inhibitor turret mid, and that should be the end of it. As I say that, JS is kind of skirmishing in the top.
Yeah, now the whole story has changed, right? Team Flash, now they're on the back foot because Carrot, you know, he already has that immortality, and with the Numinous Blast, it's going to be very difficult. And here we go.
JS trying to go in for this one. They have the dash. Jay gets a little bit low. He flickers for saving. He's fine. Powerful is going to be left for dead. That was under turret. You got to be careful of where you're going. Now, JS on the run. Melon probably going to be left for dead. He does go get killed in the end. Alpha V9 will secure that one, but that's a 2-kill swing.
I mean, Evo, the saving grace for them is that the Lord is still down for the next 84 seconds. If not, that would have been Flash's game all the way.
That was, I mean, you know, we talk about patience. We talk about getting to the late game, but that is as impatient as you can get right there. Like, this is a situation where why would you dive under turret? You haven't gotten a kill. You're outnumbered. You're out, you know, they have the minion wave there, so it just seems like a really bad decision.
Yep, another thing to note is that, you know, we kind of missed this just now, but
false armor. That does go in for this one. He's going to flicker. Carrot getting a little bit low. They're going to slow him down. And do they have the damage? No. Pokemon getting low. They're looking to turn this around. They do have the suppression. The Numinous Blast is going to do something. Pokemon down. Coconut will secure that one. And now Carrot is looking for more. Reminiscent has been slow. No real way to get away. He's going to be left for dead. Coconut secures the second one. But Carrot is low. He's going to revive. He will be back. Jay's on the run. He's going to be left for dead as well. And Evil have turned this around with 3 kills.
I think this is the end, man. Like, Flash, they have no answer. There's 40 seconds without their tank. There's no J. B9, they can't do it. They can't defend. They're going to be taking the turret.
This is going to be it. Carrot is looking to get low, but can he survive? He's barely alive. KZP is going to be it. And it looks like Evil have turned this around at the 19-minute mark. And they will win Game 1.
Game 1. You can hear the fans. My goodness. Like, let's hear the Evo fans. Can you make yourselves known? Give us a shout out. You know, this was an absolute monster of a result. We did not see this coming.
No, I mean, like the power of Evil, the fact that they were able to come back, they were behind by about 4K very, very early. The fact that they were able to fight back and to just win it in convincing style in the end, it's all about those late game moves and things that we like about Evil. But Jace, let's get your thoughts on this one.
Well, it's going to be tough, right? But at this point, I want to point out something earlier in the game that we didn't manage to talk about, which was the emblem on a Paquito, right? It was actually high and dry, which doesn't make sense.
Okay, no, it actually makes sense, all right? But let me break it down to you in just a little bit. But before that, that was a pure crowd control festival. There's so many crowd controls being tossed left, right, center for both of these two teams. You gotta admit, the flash combo is there. Jay will take the Lolita ultimate all the time from a long distance, and then KCP to count wild charge to cancel the ultimate from the Lolita, the original owner of the ultimate, and then use it all. So it's a big brain move coming out from Team Flash in terms of the execution. However, there's this one late game insurance that came up online. The 1-1. Coconut, if you notice, he was dancing around that one particular part of the map, and no one can catch him. No one can catch him at all. And not only just that, Carrot turned it around. That Luminum Blast at the very last moment, at I think that was a 4-3-man stun at that bottom lane, bottom side Lord Pit as well. That turned that game around. That allows, Evil to start picking up the necessary items required, allow them to take the Lord, put more pressure on top of Flash, and from there on, I think Flash just spiraled out of control. They lost control of the map domination, which they should have, but that's because their mid-game power spike is not enough to close out the game. Like I said, Evil has a very strong early. They did not make it, because that's okay. And then after that, when the late game comes back online for Coconut, that's it. You start to shred. So late game definitely in the favor of Evil.
I loved it. I loved what I saw from Evil there. The fact that they were like, hey, we're behind. We don't really care.
Yeah.
We understand that we can outclass you in the late game. Just get us there. Now let's talk a little bit about the post-game stats in terms of a little bit of a breakdown for that one, Kin.
Yeah, so before we move on to that, I think let's take a look at the kill participation first. Jace.
Yeah, kill participation, just look at Carrot, 85%. He has been trying to stun even though he knows his life is on the line. KCP has him pegged on, like, basically the laser pointer is on him all the time. Whenever he charges up the Luminum charge, you know there's a wild rock coming to your way. So he is really putting his life on the line. I think Evil was a little bit greedy in the later part of the game where, JS flickered, tried to tauntify man. It did not work. But what he did was to manage to push Jay away from the Luminum Blast. That's why Evil made that decision. Another thing also to talk about is the fact that, Evil did more damage than Team Flash.
Yep. I want to highlight something that's very different from the Evil that we were looking at during the regular season.
All right.
The communication for Evil has been clean this game. That's one thing that I really need to highlight. Before, we may not know who's the actual shot caller because we can't listen to them during the game call, but I'm pretty sure the MVP of this game for Evil will let us know who is the one making the shots during this game.
Personally, I feel it's Carrot. I'm looking at a lot of rumors. Carrots, I feel like it's a team effort this time around, right? From Carrot catching people, and then after that, the rest of the Evil just zone in. They know that Carrot got their back. And not only just that, Team Flash cannot fight from front to back because of the shields from Carrot. Not only just from the roaming perspective, it's also from the setups. There you go.
Yep, it is going to be Carrot.
No, but the 85% kill participation speaks volumes, right?
Yes.
Your team is on the same page, so yes, you are making the shot calls, and people are listening to you when the fact that you're able to get into the right position. He was just a complete nuisance throughout the entire game.
He is. This is extremely exciting. Another thing that we would like to talk about is the fact that he knows that the Valentina always takes away his ultimate. He knows all of that, but then he put up his brave face. He tanked for Coconut. Allow Coconut to go to the late game once the crossbow tank starts to proc, and then the rest is history, right? You know that they're gonna get shredded like paper.
At this stage of the playoffs, if there's any team that I'm like, wow, I'm impressed with what I've seen from Evil, has been Evil. Like throughout the entire 3 or 4 weeks that we've seen them, they've just continued to get better. They're on the same page. I think for other teams that are at the top are gonna be a little bit scared going up against Evil in the future. Maybe if we get to that stage.
Of course. But ladies and gentlemen, we should be taking a look at the highlights very, very soon. I'm going to break it down what exactly happened, especially... Ken, you mentioned that the Paquito goes in for the high and dry. I think the high Android is a good emblem choice for the side of Paquito, but it's not used to its fullest potential. I was expecting powerful all the way to back line, solo boloing crazily, but instead they use Paquito as a knockup tool, as a way to team fight, allow, you know, Powerful to set up knockup punches, Carrot go into Aluminum Blast, Coconut comes in with the second skill. And look at that, it's just from this on point onwards. I think this is the one, if I'm not mistaken, that, no, Carrot already went down, so it's not that one. But look at how Coconut, right, is just ringing around roses. You have Pokemon Reminiscent trying to chase someone away, but Jay is like right there, completely out of position, but Jace, by JS as well.
This is like playing catching me, you know, in our primary school.
Actually, that last fight, to me, Alpha V9, if he does not die there...
That's correct.
Like, you know what I mean? This is a completely different game, right? The fact that they were able to catch him out, slow down Team Flash, changed everything here.
Yeah, I think it's just because, you know, KZP as a Grok, you don't really have any form of slows. The only person that you could potentially slow is Reminiscent and Pokemon, but Pokemon and Reminiscent is constantly chasing after Coconut instead. They identify he is the win condition for Evo, but unfortunately, you know, 1-1 proven to be super slick.
Like, this fight, why is Team Flash fighting? They already lost one. Why would they continue to go? Pokemon was down. They were like, oh, we're going to fight this 4 versus 5? Like, I can't do the math on this one.
and not only that, they go in one by one.
Yes.
So every single time someone on Team Flash dies, Evo gets them by a 5v1 situation. Like, hello, you want to join the party?
Yeah, Evo can never, will always surprise all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, let me remind you guys, Evo came in through the open qualifiers in the previous season. They stayed throughout in the season as well, and now, you know, getting one game away from Team Flash with an organization backing. Man, pat yourself on the back with this one.
Okay, but we know that this is going to be a hotly contested series. We knew that, and to be honest, I thought it was going to go to a Game 3. What are your thoughts?
I think with the momentum that Evo has, Evo is a very strong momentum team, right? You give him a, like what I said, you mentioned it, give him tag, he's gonna spread it wide, pour salt and whatever, and even vinegar and make soup out of it, and that particular festering wound. So Evo definitely in a better spot in terms of the tempo.
Yep, I agree as well. But I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep. Yes, like example, game 1, we had a 2-0. That 2-0 was not clean, right? It was a back and forth. There were moments that could have changed the entire outcome of the game. Similar for this series itself, Evo and Flash, it was just one minor mistake that kind of just led to everything, right?
Yep, but that's the thing. It's like what I said. You can ace every single game, and then if you can't win the game, then you still lose the game. But just take a look at the most impactful player from both these two teams. Reminiscent from the side of Team Flash, of course, the MVP Carrot on the Lolita as well. Just take a look at the damage dealt by both these two teams. In fact, Melon was the one that dealt most of the damage from the side of Evo, and Jay was the one, you know, also doing quite a lot of damage from the side of Team Flash.
A good mix, and that's what you want as a good team, right?
Yeah,
you don't want that one person. But sorry, kid, go on.
Yeah, no. So one thing we have to bear in mind, this is very different from regular season, right? Now, when you lose a game, you are potentially going to be knocked out at competition.
Yeah.
And we know during regular season, Evo crumbled mentally, right? In most of the games, when they lost the first game, it was kind of game over for them. But now they have this lead, and adding on to that pressure is that potentially the losing team is going out of the competition. They'll be knocked out of the straight qualifiers. That invitational to the qualifiers as well next season. So now the question is, Team Flash, do they have the mental capacity to do this? Can they draw it up in the first place?
But I mean, that's why, you know, Team Flash, star-studded team, they're veterans, right? If you notice their macro, I think it's quite okay. It's just the fact that, you know, Evo has the better micro in the end of the day.
Okay, yeah, I do agree with that. And at the same time, it's like those last-minute mistakes, right?
Correct.
They were like, one person got killed. They were like, we continue to fight. It's like one of those things where, you know, you just got to tear the Band-Aid off, right? Don't let it simmer. Don't try to fight, you know, you continue going on. You don't want a long, sustained fight when you're outnumbered.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the way they took fights needs to be polished a little bit. You know, yes, they are professionals, and this is a very tense and very stressful situation. But the fact that you're going in one by one in the team fights is not exactly what you should be looking for, right? Bear in mind, yes, they do have the capacity to have AoE skills, right? They have the Guardian's Barrier and the Wild Charge. Yes, you do expect a solo engagement where you go in for the fight and the rest of the team backs it up. But I really think Team Flash still needs a bit more communication. Still the same issues from that final week, right? It was a miscomm from the team.
I think they were doing quite well all the way to the last part of the fight when, you know, they actually forced EVO all the way back to the base turret, right? I think they're doing well until that point of time, but I think you can sense the frustration. Like the EVO just couldn't die. They can't wire the EVO out no matter what exorcism they did. Yeah, I know that's a segue to the exorcist skins, but of course, we're going to go into game number 2.
Alright, we're gonna get it started here with a Diggy and a Julian ban. Okay, no Diggy for you for the side of Team Flash. And of course, Evo, like you said, with the previous draft itself, I think both teams drafted pretty well, right? In terms of execution, I really strongly believe it's just a form of miscommunication or communication breakdown between the teammates on the side of Team Flash. So I do not expect a stomp for game 2 this best of 3 series, but I do expect Flash to bite back extremely hard.
Hopefully, they need to find a way to bite back, be it, hook or bite.
In the world.
Now, Team Flash consistently banning away that Cho. I think they are afraid of something based on their draw, because that Cho, super flexible, can bring him to the XP lane in a roam, and even to a certain extent, the jungler as well if you watch other regions. But now, Diggy, on top of Diggy, the Akai will get banned away once again.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Cho can displace one singular member of the side of the opponent team. So I think that this is something that Team Flash does not want. If you take a look at how Team Flash fights the exchanges and skirmishes, there is always a full plan in terms of like having 5 different skill sets used at a layering basis, right? And if one portion fails, that kind of setup kind of fails for the team of Team Flash. So yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons why they do not want a Cho, because it breaks the rhythm. And now they're going to ban out this Paquito as well.
Yes, finally, that should be banned in the previous game. You gave it away to the side of Evo. Evo would definitely take it for free. But I have to echo what you said, Kin. Like the fact that they know how to layer these wombo combos together, but in the end of the day, if there is a communication breakdown, you need everyone in the team to make this wombo combo work. One person down, you can't make that work at all. Then you lose that big power spike thingy. But oh, hold on a second. Evo bans away the Atlas. That means that the Valentina and the Faramis is wide open. Team Flash, what is their pick?
Oh my, the moment you mention a Faramis, I worry for all 3 of us in our eyes. Right, that Couch Alter.
Oh my god, okay.
Yep, it is going to be a 1-1 instead. So we're still safe from the Faramis Couch Alter at this point, but 1-1. That major impact in game 1. Right, Coconut going really coconuts with the 1-1 stacks as well. And yes, like you mentioned, it is going to be a Valentina as well as a Faramis. Welcome back into colors and sprinkles across your eyes.
Here we go again, ladies and gents. It's just a bit awkward. The last time I seen, Faramis and Valentina being on the same team, it is right here in Team Flash versus Team Evo, and Evo already at match point. One more win for the side of Evo. Evo gets to go up into up in the brackets, in the lower brackets, of course. But then again, you're giving 2 very strong and game-changing majors, slash support over to side 1 team. What is Team Flash thinking about?
I mean, it's really difficult, right? I also do not understand this, but with the Balmont and Grok, it does make a bit of more sense to me, but still doesn't answer the question end of the day. Because when you have a Faramis and you have a Valentina, let's just talk about the Couch Alter. The main purpose of the Couch Alter is to extend the fight, right? Negate your damage, drag the fight, and make you exhaust your resources as much as possible. And when it happens, Reminiscent does not get a chance to use the lethal counter properly. They will probably waste that Wild Charge and Guardian's Barrier as well, which can be alternatively then stolen by Melon. And it just doesn't look good. But, of course, like I said, this is in theory. In practice, it's always a different scenario.
Yeah, but I always believe that draft wins you 60% of the fight. But, like, looking at the draft from the side of Evo, if they select a carry, or Karina actually works as well. The percentage HP is actually quite good. If you can find, Alpha V9 on the 1-1 right off the bat, you delete her off before he proc crossbow attack, that is your game. But Evo, I think another pick that they can go for is that carry as well. Team Flash, I think it's up to them to ban that away. Carry will be their weak point because they do have the Bauman, they also have the Grok.
Yep, it's honestly, it's not looking too good for Flash in my eyes at this point. But of course, they still have 2 other picks, right, in the form of J and Pokemon at this place. And finally for Evo, Coconut and JS. I mean, the way they played previous game, that Frederick, Coconut played that 1-1 as well. I mean, the way that they have complemented the team as a whole is really impressive.
Your team
Yes,
is
I like the fact
there.
that the Claw gets taken away as well, because Evil on this one-bot combo with the Faramir Scout Altar, and then, you know, with the Wild Charge that's definitely taken away by Melon on the Valentina, it's an easy setup for Claw. You don't want to give that Blazing Duet over to the side of Evil, so I like that flash ban.
Yeah, and of course the Lilia is going to be banned, so no Black Boots, no huge burst, no AoE burst as well for the side of both teams. And I mean, we have already seen that Lilia was kind of played in the first series today, and we know how much of a monster Lilia is. And following that, it's going to be Eve ban, so no real world manipulation, which I think would have been a great complement to Flash's lineup.
Yeah, so right now, you know, you've got the Eve ban, you've got the Lilia ban, AoE damage is out on the table for the side of Team Flash. You do have the Bowman with the spin, but Bowman right now usually builds into a pure tank. You try to stick on top of your target as much as possible, slow him down. But I think right now Evo is winning in terms of the battle of sustainability. Like, you know that the Cult Altar is going to allow you to stay fight even longer. You saw how Valentina, when he starts to pick up those crucial items, she gets pretty hard to kill because of the healing, the magic. The spell vamp going in for the side of Valentina is quite powerful as well.
Your
Flash,
team is
once again, also wants to remove anything that could benefit from a long, drawn-out fight. Claude and the Melissa as well.
Yep, so long drawn fight, like we already know, right? The way that Evo is drafting, this looks like let's just take the fight as long as possible. And the one thing that Flash needs to keep in mind is that at this point of the game, Evo, they're just looking to take one tier 3 turret down from the base of Flash. And from there, they will actually split open the wood because they can just take super long, slow fights around and let the creep wave just crash in.
Yeah, Bruno will be picked up by the side of Evo. Coconut will be the driver's seat for that. Bruno, look at the win rate. It's 78%, rising up in terms of that win rate due to the fact that you have the buffs going in when he procs the first skill, does have the slow and also the movement speed boost. At the same time, you gotta have the thing, right? Evo, Bruno as well. This will definitely gonna be, someone that will stay as long as in the fight as possible. The crit chance will be definitely beneficial against Flash, but look at Team Flash, how they're gonna draft things. You don't allow, look at how Evo has banned away these AoE mages. There you go. Jay coming back with that Farsa, the Frederick to make sure that they stay inside the Fed airstrike. I think Team Flash, once again, focusing on CCs.
Yeah, I like this Farsa pick actually, because if you take a look at the lineup by Evo, they don't exactly have a way to stop. Yes, JS is going to take the Lolita, so that's two options for them, right? You have the pullback from Melon as well as...
Wait, what?
Yep, Carrot with the Numenon Blast. So they could potentially take out Jay, stop that Feather Airstrike. But you have to deal with the rest of the
Whoa, this is unorthodox. This is unorthodox, right? JS will be bringing the Valentina all the way to the top, to the XP lane, going up against Frederick. The range advantage will definitely go into the side of Evo. And then at the same time, Carrot comes back with his signature Lolita. Melon on the Faramir is going to be mostly as an ambulance, right? To make sure that he stays along the fight. But also at the same time, his second skill can hurt quite a lot.
All right, so here we go. This is going to be match 2, game 2. And it looks like, the draft is underway,
But I think right now, I just feel like, looking at the draft for both these two teams is actually quite intriguing, especially from the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, and with that, we are going into game 2. This might seal the fate for Team Flash if they do not pick it up and pull up their socks here. And here we go, the Evo fans cheering on their favorite team. Let's get it going, man.
Evil, Team Flash. Evil have the 1-0 advantage. This is going to be against game 2. Team Flash fighting for their lives, so to speak. And of course, the relegation, which is also very important as we go into it. But, at this point, I mean, Team Flash are playing for everything at this point.
Yep, and Evo not going to make it easy for them at all. Going to be very hyper-aggressive in their jungle as well. Not going to get a steal, but, mental strain on them.
Yes, definitely. All right, if we're talking about the draft, though, who are you giving the edge to just straight off?
I prefer Evo's draft, all the way.
Okay. What is it about the all the way that's so like, they have this advantage?
Jay's really low, though. Okay, so the way that I'm looking at this is that Evo's plan is to just delay and drag the fight as long as possible. And when you have someone like Coconut who's using a Bruno, he loves long extended fights, right? With the
Right.
itemization that comes from the mid game onwards, it's going to be very difficult for Team Flash to play against him. And all they have to do is to make sure that they don't pop the Cult Altar too early. And KCP and the rest of the team is going to have a really tough time dropping out on the, with the correct timing.
I mean, the Pharmacist is actually the #1 band in the entire league, right? In MPL SG Season 4. And usually it's got like a 50% win rate because the enemy team will usually pick a Valentina into that. And the fact that they were able to hoard both of those picks in that first series, I think just speaks volumes of what they're trying to do, is just limit the fact that you can't steal this Cult Altar.
Yep, exactly. Let's take a look at the emblems as well. Okay, so the Fredrin is going for a more tanky build, right? He's going to use the Concussive Blast as well. You are going to have the Magic Worship on the Pheromones, which I think is going to be an absolute killer for Team Flash. But Team Flash, they're going to start this turtle dance first.
Yeah, they do have the advantage. KCP is like lining up the power of nature. That's not going to be hitting anybody. But Pokemon is going to join the fight as well. Evil playing it very carefully. They see the HP. They can go in. Feathered Airstrike, that's going to lift his zone. JS is looking to just stop that one. They'll stop Renderson, but who gets a turtle? Remicent will secure that turtle. That's going to be the first one. Remicent now has to spin to win. He's going to be getting out of there. Powerful goes down next, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Pokemon.
Oh no, this is not where Evil wants to be at this point. Team Flash not only have to secure the turtle, they have also made sure that they have gotten a kill on their hands. And not just any kill, it's powerful.
Yeah, that's the one you want, right? That's the one you're trying to focus on, trying to make sure that you just make sure that they have a bad game. But as I say that, this Coconut, the Bruno is just so annoying to deal with in the bottom lane. Going up against Alpha V9 against the Wanwan, who are you giving the edge to in this little matchup below?
Based on how the rotations are happening by the teams, I actually would give it to Team Flash side. 1-1 should do a bit better because they want to make sure that this Bruno does not get fed.
You're right. Definitely needs to stop that, but of course,
they're coming
Feathered Airstrike, again, just the amount of zoning that's provided. Coconut has to just get to safety, and they're giving up, allowing so much damage on this bottom lane, but they're going to back off here, and that did about half of that, that armor plating.
I think it was a decent movement by the side of Team Flash. They did achieve quite a bit. You can see there is a slight goal lead advantage for them, but they need to do more, right? And they need to make sure that Alpha V9 is protected very, very well at this point. Because V9, if he falls off too much, that's it. Evo is going to win this game flat.
Right. And Team Flash seem to have that early edge. They've putting a lot of pressure on almost all 3 lanes. And, it's kind of on the back of what Jay is wanting to do of, we put chip damage in, we'll Feathered Airstrike, make it very difficult for you even to come to us.
So far, I think Flash is playing towards the key to victory, right? They want to make sure that it's really
the Feathers are a nice taunt! Oh, but he stays alive. The Cult Altar is going to be on point, keeping JS alive.
No way, Jose, for the side of Team Flash, as Evo says, no, you do not block me out. And with that, they're going to save the members of their life. JS with literally a sliver of health as he makes it back.
Yes, and you want to kind of do that, but mind you, your team is on a timer, right? The cooldown, if Cult Altar is down, you're going to have a hard time. You're very squishy. You need to keep yourself alive. But Team Flash now, starting the turtle. Carrot is going to watch this. JS, they go for the nice little taunt onto Carrot, though, and they're just going to easily take the turtle here.
Yeah, hindsight bias, that was a great move by Team Flash, right? The ability to make them burn Cult Altar means that they did not have that get out of jail free card to try and contest that turtle as well. I mean, it's a double red tree with the Balmont, so I wouldn't expect them to steal it in the first place, but Team Flash with the extra insurance doing very well.
Yeah, you got to make sure you get every single turtle, especially early. Use that advantage that you have. And Reminiscent, again, Balmont is super annoying. Teams don't like to play against it. It's like the 4th most banned in the entire league, so there's a lot of pressure. But KZP, now getting gone on here, should be okay.
Yep. Powerful at this point. I don't think he needs to engage. He needs to go and get the farms coming in. That is what is important for him at this point. Now, if you take a look at the items as well, so far the Balmont is doing pretty good. He is going to be building into quite a tanky character. And, granted with that double retreat, it's going to be an easy steal for him as well. Now, if you take a look at the jungler on the other side, which is going to be a Karina, powerful, also going for the tank, but it might not work out as well for them because right now they actually are at a deficit. It's going to be a 1.6k deficit at this point.
Early game, Team Flash knows that they're stronger. They're going to continue to provide that pressure. They get the bottom outer turret in the bottom lane. Very, very smart for them. Playing to the T of what they want to do. This Wanwan, once he gets a little bit more farm, he's going to be very difficult in the sense that he's going to do a ton of damage. And, he's going to be somewhat elusive in that sense. So you got to be a little bit careful of how, dealing with Team Flash at the later stage.
Yeah, at this point, I just want to keep my eyes on JS, right? He has the element of Wild Charge. He will be going down the...
The flicker keeping him barely alive with the dash. JS doing everything, and they've expended so much. And Team Flash, they didn't get any kills, yes, but they did a little bit of chip damage on that inner turret.
Yep, the movement by Team Evo looks to be a bit lacking at this point. I think, yes, they are feeling the stress as well. They do have this one-game advantage, but they will not throw it away. Coconut is left on his own devices. He will get the tower, but he's probably going to pay with his life.
Very smart there by Coconut, realizing that the entire team was in the bottom lane and they shifted to the mid, and Coconut was like, okay, I've got a window, got to take out this turret. They've done that. That alleviates some pressure. You got to do that. Now, this is going to be the third turtle. Team Flash has almost controlled all of them. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used just to zone. They've got the taunt. Melon is trying to stay alive. The Cult Altar keeping him alive in return. Pokemon flickers to safety. He's fine. Oh, they've gotten the kill, and they're going to steal it with that. Pokemon is down next on the list, and it looks like Evil are on the roll with 2 or 3 kills, as well as the turret.
Every single time that you think that Evo is, just dying or they're taking a break, and suddenly they just come back and steal everything from you.
Oh, and they want more. Team Flash have to run. They've lost the mid turret as well, and Evil have completely turned this around. Again, they don't panic. They play, and they understand that if we just win a team fight like they just did, they can take control of this game.
I mean, okay, Evo is definitely evolving at this point, right? This is a very different team than what we saw in the regular season. And the fact, I mean, JS, he has been a very consistent call all the way from the regular season, right? But his performance today so far is even better, right? JS with the IMU, a couple of nice steals, stealing the little counter as well. That really changed the game for them in the previous fight.
I love how, they took they won the team fight. They took the turtle, and what do? They put push in the other lanes. They took the bottom outer turret. So just like everything they're doing, like turns into the next thing. Like it's step by step of things that we need to do properly.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the bot lane. They're already taking the tier 2, and they're trying on the Team Flash to get this tier 1 at the top, which they have just done so. But nobody's defending the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we'll give you the T1 for the T2. I'll take that trade any day of the week. Evil understanding what they need to do. Right now that the fact that there's no inner turret in the bottom lane, it leaves an avenue of an attack for them. Team Flash need to figure something out as they're looking to maybe ambush Carrot here.
Nah, he's fine at this point. Carrot is the last person you want to go on if you're from Team Flash. And I think I just want to give you a theory, right? Regular season is Evo training all the different teams to focus on powerful.
Yep. And it's smart, right? But look at what Carrot's going to look to do. He does get knocked up, though, but it's Pokemon on him. He goes for the secondary, and he looks to fight here. The Feathered Airstrike is going to be used, and it looks like Powerful does need to be careful. Does have the Cult Altar, and that's going to keep them on point. The team fight is just too much. The sustain that they have, and they've got Alpha V9. All of the damage has been taken from Team Flash. They've lost 2, and Evil have another opening.
My goodness. Okay, let me share with you what I'm thinking. This is called classical conditioning. Evo is extremely evil. They play the mind games up to this level, psychologically. They have trained Flash to be scared of Powerful and to try and dive the back lines to ignore everyone else in the front lines. And that is just Evo doing evil things.
Evil, I mean, they won the team fight. They turned it into the Lord. The Lord is going to push the bottom lane. I mean, everything they're playing into the team, just so much smart. Like, they're very intelligent what they're trying to do. Their strategy's on point, understanding what they need to do to the next level. And there's a reason why they're in a commanding 5K net worth lead.
And it's not like Alpha V9 is like playing badly.
Yeah.
He's just died the once. But Evo is just tearing everything apart.
Everything. The coordination is completely on point just to how they're able to just stick together. They take the turret that they wanted and they want more. They're sticking around, making it very difficult for Team Flash to provide any sort of defense at this stage.
Yep, and it's a 2 to 3 level advantage from Evo.
Oh, they're going to have to throw out the barrier just to stop the bleeding. Feathered Airstrike, just slow it down. See what we can do with the Cult Altar that's going to be used again, and they're going to go in. Pokemon trying to stay alive. He does have just barely enough, and Pokemon has been removed. Powerful is going to get sliced and diced. The lethal counter is on point, but they've gotten to inhibit the turret. The Lord is continuing to march in. There's a bit of a timer. Reminiscent trying to spin. Evil are going to back off. They're going to look to take the mid lane here. KZP, he's going to be fine for now. They've got the other inhibitor turret, the last one standing. The Bastion of Hope is in the top lane.
Team Flash is extremely lucky that this is the 11-minute mark, right? So cooldown, the death timers are still a bit short.
Oh, the feathered airstrike one more time, but Jay getting blown up there. JS will secure that one. They've got the stun. Carrot trying to stay alive. He does need to be careful. He's going to be alive, at least for now, but Melon, they're continuing to fight, and Pokemon is up front, but where is the damage? Carrot survives, and nobody from Evil has fallen.
Yep, not yet, and they get all 3 tier 3 turrets as well in the base. So it's a barren land on the base of Team Flash now, and I don't see how they're going to come back.
This is it. Team Flash, backs on the wall. They lose this game, they are out. They are relegation, all of that, they lose everything. This is all up to Evil to close out the game.
So thousands of hours going to the drain in a matter of 50 seconds. The next 50 seconds will decide Team Flash's fate. And, you know, Evil, they are feeling it, they're comfortable. Their fans, can we hear you? Can we hear you scream again for Team Evil? There we go. Yeah, here we go. That's it. That's what they're feeling right now.
They're feeling it, right? This is the community team. This is the team that made it through the open qualifiers to get themselves into this situation where you have a chance at the top 6 is actually speaking volumes of Evil. They've put in the thousands of hours, but so has Team Flash, right? How do they get back in this game?
I have no idea. At this point, I have no idea.
all right. Like, at least we know we don't know.
Team Flash, they have a lot of things they need to accomplish.
You're right.
The first thing first is to get rid of that Cult's Altar. But how do you do that when they have the insurance of JS? The IMU is able to turn the tables around any point of time. And, you know, Melon doesn't even have to pop the Cult's Altar at any point of time early. He can always afford to do it extremely late. And that's the insurance.
Those 2 draft picks back to back was just so key. Like you take both of them, and they're going to take an easy Lord here.
Oh, here we
no
go.
real chance. Pokemon actually going in for this one. They are doing some damage, but they're going to just turn this around. Pokemon gets blown up. Yeah, you're a tank, but you don't have the damage. Evil are on the run. They want more. Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be immediately canceled. That's been done. KZP trying to stay alive, gets the dash away. He is fine, but they're going to look to focus now on Remicent. Powerful wants KZP. They've got Remicent. KZP does get to the fountain. He's fine. Powerful looking to stick around. He's going to just a little BM there by the the spamming of the recall, but they have the base wide open. Jay's getting blown up. Coconut does need to be careful. They've got an Alpha V9, and that is pretty much all the damage you need. Feather Airstrike doesn't really matter. They've gotten the base, and Evil will take game 2.
Yeah, cleanly for the side of Evil. You can hear their fans screaming and shouting. This is the Evil they've been waiting for all season, regular season, and now with the playoffs. This is a totally different team.
Absolutely. Wow, there is no words in my dictionary, which is a limited one, mind you, that Evil fought against Team Flash. Star-studded team with veterans, they've got experience overseas as well, and Evil community, pure community came in and say, I am the better team and I'm staying in MPL for the next season.
We got it. We got it. I mean, this is the team that was like, hey, they were losing in every single one of these games, but they understand the mid to late game, what they need to do to put themselves in a position to win. Very well played by Team Evil.
Yep, exactly. And this is not to discount Team Flash's efforts, right? Yeah. Team Flash, I think they had a very strong early game for both games in this series itself. And they just fell short.
Yeah, I think it's just like what I said, right? We're going between game 1 and game number 2. Evil is a very strong team when it comes into that, getting that momentum in, right? Once they got into mojo, once they got into that sports, that sportsman laser focus that I want to stay in MPL, they will take it.
They'll take it. They'll take it and more, right? It looks like this is a team on the rise. That's their, fourth match in a row, that they've won. This is a team that's clearly finding their groove at the right time. Is it the miracle lower bracket run? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like I said, this Team Evil is something that has evolved over the course of 5 weeks, right? And we have seen their evolution, right? I'll be honest, right? When I first saw Evil's first few games, I was going to count them out. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing as Stelarc, right? Like halfway through, they've managed to figure things out. Same as Evil as well. Don't forget, these two teams, both Stelarc and Evil, they were from the open qualifiers. And, they went up with people who actually get seeded. And I think that's a big statement that we are sending out in MPL Singapore, right? It doesn't matter whether you have an organization backing. If you have the mettle, if you have the determination, you have the Evil in you to take one game or the whole series from another team, they will take it.
Is that why I'm not good at this game? Is because I'm not evil enough? Is that what you're saying? Hey, walk us through a little bit about the scoreboard here.
All right, looking at the items, you can see from the side of Team Flash, not all they don't really have the items, but meanwhile, look at Coconut 505. No pun intended, ladies and gents. Endless battle with a lot more damage whenever he goes into flying tackle, Berserker's Fury, Scarlet Phantom, and even the Malefic Roar. That's it. That is the key items that Bruno needs to pick up. But don't forget, JS. Always been at the back line, picking up, KCP's wild charge. And then after that, it just in case if anything goes wrong, there's always Melon 0012 in terms of the assists. The Cult Altar came in all the time. It's just way too clean for Evil.
Let me say one thing about Jay. I think for him as the Farzo was the most frustrating thing. Every time he did the feathered airstrike, everyone from Evil was like, oh, we need to get on that. We need to stop that as soon as possible.
Yep, it's really difficult, right? We can feel Jay's pain, and it's not just the second game. The previous game itself was also a similar scenario. Of course, there wasn't a fast in game 1, right? But let's take a look at the game stats as well. I think this is really critical to kind of understand how Evil won Flash.
Yep, just look at the amount of damage Evil was able to deal because, Coconut and, Coconut was like all the way in the back line and he can't be touched. Carrot and also JS and even Melon to a certain point and even Powerful. Everyone is just forming this one thick wall that Team Flash couldn't penetrate through.
Yep, and they were forcing them to take fights. It was the hardest thing to do. Like, you could not avoid Team Evil. You had to fight them head on.
Yeah, and to me, it comes back to that draft. Why would they let the Faramis go and not pick Valentina first? It's either one or the other. If it's open, you know that they're going to take 2 and just make it super difficult. How good were the Cult Altars this game?
Exactly, it's like what I said. 60% the games are won in the draft. I think, of course, Evil took 2 of the most required heroes in order to win. And then so easy game. And even worse, they pick up a Lolita as well. Because if you usually, whenever you pick a Faramis and a Valentina, you're always very squishy. The Lolita come in clutch and you bring the Valentina to EXP lane. That is creativity.
Creativity at its finest, right? I think that it's a situation where the draft was amazing. The play style, the ability to bounce back. Just, my gosh, Evil. I have nothing but praise for this team.
Yep, but more importantly, let's take a look at the MVP. I can see the Evil fans are still here. Melon is gonna be your MVP for Team Evil with that Faramis. 0, 0, and 12. A wonderful job.
Wait. You could win an MVP with 0 kills and 0 deaths? What?
No, it's a 12. It's a 12 assists.
Of course.
Come on. Support lives matter.
Supports lives? Like nobody cares about supports. Production, we actually watch the games and you're looking at the supports? No way.
Come on. But of course, this speaks volumes, right? The Cult Altar coming in very clutch all the time.
Right.
Even though Team Flash does have, I think they have a mindset in order to beat that Cult Altar, which is to bring in that Farsa to burst down the Faramis Cult Altar before any shenanigans happen. But then again, you do have another Valentina to back you up. You have a Lolita to back you up again. I think this Faramis, rest assured, could just go in and force people to pick up fights because the first skill always drags people towards you too.
Yep. One more thing I want to add is that he had fleeting time on this Faramis and he had 12 assists. So fleeting time drops your cooldown by 30%. So that's why it was always seemed that they had that Cult Altar at the ready.
But that's why Faramis is so good in the sense that you know when your cooldown is off and then you just get aggressive. You know that try to burst this down, there's no way, right? But let's take a little bit of the highlights here. Jace, walk us through.
So this is when, the turtle fight happened. Just look at Carrot just sending it all the way up. Jay doesn't really have any way to run away. There's so many close calls in the early part of the game where Jay almost killed using also the flame shot as well. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so. But look at this. The Cult Altar coming in for the side of Melon, making sure that JS, even though they got knocked up in the air, they are still alive. Alpha V9, when they're trying to pick a fight, they're not really aim online at all. Looking at this particular fight at the bottom lane, I think this is where, if this is the case, look at how Coconut's positioning, focusing on the turret instead, and the turret was down even before the Lord reaches it. And this is also, like one that said, Melon's Cult Altar came in super clutch, right? Yes, the knockup from Pokemon to cancel out the Luminum Blast, but that's not enough. Pokemon was left on his own, and the Team Flash just kind of lost all the control.
Yep. I mean, at this point, even way before this point, I think you could kind of tell that Flash knew that it was over, and they just wanted to throw everything they had. And I mean, it's tough, right? For fans of Flash, it's really tough to see your team go out in such a fashion. But of course, keep your heads up. It was a good effort, and we'll see. Yep, we'll see you again next year. But
there's someone we can see even faster and even closer right now. It is going to be our sponsor, Awesome. You
Bro,
can see
your segue so far away, I can't see it.
I was thinking, what should I say? But anyway, they came a bit too early, right? So we are gonna be having our sponsors also. This is our chair. You can hear everyone cheering as well. Okay, it is for the chair. Yes, no?
Yeah, definitely only for the chair. All right, run us through what the awesome chair, the ones that we're sitting on.
All right, so this is going to be our U-Throne gaming massage chairs as well. This is to support our players' physical well-being. Our players are actually, they're sitting on it
Especially after their hard carrying, you need the backs being massaged.
Exactly, yeah. Melon needs this, right? His back needs to be so strong, and all their massage as well. So they also have, it's patented V-hand massage technology, plus with the improved ergonomic features, will definitely help you with the performance, right? You will level it up. Now, they also have all these pillows at the back. This is going to help you as well. Now, if you need this chair as much as I do, hint, hint, I would like a free chair.
And where can they find you on social media? Kindofu, all right? Come at them.
Yeah, you can go to their website, go and find out, go and scan the QR codes as well. We do have a booth here for you to take a look as well. But more importantly, let's go to our host and find out what's going on with the teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, history has repeated itself. Evil has prevailed, and Team Flash was gone in a flash. What a match two right there. Exciting, exciting stuff right here. I have Powerful. Amazing crowd and energy that we have right here. Yes, I do have Powerful right here with me, and we do have so many questions for you guys. Now, the first question would be, Game 1 had many close calls. What were your headspace whenever you encountered those close call situations?
At the start, I was quite nervous. But after the mid-game, I noticed that they marking me. So I try not to appear on the team fight at the last fight, Then after that, they messed up their team fight. Then when I enter, we won the game.
Right, now that was amazing. So, Powerful, you know that they were marking you. You just let that happen and trust your teammates to do all the housekeeping right there. Fantastic. So, next question. What did you feel about Game 2's draft? It was surprising, I believe, most of us, that two of the most bannable heroes were open for you. What are your thoughts?
We are quite shocked. But we were shocked, but then still we managed to handle it with the draft. Like, we didn't expect they would give us Vela and Feramis, but yeah. But I think they have been training for fighting against this draft, so yeah.
And that was absolutely beautiful. Not just there were two of these bannables, but over on Flash's side, there were so many big ultis that Valentina could replicate. So yes, in the end, it did work well for you guys. Now, the third question, how do you and the team feel now that you guys are safe from relegation and now have an invited slot to come on over and join us for MPL SG Season 5?
I think the pressure is still there, but not as much as today. Because if today lose, then we are off. But after managing to win today, then, the pressure is off.
The pressure is on, ladies and gentlemen. So, finally, now this one, I want to hear from you guys. How do you feel about having so many people right here in the crowd supporting Evil?
Happy. Thanks. Thank you so much for supporting us.
Okay, so any messages that you want to tell them for joining us, especially right now, it's during a Friday. Anything you want to tell of your lovely supporters right here?
Thank you for coming, and we will climb as high as possible.
Yes, and I'm speaking on behalf of Powerful. He will thank every one of you individually after this interview. All right? So yes, final question. All right, not put you in the spot. What is Evil's goal this season?
Of course, we want to meet to them for if possible. That's our goal.
Fantastic. So, will we see Evil on the international stage? We'll find out. Thank you so much, Powerful, for your time. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Powerful from Evil. So next up, we have another exciting match, and that is the upper brackets that's gonna happen for match 3, and that will be RSG SG versus Team SMG later on at 4 p.m. See you then.
School over record.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn on.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! The EXP lane for Revival.
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the holy blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
SMG, give you all so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, bro, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need Twitter or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video? Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan what?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and search the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey Diablo, first blood me right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need filter or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
I
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2?
I'll make you E8 F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan,
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Yes.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
I say.
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name.
Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Who's that?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok content, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn on.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
SMG, give you all so many lot to lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
I'm right. I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys close this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name.
Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan, what?
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair, and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, you first blood again.
I'm right. I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need filter or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
I
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Fusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Amon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating suspicious appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Let's go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Yes. Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
I see.
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn! A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9. Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name.
Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan, what?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
Jess, when I playing XP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhen. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhen. Guzhen's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhen with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhen's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhen's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhen. That's why we're bringing Guzhen's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhen in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Oats him.
advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Yes. Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, this is the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
What's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan,
Who's that? To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I play EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. upgrades. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Sim.
Police are investigating the physician's appearance as a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and seek the authorities for any suspicious
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
SMG, give you all so many lot you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader? Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I'm playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and
And welcome back, everyone, for day one of the playoffs. We have just concluded the first two matches of the lower brackets. Now, in a flash, Team Flash was eliminated as history repeated itself. Now, Evil has prevailed and proved their worth, securing their spot in MPL SG Season 5, keeping their tournament run alive. Now, we have match 3, where we have SG contending with RSG SG. Can they put a dent in our defending champions, or will this mark their end of their upper bracket run? MPLSG Season 4 would not be possible without our amazing sponsors. MPLSG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Now, ladies and gentlemen, where are my RSG fans at? RSG! All right. So, the juggernaut that every team to surmount with a flawless performance so far, presenting to you guys, ladies and gentlemen, RSG SG. So from RSG SG, we have Baby Cakes, 505, Lalzi, Bray, and Diablo. Next up, we're gonna invite our next team. Now, where are all my fans from SMG at? Let me hear you roar! All right, can they rise from the defeat and show us they still have their fire? Ladies and gentlemen, SMG SG. Presenting to you, Rum Rum Rum, Jocks, Anya, Jerry, and Joe. All right, SMG, to your battle stations. Now, what an exciting match for match 3. I'm gonna throw my time over throughout 3 dashing casters. We have Abstract, we have Jace, as well as Vertigo. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Welcome, ladies and gents, one and all, to MPL Singapore Season 4. My name is Jace. Joining me right here on the desk, of course, Vertigo and Abstract as well. And I would like to call that guy in RSG jacket, holding on the sign for Jocks.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah.
specific
Where?
one.
Where?
It's right there. It's like just for jobs. Only for jobs.
I'm just gonna call you out right there. Interesting.
I missed it out. I missed it out.
It's an interesting combination, I would say. But of course, how's the desk feeling for this podcast series?
They have nothing to lose. They're just going to go all out. SMG have nothing to lose. I mean, they're in the upper bracket. They have already secured their seeding. They are comfortable. It's time to troll.
It's time.
Yes.
Wait,
it's time
no,
to troll.
okay,
In a good way, in a good way.
Do not hire Vertigo for your coach, all right?
Never ever. Not a coach, not an analyst. Anything that comes down to insights, don't ever have him.
Yes.
But when it comes down to talking about random stuff, yeah, you can have him on the panel.
You can definitely have him on the panel, but Abstract, what's the feeling for you?
Well, the feeling is definitely insurmountable. I gotta have to say that right after looking at the earlier matches today.
Yes. That's correct. Yeah, so I'm really glad, but let's take a look at the player stats from RSG SG. First, it is Baby Cakes on that massive average GPM, 818. That's a lot with a KDA as well. So you know that he's putting that gold to good use.
I mean, he's just going to be snowballing on the marksman lane, but let's take a look on their signature heroes right now. We have Diablo on the Marsha, very great split pusher, and then Bray on the Julian, however. But just to keep noting, guys, 505 Alucard is not real. It's a small error, man. Okay, everyone makes mistakes.
What?
If
wait, in the mid lane, Alucard mid lane. Well, that's surprising coming from you. It's normal from him. All right, the Vertigo is infecting the caster's desk as well.
Okay, if somebody picks Alucard in the mid lane, I give you my shoe. I'll take off my shoe and give it to you.
I'm gonna okay.
All right, let's transition. Let's go over to this other side of the abstract. What do you think about SMG? Really grew up a lot more and improved quite a lot when it comes down to farming. Yeah, definitely agree. Farming is very important, especially, for the side of the gold laners. But of course, we do have the keys of victory for both of these two teams. RSG, being the first seed, I think they're very super comfortable on their throne right here, looking to get dethroned, hopefully by any one of these teams for the upper bracket. And with that said, let's jump into the KTB for RSG SG. What do they need to do in order to win this particular match? Vertigo?
As you can see right here, he's going to be using Diablos to split SMG's focus. So it's going to make SMG tunnel vision, right? So SMG, they have to stay strong. They have to, find an answer to this kind of sort of distraction, that, oh, if Diablo split pushing, what's my answer to that? Do I send one EXP laner? Do I send the whole team over to fight? Do I press surrender? Who knows? But on the second point right here, it says be aggressive from early game. RSG SG, they should do what they always do. Keep it same, keep it consistent. And as you can see right here, center fight around Lozzy, because Lozzy, I would say personally, is the major playmaker right here. He's the one who set up the fight. He's the one to catch anybody off guard. Once it's gone, it's gone. RSG SG, they are like a tiger or a leopard waiting in the bush.
Yeah, Lozzy definitely the playmaker, or the one that sets up all the rest of the team for RSG. But let's take a look at SMG SG as well. What are the keys to victory, Abstract? Well, one thing's for sure, when we are looking at SMG SG, the fact is that SMG, they do put themselves in harm's way just to get themselves a valuable trade. And sometimes it doesn't really put a very good light onto Dairy, being one of the roamers that have the highest depth in this very instance. Not necessarily a bad thing, but they will always try to look for values of Dairy's death. But this time, when we are looking at a playoff game against RSG, they're gonna have to start maximizing Dairy's health as much as possible, and of course get themselves, throughout all of that, is to get more survivability, and of course not just throw their bodies over for objectives anymore. Yeah, so it kind of boils down to this, right? SMG SG, very hyper-aggressive team. RSG SG could also do the same, but RSG SG, they're more efficient, they're more effective. Yes, they can seem like they're throwing bodies, but they are very sure to take something away from the enemy team. It's mostly calculative. Exactly. So SMG SG, on the other hand, I think they need to do the same. They need to try to imitate how RSG SG do, the hyper-aggression coming in, but they need to take some value away.
I mean, I think SMG can do the same thing right now, but they can mimic it to a certain extent, but I feel they just need to refine it to their own comfortable level.
Yep, so with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the MPL #MPL predictor. So what you have to do is share your prediction for this particular match, write your most creative comment, and of course, don't forget to include your game ID and server ID. If that's the most creative comment and someone took it away from you, I mean...
Make a new one.
Make a new one,
Make a new creative comment.
I mean, it's not wrong. That's not wrong.
That's not wrong
But,
at all.
speaking about MPL predictor, what are the predictions on this desk? Well, when it comes down to this game? Yes. Oh boy. I mean, understandably, SMG is a pretty strong team, but when it comes down to RSG, they just kind of seem like a Titan, in this case, a Goliath. While SMG, to a certain extent, we are kind of looking at a King Kong versus a
Godzilla.
I mean, maybe it's either the King Kong or the Godzilla. It's slightly smaller, but I gotta say, SMG, they do have a chance here against RSG, especially after some boot camps. We never know. Maybe they have evolved to a certain point. But with that said, let's take a look at the audience prediction. Oh, heavily in the favor of RSG, of course. GG, the Raiders right here will definitely be smiling, the confidence brimming. Same could be said over to the players as well.
I mean, Singapore don't have any natural disasters, but I can see an avalanche happening right here at MPL SG season number 4. In the ways of RSG SG right now, I bet there are a lot of fans screaming and getting ready to cheer on their favorite team right now. RSG, SMG SG, both have SG in the name, because they're representing Singapore. I'm so excited for this match.
I love the fact that, you know, when there's an RSG match, right, you can see just now when Vertigo and I went out downstairs to buy something, right, and it's like, look at the amount of fans. The queue was crazy. We walked past every single one of them. It's like, wow, the queue is madness. Even like the queue poles can't even keep up.
There's not enough queue poles.
Yeah, it actually extended all the way out of the central plaza. So thank you very much for the support on site as well. So if you guys are still, you know, at home, not too sure what to do for this particular weekend, you do know that there's MPL Singapore Season 4 happening. You want to watch it live.
Of course, this is a live venue after all. For those people that are watching at home, feel free to come on down to our Tampines Hub and just make yourself at home, take a look at the action. Of course, we have cameras that's pointed over to the audience side as well. So don't be shy. Say hi to the camera when it points over to you. You know, shout outs and all the kind of stuff. You know, heart shapes, whatever you want to do.
I want to see that guy with the RSG jacket supporting Johnson.
You have the RSG jacket. Anyways, you gave Jace a jacket.
No, it's actually quite hard. But anyways, ladies and gents, hopping into the draft, we go. It is going to be SMG SG first pick, RSG SG second pick.
Whoa, and they're gonna go for the Paquito ban and the Fanny ban. Very much directed towards Ray. I mean, they don't have an answer to the Fanny, right? I mean, honestly, there are answers to Fanny. It's just how you're gonna execute it, how you're gonna pull it off. And RSG SG right now, they're gonna be banning away the Faramis and the Akai. So, very important bans here. Faramis and Akai. Akai, you could go into the roam role. You can even go into the jungle role. You could even go into the EXP role, but that's a little unconventional. No one's going to go towards the EXP lane nowadays. But the Faramis, also another nice flex pick coming out, flex ban coming out from RSG, because you can go into the mage, you can go into, you know, there's a roam role. When it all comes down to the bans, I don't expect that we'll be looking at anything too out of the ordinary, but we can definitely start to expect that the SMGSG may want to start, you know, banning heroes that could target Lolzi or Diablo. Understandably, both of them are quite a playmaker. They do make quite a lot of impact into the game, be it helping Baby Cakes to scale over to the late games by, you know, creating a perfect scenario of the game. Because Diablo, as an EXP laner, he creates a lot of invisible pressure whenever he's able to escape from team fights or just put pressure onto other lanes while the enemies are congregating in the opposite edge of the map.
He's making air out of nothing, you mean?
I mean,
air already exists, right?
I mean, you're talking about an airbender, then we're looking at something completely different.
So is he going to use something that's air related here today?
I mean, it's hard to tell. It could be all stars and moon.
Is that a hint towards falling star?
I was thinking of moon more of Uranus.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, but Uranus is a planet himself.
I completely forgot about that because that's the Obscura. Oh, Pluto is a dwarf star that got forgotten, so I better not forget Uranus. Yep. But in this case, the bans have all been done. We've got Diggy as well as Grok being thrown into the banning pool. But unfortunately, Valentina is actually up for grabs, which is what SMG will immediately pick up for themselves, while RSG SG picked up a 1-1 and the Balmond.
Oh, the 1-1 and the Balmond. I feel that Balmond is going to be so eccentric here. Bray knows how he has the fastest fingers I've ever seen, fastest thumbs. His retribution game is going to be on point today. You have a double retribution, even coming from the lethal counter, and Baby Cakes on his signature 1-1 right now. But SMG prioritizing this Valentina. This Valentina could go into EXP, he could go into Mage, heck, he could even go into the roam role. But as of right now, SMG, you're going to go into the Dyrov. Dyrov, another good flex pick. You could go into the EXP role, you could go even into the jungle role.
Yep, when it comes down to a flex pick onto the Dyrov, it is definitely tough for RSG to understand what they would want to go for. Do they want to respect the Dyrov pick, or do they just want to hack it and go all the way through? In this case, RSG SG, they are going to respect it. They picked the Benedetta on their side just so that they will be able, Diablo will be able to cut waves, not trying to go for a brawl session against the Dyrov in the EXP lanes. But this also means that SMG SG may have a chance to bring the Dyrov over to the jungle instead and play somewhat of a more comfortable hero in the EXP lanes, just so that he will be able to not care too much about the brawl sensations.
As you can see right here, RSG SG, they're going to be banning away the Phobias because it's going to mess up your whole entire lineup / draft. You have a dash coming out from Balmond. 1-1, definitely so much dashes all around. on the Benedetta, you're just going to be dashing constantly. That Phoveus is going to get a free demonic force over and over again at the cost of his mana.
It makes absolute sense in this case, and I just gotta have to say that when it comes down to these games, looking at the Phoveus, well, if the opponent side have a 1-1 or a Benedetta, things are definitely not gonna be fun at all.
Not going to be fun at all, but SMG, they're banning away the Atlas instead. It could be a Valentina on the roam. I'm not really sure, but they could even go into a Selena because I've seen Dairy play the Selena really, really well right now. But RSG SG, they're banning away the Amon.
Banning away Amon. Okay. So when it comes down to banning away Amon, it just pretty much means that they do not want to deal with any pesky backlining assassins, especially since Amon doesn't have to be in too close range of a proximity in order to deal and unleash all of that burst damage, which understandably most if not all heroes are particularly afraid of. Usually we will see Amon being banned whenever you pick a Melissa because Amon will be able to reach you despite having Models protection.
Yeah.
But in this case, this is all just about the fact that RSG just don't want to deal with this Amon. And I'm generally surprised that they did not ban an Esmeralda here, because RSG SG, they generally do not like to deal with an Esmeralda because Esmeralda is really hard to bring down. In this case, SMG SG, they can still bring Esmeralda into the mix.
SMG, they should. I mean, Dyrov would be a better EXP laner, I feel, because, you know, you have to go for the red tree, red tree battle right now.
Well, technically speaking, I would say that it is still interchangeable.
Yeah, that's true.
It is still interchangeable. When it comes down to an Esmeralda, you generally win lanes, right? You win lanes, and then you'll be able to move on from that point onwards. But Esmeralda is generally afraid of Dyrov. If you pick up a Dyrov for yourself, you make people think that, oh, the Dyrov is going to go to the EXP lane, and then you pick up an Esmeralda onto yourself. No, your opponent doesn't really have an answer to the Esmeralda, which is, in this case, it doesn't seem as though RSG have an answer for the Esmeralda just yet.
Maybe Esmeralda's not a threat to them. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would say.
You know what I mean?
It could be, but one thing I'm surprised to see is that Team SMG, they don't have a standard hard tank in their case. They went for a Ruby and a Lapu Lapu. I can understand the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
Right? I can understand it. You are generally very safe in the lanes. Even if a Benedetta wouldn't want to cut your waves, you'll still be able to poke the Benedetta. You'll still be able to do a decent amount of damage in the lanes against a Benedetta as well. And let's not forget about the fact that he's not going to be too afraid of any crowd control, which technically speaking doesn't really play too much to SMG SG's lineup because RSG, they don't have a lot of crowd control until we see the Cho.
Oh, the Cho coming out. It could isolate out onto Enya or even onto Jox right now, or even onto Joe. But Joe, you could even use IMU just to steal away their element, could even make a big play. They are targeting 505 right now, I feel, because that Ruby, you're going to use I'm Offended, you're going to cancel out Feather Airstrike, right? You have Diablo with the Electro Final Blast, he's going to jump right in, just hook him in. That's the answer.
An extremely sustainable lineup when it comes down to the members of SMG SG. No conventional hard tank coming in from them, while RSG SG have got a very good lineup when it comes down to early, mid, and late stages of the game. But who exactly is the one that will come up victorious? Team SMG or RSG SG?
Thank you very much, Abstract, and also Vertigo for taking us through that drafting phase. But ladies and gentlemen, on to the land of dawn we go. This is RSG going up against SMG. The first seed going up against the fourth. They're here fighting for glory.
SMG, I feel that right now, I feel there's a little slight of a bit of a meta change right now because usually it's the roamer, trying to leash the jungle for the jungler, but this time it's the marksman instead. It's something totally different that we didn't see, but Baby Cakes there getting a good little bit of advantage there. It's something different, right? RSG is a different game on a different ball game today.
Yeah, definitely. SMG, like I said, they have got nothing to lose, but RSG, everything to prove. Trouble going in hard deep, really in the earlier parts of the game because, this Dyrov a little bit slow, a little bit weaker in the first level, but once he hits a level 2, he's able to spam the skills. The armor penetration is definitely going to help, but look at where Lozy is walking around, providing so much valuable vision, but SMG SG, on the other hand, I think it's quite a dark map for them.
I mean, they don't have that opportunity. As you can see right now, Dairy is at 1 bar of HP. He has no, probability or just, skills just to open up the map because he's just there soaking the damage over and over and over again. Then I think that's going to backfire on him.
Yeah, definitely. Now, it's a very slow-paced game. The only action that we saw earlier just now was RSG SG with Lozy in hard invading. Currently, Firefly is keeping an arm's length away from SMG SG. You know, just getting the wave after that, getting to level 4. That's where her fellow airstrike should be up online. But looking at RSG SG right now, looking at upward side, SMG SG, they're in the area for now.
SMG SG, they're playing very passive right now. RSG also, they're playing very, very passive right now. They're not making any big moves, you know, it's only 2 minutes, barely even 2 minutes, 5 seconds until the turtle is going to be coming up right now. Look at Lozy providing so much vision, good clear, even when 505 is not there. 505 is not there, he's there to clear the wave, he's there to maintain the wave.
Oh, now the turtle is already spawn, Bray is already level 5, just only at level 4 this time round. It's up to SMG to try to take this away, but the members of our SMG SG won't be able to take it. Bray will take the first turtle. He's going to get kicked all the way back in. Jux will be the first one to fall.
And Raw's coming out from the crowd right here. 505 with a nice clean sweep with the feather airstrike. Perfect timing coming out. Brave with the assist and Diablo with the secure coming out along with the Electro Final Blast. All well played.
Yeah, Lozy setting it up for that kill very well. SMGSG, not only they lost the turtle, they also lost the main jungler, but hold on a second, bottom lane. Ooh, they're in there taking a bit of damage, but Jerry will drag Firefly right into the clutch. Lozy is here, he kicks Joe all the way back into the backline, but the damage is not there. Firefly flicker forward, but then Joe will flicker forward at the same time as Firefly will finally fall as SMGSG looking to penetrate or punish, but Bray is here. And with the execution, later counter, he spins.
Big trade coming out here from Bray in the nick of time. Joe barely surviving that. Derry helping to secure the kill onto 505, but then Bray comes in with the damage and just takes out Derry in the process.
Yeah, takes out Derry in the process, but and then take a look, RSG with that 2-kill score in the lead. SMGSG, they need to try to do something else. Look at Diablo already, starting to split push, but at the same time, SMGSG, they do have that Irithel. They need a wonderful knockup. Like what Abstract said earlier, there's no hard tanks. And remember, one of the keys to victory for Derry is to provide him with that hard tank. There's like 3 pseudo fighters around. Definitely the Dyra will go into some sort of tank, but we need to take a look at the item builds later on when it pops up.
As you can see right now, RSG, they are playing in a very promiscuous position right now, but SMG Derry, he's going to be able to open up the map.
Oh, Derry, he walks into death as RSG will pick him up. That's absolutely no problem at all. Joe get half HP right there. That's 1 member down for the side of RSG SG.
And that's the con right there. That's the con that Abstract was talking about. If you do not have a hard peeling tank, there is no way to open up the map. There's no way to soak any of the damage coming in, but you're just gonna be gone.
Yeah, at the same time, Joe, he's not having a lot of fun. Diablo will use the ultimate at the same time. Joe will take the feather airstrike away from RSG. It's trying to zone out RSG, but RSG, they're a little bit unfazed. Diablo still around the back line. The turtle's still wide open, but SMG, they don't have the jungler to take the turtle for now.
And they're gonna be letting go the turtle for now because at RSG right now, you know, 505 just gets taken out, but let's take a look at the items right there. Enchanted Talisman and the cooldown boost coming out for Joe. Typical Valentina build right now, but as you can see on Jox right now, on the Dyroff, he's going to be building a little bit on the tankier side, just a little bit, you know, and a Windtalker coming out for Anya, and it looks same all across. It could be a battle X.
Lozy, he kicked Joe all the way in the back line, and the Feather Airstrike will follow suit. Beautiful play coming up from RSGSG. The members of SMG, they can't even touch the turtle at all, and Brave will take that for free, and now he's going to turn it around. Run, where you going to go?
There's nowhere to go, and 3 men down on the side of SMGSG right now, ladies and gentlemen. Redeem that code, scan that QR code, and fill in that code. And that was a perfectly timed play set up by Lozy. Feather airstrike from 505 coming down. Let's take a look at the instant replay that's going to be coming up on the screen. Look, Lozy kicks in Joe all the way back. The leader counter comes down, and the feather airstrike along with the electro final blast. It's all like an orchestra.
Yeah, it's just purely musical from the side of RSGSG, right? It's just, they practice this to the T, they've rehearsed this kind of matchup so well. You can tell just the way that, you know, Lozy set it all the way up, and then, you know, Feather Airstrike follows, the slow coming in, but Lozy, he's gonna get into trouble. The Shimmer won't be able to save it away. Joe will pick up that kill for now.
That is gonna be a desperate move coming out from SMGSG. Look at how much ultimate has been exhausted. You have Jox wasting his ultimate, Dairy with the I'm offended. So they are 2 ultimates down right now. RSG SG, what can they do? They're going to be playing for their big objectives right now.
Yeah, I think RSG SG, there's still a lot of room for error for them to wiggle around. Just take a look at the gold lead. Still in the favor for RSG SG, but SMG SG, they need to slowly start to farm up. That pick off for the side of Lozy, I think it's okay. It's some sort of a consolation, but SMG SG, I think they need to look for more. They need to be a little bit more tanky because RSG SG could instantly burst down any one of them very easily. And don't forget, top side of SMG SG is already gone.
Yep, top side tier 1 is already gone, but we still have the mid and bottom turret right now for SMG SG. They're trying to hold it on. Lozy with a big kick, Way of the Dragon onto Dairy.
The Lozy kicks, the Feather Airstrike will follow up. It's so orchestrated, but Joe will respond in the same. Feather Airstrike focusing on Lozy instead, but Bray will jive all the way in. 2 members down for the side of SMG SG. But look at Diablo, he's starting the waves.
And Lozy managed to get away with a sliver of health, even with the Feather Airstrike taken away. How is he still alive? He's still living life on the edge.
Yeah, RSG, they're really living it, like edge running, like literally. He doesn't really care about his HP. He goes and he set out for the play. But don't forget, SMG SG, we're looking at Derry. I need one good I'm offended. I need Joe with one good, Feather Airstrike taken away from 505. But take a look at the gold lead. It's still in the favor of RSG SG. They need SMG SG is starved out from farm.
And as you can see right now, RSG SG, they do have a 5k goal lead, and they are going to run away with the lead if they are not careful with it. SMG SG for the airstrike being deployed right
Joe,
now.
once again, the victim of the Lozy kick. Diablo all the way to the backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Derry trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Jox, nowhere for him to run. It's just run on the other side of the map, and RSG stalling.
And that's going to be a perfectly orchestrated fight right there from RSG SG. Perfectly played to the T. It is all perfect and nice. And we hear some cheers from the crowd. And we don't like pauses too, right? We don't like pauses too. But that was an amazing, amazing fight. It was all well done. What was the start of the fight? Lozy again. It's always Lozy.
Yeah, it's like a masterclass, right? Like it's like, this is how you're supposed to play MLBB, right?
Yes.
We set it up, the roamer set it all the way up, you use the mage to follow up, and of course, you have anyone, and then Bray comes in at a very nice moment to sweep everything up, and then you give the kills over to the Bowman is going to grow, and the Bowman becomes this big raid boss that you have no clue and how to deal with.
The final boss lands his axe straight onto your head, splits your head open, and you're like, what happened?
Look at Bray. He's like chilling, man. He's an element. He's cool, he's calm and collected, but SMG SG on the other hand, I think they need to try to figure out the lack of the hard tank. Remember, one of the keys of victory that we mentioned, we need Derry to survive a little bit longer. Yes, the hook was nice, but there's not enough to convert it into a damage. What's that?
What? 505?
I felt personally attacked right there. That's what Vertigo always does to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a nice
no.
little right now.
Hands off. Hands off. We're 10 more seconds going back into the game very soon. So please do be a little bit patient for us. We're trying to resolve that issue, but we should be going into the game very soon. But now, what is the next step for SMG SG?
I feel, they could, reset this game, play in the second game right now, and
wow, you're already counting the
I'm already counting the eggs. They're already giving birth to the eggs right now. So I feel right now SMG, they could draft a little bit more better. I mean, I feel they could go even for Grok. Even Grok would be great as compared to a Ruby. Ruby, you do have a sustain, but you're a roam. You are gonna lose out on your HP, so you can't soak that much.
I think yeah, you can also technically say it's a draft issue because you got like 3 pseudo fighters. If you notice, Jox was building the dial. He's starting to pick up the Hunter Strike, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he's not going to be that LY4 tank Dyrol that we saw in the last day of the regular seasons. But I think it's starting to hurt. You don't really have a hard tank to protect the Irithel, so that you form this front line to prevent Irithel getting damaged. And there's a lot of ways for RSG to slip on by. There's the Vendetta, there's also the Cho to set it up for RSG.
I think it's all well orchestrated. It's a nice front-to-back lineup right here. Very, very well drafted right there from RSG coach. If I'm not wrong, it's Saint DeLucas.
Yep.
Perfectly well drafted. Hands down to him. Oh, Earthquake.
Hands down to him.
Hands down to him. Literally hands down means, like, oh.
Oh, okay. So you kowtow to him, right?
Yeah.
Kowtow to him.
Oh, that was so... I mean, it's all perfectly orchestrated. It's like a nice wombo combo that you think that it wouldn't work.
I
like,
think,
hey, this works. Oh, actually, it's actually pretty good.
yeah, I think it also takes the communication, the camaraderie, the brotherhood of RSG SG, right? Look at the players; they're always on the same page. They're never like, you know, your teacher asks you to flip to page number 86, and you're all the way at 96. You know, that sort of idea. They're
That's
always
me.
on the same page, and they work as a unit. Just look at how these team fights are going. It's always in the favor of RSG because they know how to stack.
Yeah, I mean, their one more combo is already, you know, I would say it's pre-planned for some reason. It feels very pre-planned. It's like, I'm going to go for the catch. You're going to open up Feather Airstrike. And then Diablo is going to come in with Electro Final Blast. And then it's going to be like, wait, it feels kind of orchestrated for some reason, but it is not. It is all part of their natural instincts working as a single cell organism.
Yeah, RSG, right? Like, this pick composition is working wonders against SG. Singling out one person, one at a time, usually is the Valentina, usually is the Joe that gets caught in the backline because there is no front in the sense for the side of SG to kind of hold down the fort. And it's so hard because Cho is very slippery. And I think right now, RSG, this pick composition is working very well against SG, where they're looking at this big, massive team fight, you know, with the Valentina taking away the Feather Airstrike, Lapu Lapu goes in the Bravest Warrior, and we're back into the game.
Yep, and we are going to go back into game number 1 right now, 12-3.
8K
RSG SG, 8K goal lead, man.
8K goal lead is nothing to scoff at. That's like easily 2-3
Two
items. 2-3 items difference right there. But I think that's where SG, they need to try to stall. But how can they find time? RSG is slowly encroaching. You're going to trust Diablo, right, to just go into the backline and start cutting off waves.
As you can see right now, oh, he is going to go into a tanky Dyro. So a...
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tanky Dyro. He's trying to make up for the HP loss because, you know, Ruby is not that super kind of peeling tank. He's more of a CC tank. He's there to sustain. He has to get his Hearth Claw or not. He can't sustain during any sort of fight, but he is on the roam, so the Hearth Claw is going to be very, very expensive.
Yeah, even though it's the like cheapest of all attack items, but if you take a look at SG, it's mostly components for the jungler and the roam as well. They aren't able to complete any items for now, and I think the Dara build is a little bit wonky. He's like scraping off whatever that RSG left behind, like breadcrumbs, literally.
Breadcrumbs. He's just a little ant just trying to steal a little bit of breadcrumbs. As you can see right now, SMG, they're trying to move as a unit. They're trying to do what RSG do, but here comes Electric Final Blast from Diablo trying to get away.
Diablo, though, he's getting caught by 4 members. It's all up to them. Look at how much investment from the side of SG needs to do. Well, yes, that's a shutdown, but RSG, they already take the Lord.
They're always there to have a higher value. They take the Lord, they take the tier 2 bottom turret. RSG's like, sure, take Diablo. You know, why not? Just take him away. We have more than what we already have. We're already much richer than you. So, no, just give him away.
Yeah, not only is that, now the Lord will provide so much pressure for the side, for the lanes of SG. Now they need to try to figure out. Irithel needs to be well protected, but then of course another person that you need also to protect is Joe. RSG right now, just take a look at Brave 5-0-6, playing a perfect game for now.
10 minutes in and Joe getting the Divine Glaive already. This is a very, very desperate move coming out from SG. They need the items. They are so far behind. Look at the goal difference right now. If I can do some math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 7. 7K! 7K, I got this, man. I got this. I may fail math, but I can do simple addition, right? So 7K in goal difference right now. Just take a look at the position of Lawsy right there. Very well positioned. And you're still trying to recall on this. You guys are the one losing the goal lead right now. I like this confidence from him.
But RSG, right? You mentioned you calculated just now. You have to recalculate again because look at all the standing gold that was so free for RSG to take. It's already taken down. The Lord is already landing siege, and now the Feather Airstrike zones. Look at it. Yeah, no more HP left. You got the retreat. Nosy just standing there. That just staring them down. SG can't do anything.
It's a literal 2 hit from the Feather Airstrike to leave Enya with just 1 bar to play with. 1 bar of HP is like, you know what? No, it's not gonna phase me, right? Is he? Yeah, literally, Anya's like, oh, 1 bar. I'm gonna push the limit.
Yeah.
You know, just keep trying. RSG SG, they're the one pushing the limit right now. SMG SG, what can they do? They need to play passive. They need to wait up for the item. As you can see right now, it is so desperate that Rum even needs to pick up on that Athena shield.
Athena shield definitely a response to Fire on that Farsa, but like I said, you don't really have much farm. RSG has stripped the jungle bare clean. SMG SG is still looking for something, anything.
I think they have to play passive. They have to just wait for the Lord. SMG right now, they are so far on resources. They can't contest for the Lord. They can't contest. They can't even open up the map right now. Look at how passive they're playing.
Yeah, Ruby, Derry, right? That Ruby doesn't really have enough survivability. The only one with more health is definitely Jox, finally going in for that tank Darrell build. Still scouting it out. I think RSG SG, they're just biding for time. You do know that the next Lord is coming up in another 20 more seconds-ish, and then RSG will take it, and then they'll just close the game.
Lawsy is like the, you know, when you come home late and your mother just stares at you just like, what are you doing? Yeah, Lawsy is that. He's doing exactly that. He's
what, with the apron and the
and the butcher knife, the butcher's knife, just waiting for you like this.
I like the fact that my mom comes with a spatula and your mom goes with a butcher's knife.
You know, in Thailand, you know,
cleaver.
A big, gigantic cleaver, just like Baumon, just waiting to slam down on your head.
Baumon is an axe, not a cleaver, all right? But
it's
RSG...
close. It's close.
No, come on.
It's bigger, just a little bit more.
It's just, all right, fine. You elongate the handle just a little bit, it becomes
Yes.
an axe, right? But RSG SG is already starting up the Lord. SMG SG, on the other hand, look at where Rum is. Trying to look for split push, but okay, hold on a second. It's going to be Diablo taking some damage, though. But the members of RSG, look at them. They're actually focusing on Lord. They managed to take it down. Got the airstrike. Lozi with a 3-man knockup and all the way in. Enya will not be able to survive from that. And now Baby K jumping all the way. May take a little bit more damage, but RSG has already done damage.
What an investment all the way onto Diablo, but just to get Enya kicked all the way back by way of the dragon from Lawsy. I think that was value lost.
I think SMG, they lost too much, right? Like, bottom lane is so wide open, and now you have a Luminous Lord marching all the way in. Enya should be up with the defender's advantage. 10 seconds should be enough for them to fight this. RSG SG, on the other hand, Diablo, I think he's not really necessary for this fight. There is this Lord that could fill up his shoes. He does have Bray, and he does the Feather Astra. Look at how SMG SG locked out from the team fight. They can't do anything at all. Lord marching all the way in, cleaving all the way out top.
That's going to be the big zoning technique from RSG SG. 505, all you have to do is just pop that Feather Airstrike and you're going to get zoned all the way back, and you can't even finish the game.
Mid lane.
You can't go in.
Mid lane, we need one very nice hook there, but Lozi, he kicks him to the wrong side. Lozi takes a little bit too much damage. Rum standing in front, but Baby K's focusing on the turret instead. Enya go all the way in with a heavy crossbow, but the wind of nature allows him to run away. Enya would not be able to find any more damage. RSG SG sacrifices Lozi for that one turret in the mid lane.
The perfect wind of nature timing coming out from Baby Cakes. Nearly gets taken out by Enya. Enya finally coming out online at 14 minutes and 35 seconds right now. Enya, he has damage, but can he finish it? Can he get the target priority?
Yeah, but problem is, Vertigo, look at the base of SMG SG, still stripped clean. The jungle stripped clean as well. 10k gold lead. This is them by 1,000 cuts from the side of RSG against SMG. You talk about the cleaver? No, this is like you know, like the wires things.
The wires?
You're getting like cuts from multiple wires strapped all across the board, and you're getting thrown into it.
Oh, it's like jumping into an electrical field and just getting electrocuted.
We're running out of anecdotes for this because of how bleak SMG SG is doing
it's like
right now.
a paper cut and then dipping it in salt water. Oh no, 1,000 cuts and then you jump into the sea. That's got a sting.
I don't know where you're going, bro. I don't know where you're going. But let's take a look at map situation right here. RSG SG definitely has a lot of map domination for now. They're controlling SMG in terms of the gold. Look at that. Just Bray, they can't deal with this. They can't deal with Bray.
Bray has already snowballed, has already came online, and I think even 10 minutes, like 5 minutes ago, he's already online. SMG right now, hey, I'm strong. And then Bray is like, what's that? I mean, that was like 5 minutes ago, you know? And it's such a fast-paced momentum coming out from RSG SG right now. Like I said in the early game, you give them the lead, they're just going to run away with it. They're not going to give you any single chance to even catch your breath.
Yeah, I think SMG can't catch a breath at all because look, the Lord is already spawned. RSG is going to set it all the way up underneath the brush, but then again, SMG looking at anything, like giving Enya the orange buff, yes, that could work, but Diablo, I think he could just go ahead and, you know, start split pushing, and Lozi look forward scouting. SMG SG, I think they know that the Lord is already being contested for now, but they can't do anything. They can't leave the base because they need to deal with the minions.
They're going to deal with the minion. They are going to be playing inside their own base, having their back against the wall. They are trying to take the fight in the base. They do not want to take the fight outside because they know they are going to get caught out. They are playing it so passively. They are hiding in their home. Yeah, but in their homes, just pointing their guns, you know, when the door opens, you know, waiting for the door to open.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Joe doesn't really have any form of high ground unless Joe takes away the Feather Airstrike. But
Feather Airstrike is not like your, the
Your
mirror
go-to.
world manipulation, right? The mirror world manipulation, you can put it out for a longer period of time, but Feather Airstrike hurts even more.
Yeah, because you're already building magical damage right here onto the Valentina, so there's gonna be even more damage, magical damage onto the Feather Airstrike. So it's like a, how do I put this? Bonus.
Yeah, I think right now it's just all about trying to safeguard, trying to use the core as also additional damage, but that is a really last resort risky move.
It's a little hard, it's a little hard because it's only a singular target and Derry can only do so much. All you're gonna do is just gonna use Arm Offended, hook. Even if you get a 5-man hook, what are you gonna do about it? Maybe a Feather Airstrike would be perfect to chunk out the rest of RSG, but look at the likes of Bray, he's thick. Lawsy, he can just cancel out Feather Airstrike at an instant. He's gonna rush into your backline. Talk about aggression, Lawsy's aggressive, Derry's even more aggressive.
Yeah, but then it's the controlled aggression. We talked about this during the draft, right? Like how RSG, they're more effective with whatever they have, with their resources. You saw Baby Cakes, the gold lead, the average GPM and his KDA is very good numbers.
Really, really good numbers. And like, Baby Cakes just went all out ham. He pushes his limits so much to the point he's like, oh, I need to pop my Wind of Nature.
What's that, Angela?
Oh, is that Angela and John? So from jungler to my number one support, my Angela. -1 Angela, right? I'm also, -1 Angela, anyone Angela, why not? If you're gonna see an Angela in MPL, it would be great.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's necessary for now because Esmeralda is quite prevalent in this patch, so you definitely will have to ban out the Esmeralda. But if you ban away the Esmeralda, that's one, ban slot wasted. Now we're trying to fix the technical issue happening on the stage right here, but then again, RSG is this is impending doom. I think you can read it from their faces. You know that they're
getting ready for the next game?
Yeah, they have to definitely go next. What are they going to have to fix in terms of the draft or in terms of their team fight and communication?
I think, the draft could be a little better. I mean, you look at it, the Atlas was banned, the Grok was banned, and the Lolita. So all these is very peely kind of tank. What sort of tanks you think, they can go for? Like a roam, like a very good peeler, or you want to go for CCs? I feel the Ruby is a mix of in-between. You have a good sustain, you have good CCs, but to only a certain extent, right?
Yeah, and I think if you replace the Ruby with the Marsha, I think the Marsha works really well. It's basically one of Derry's really comfort heroes as played in regular season, and then you can bring the Marsha to counter that 1-1, right? You just one punch her at the back line and then go all the way back out. If you notice how SMG likes to play towards hyper aggressive in the early game, and then after that they play like also quite hyper aggressively in the later parts of the game. The Marsha will scale all the way to the late game as well, but don't count them out just yet. SMG SG was here before against some of the bigger teams. Like I think it was Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
Boil all the way down left to the core. But RSG, I don't think they'll allow SMG to take anything from them. They are here to prove a point that they are deserving of seeing MPL Season 4.
For some reason, it reminds me of my childhood. When the bully holds your head down, and then SMG is like trying to burst out of that bubble. It's like, oh, let me go.
Your childhood's pretty interesting. My childhood is just like, playing games. I don't even want to go out because I know the bullies are standing right outside with a shotgun, like what you said.
Yeah, just waiting outside the door with the shotgun, like, come out, I'm waiting for you.
That's why I'm stuck at home most of the time, and I became a nerd.
No, it's fine, it's fine. At least you have the in-game knowledge. We could have gone pro, but we're here sitting at the table.
No, I don't think I could have gone pro. But of course, we should be hopping into the land of Dawn very, very soon. In fact, we will be hopping in the game right now. And it is, of course, like I said, impending doom. Let's just set the stakes right here. It is a fight. RSG SG spread out. Look at that massive concave, right?
Wow.
And then you can see the Lord marching all the way in the mid lane. It just takes one pull of the trigger and RSG SG will take down the core.
Yup, and it's going to be a base fight right now. They're trying to hold on to the base. Look at Lawsy. Keep your eye out on Lawsy.
Airstrike going all the way in. Diablo already in backline. Derry is taking too much damage. The Lord is actually a little bit distracted. Diablo will take down Derry at the same time. But the core is already half HP. But Bray, oh no, he actually falls. But the blue HP bars are not enough. It's RSG focus on the core. And they will take game number 1.
The crossbow attack finishing it off for Baby Cakes right at the most crucial timing. SMG, they saw the glimpse. They saw the glimpse of us. They're like, I see the glimpse. And RSG is like, no. Just sit down, my child.
Yeah, Bray. I think Bray was thanking for the Lord a little bit too long, but unfortunately, it's like what I said. It's just like, it's a very, you can see it in their eyes, right? SMG SG, they know
they need to go to game number 2. I think game number 1 was a really good effort, but RSG, man, perfect game, I would say, coming up from them.
Very nice, clean sweep, clean game. No contest coming up from SMG though, but it was clean to the T. It's like a clean slate.
Hey, come on.
No. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
No, don't go there yet.
Next game, man.
Bro, you can do that next game. Okay, you can do that next game in the event that
jumping the gun with the puns right there.
Yeah. I mean, okay, now that I'm back,
yes.
You know, Team SMG versus RSG, right? We're looking at a couple of drafting differences and, of course, win conditions differences. There's quite a lot of things that we gotta break down and really understand what's going on. So, preliminary. The preliminary stage that I want to tell you guys more about is the fact that SMG and RSG, they have very different ways to play. But understandably, RSG's lineup is, well, you probably did not, I mean, you definitely did not hear this wrong, but RSG's lineup is a lot easier to execute. They are a team composition of 1-1, Bauman, Benedetta, Vasa, and Cho. So it's very simple. They all have got their own utility, they got their own roles to make, and they can do whatever that they want. They call someone out, they kill that person out. Like you said before, it's all about the picking off. It's all about singling someone out in order to win in ultimate team fights, getting themselves the man advantage, right? Because the thing that SMG-SG's lineup plays really well for RSG is the very fact that they don't have a beefy tank in the front lines, which we will go down and talk a lot more about later, because now the items and, of course, the statistics is more important.
Yep. Take us through the item build. Anything that pops up to you from the side, from you, Vertigo.
I mean, early in the game, Jox just built a physical boot, physical defense boot, sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, and then a Fury Hammer, and then he just stops there. I was like, he was building towards a Hunter Strike, like you said, or could even go into a Blade of Heptasy, but just out of nowhere, a Burning Soul. What? And then the Guardian Helm comes out, and then a Athena Shield, and then an Immortality. Like, what happened to the Fury Hammer? You stopped halfway?
I think it's like Jox was trying to go for the tank Dara build. Not say tank Dara build.
Semi-tank?
Like semi-tank, but then, you know, on the way halfway through, and he realized that he doesn't really have enough damage. So he builds the Molten Core and then goes in. Sorry, he wants to be more tankier for his front line.
Yeah, he wants to be there to soak all the damage. He's trying to recompensate. He's trying to compensate for, you know, Enya being very squishy, Joe being very squishy. So you have Jox, Dairy, and Rum.
In case those that are looking at Diablo and Brace inventory and just looking at the fact that he has a Winter Truncheon and you're wondering, what? Why do they have the Winter Truncheon? This is just fast finger stakes, right? They had Immortality and they popped, so they sold the Immortality, and then they bought the Winter Truncheon. In the event that the Winter Truncheon is used, then
Rose Gold Meteor.
That is correct.
I knew it. We all saw that clip, man. Everyone saw that clip.
Exactly.
And the only person who can pull that off is Bray. Honestly.
I know, okay, Vertigo, I know what you're going through, but let's take a look at the kill participation for both these two teams, right? Lowzy, 100%. At the same time, if you notice, he's been there most of the team fight, setting it up for RSG to pick it up. We kill one person, and then we move on. But of course, Rich Guy goes over to Bray, has been hard farming, and he's been killing. If I'm not mistaken, he's never died all the way until the later part of the game where he threw bodies to secure the core. He also dealt most amount of damage as well, and send back and forget the one. This feels like a two-man team from the side of RSG delivering excellence.
The big brother and the little brother? Lowzy and Bray? The little brother and the older brother relationship? It was the best synergy that we have seen in MPL Season 4?
Well, honestly, it sounds really good. It sounds like a picture that we would like to paint, but let's not forget about the fact that 505 has been playing a impeccable job. And this is the same way where Diablo does, right? The invisible suppression, invisible pressure that they are putting on top of SMG-SG. So I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to have a very good idea as to how RSG has been playing throughout the regular seasons, and looking at this result, it is not necessarily something that we are majorly surprised in, right?
But let's take a look at the MVP. In my opinion, definitely Lowzy, you know. He's been picking up and singling out key targets. Had he kicked the Ruby, that would be a mistake, but he never. He's always kicked squishies from the side of SMG-SG right into the snapping jaws of RSG.
I know what was Lowzy's thought process there. Coming from a roamer, you know, the reason why he kicked Dairy away because he just wants to isolate Dairy out do not use I'm offended on any of his teammates, just to push him out of the way, and then the team can just go for the squishy.
Yeah, I agree. It's quite flexible with how Cho wants to play, right? Yes, you can either kick the Dairy away because the Ruby will come in with the I'm offended hook, but at the same time you could also pick off squishies at the backline, which most of the time he did, and to quite successfully.
Now, when it comes, since we're talking about the micro and the macro and everything else regarding that already, right? So this is where we can have be a little bit more insightful as to what exactly happened in the previous game and as to why things happened that way. SMGSG's lineup, they are mostly front to back, right? They have a composition that really comprises of a lot of crowd control coming in from Lapu Lapu as well as Ruby. Lapu Lapu definitely have got the advantage of being able to be immune from crowd control abilities whenever he's in the Bravest Warriors, but not necessarily something that is too important to them since RSG SG doesn't have a lot of crowd control abilities. But the main thing that we are looking at is, once again, I put it on about it, is that they do not have a very beefy tank. As such, most, if not all of these heroes rely on skills in order to perform. If SMGSG do not pull off whatever they wanted during the first one, then they're pretty much screwed.
Yeah, and with that said, I think your points will be even clearer with a lot of pictures, or moving pictures. Let's take a look at the highlights, Abstract.
Well, when we come down to looking at the early stages of the game, whenever Dyrov is available to move around, they will be able to punish RSGSG's momentum and just the way they move around entirely.
Yeah, and it's just so clean, right? The way Lozy says all the way up for Bray to pick up the scraps. And like I said, look, Dairy is always getting kicked up as well. And not only just that, the knockups. I think there's one that we might see later on with a very nice 3-man knockup.
Yep. You can see a lot of pickoffs going on here, right? Lozy always is going to be the first one to go in, and then everyone else just crumble down onto that one unfortunate person, and that sends the entire team into frenzy. From this point onwards, you can pretty much tell 505 has constantly been the one opening things up with his feathered airstrike, and when it comes down to all of that, we can definitely start to see Dairy as well as Jogs, Dairy starting to be a little bit more sustainable, but time is of the essence. Everything is based on the abilities. And unfortunately, SMG, they have been focusing a lot on Diablo, and they understand just how much momentum he gives to the team. Gotta give a heads up over to Lozy though. That was an impressive kick onto Enya, which eventually helped them to snowball things further into their control. Coming to close to the end of the game at about 10,000 gold lead, we gotta have to say, Bray, Diablo throwing their bodies right onto the core, leaving Enya, Joe, and Jogs being unable to do anything despite having a low amount of health.
Yeah, and also, it was a perfect game, right, from the side of RSG SG. It's just that just show, like, they are really deserving for going to M4.
Exactly. Now, RSG's lineup and the way that they drafted, I think I've been talking a lot about that, right? But long story short, right? 1-1, you can, so let's take a look at about 1-1 and what is the nerf that has been done onto 1-1, right? Whenever you popped 3 weaknesses on the first on that enemy, you can only unleash your ultimate on that very specific person. You can no longer target the backlines anymore. So that means that, yes, you would definitely be able to pop the weaknesses in the people in the front lines, but sometimes you may not want to hit your crossbow and tank on them. In this occasion, you'll be able to pop your weaknesses on either Ruby or Lapu Lapu pretty darn easily. Are they very beefy? Not exactly. They're just really sustainable. As long as you're able to time your crossbow of tank correctly, where you realize that, Ruby doesn't really have much abilities to work with. Boom, your crossbow of tank pops off, you put him into a natural passive state. He doesn't really know what to do because he's got no abilities to use. This way, he goes down and it snowballs out of control from one places to another. So that is one way that 1-1 can pick off for the team. Cho can go for a kick to pick off. Fasa can go for a far-range artillery strike to go for pickoffs as well. And let's not forget about the pressure coming in from Benedetta. With the War Axe as well as the Hunter Strike, he can weave into the backlines pretty darn easily, be it gonna be Irithel or Valentina. Most of the time, I would believe is more on Valentina because Irithel kinda tough to catch because of the leap. But all in all, the entire team of RSG, they did extremely well in playing their game plan.
Yeah, if you notice, guys, just now, right? I know when we're just trying to break down the 1-1 as well. If you notice, it is mostly 505, the far side that did most of the damage. Why is that so, Vertigo?
I mean, constantly just positioning. It's just positioning diff right there. He knows the range of Feathered Airstrike to literally at the tip of his fingers, right? The moment he activates it, he knows he's in range, and he's always right at the edge of the circle, right? Right at the very, very edge of that AoE. He can land it. He's going to be untouched. He just constantly lands down feather airstrike over and over and over
again, right?
Just constantly, just smashing them into the ground, giving them no chance to retaliate at all. Dairy can't even go to the front to cancel out that feather airstrike. He was supposed to do that, but by the time he's trying to walk towards 505, he's just going to get bursted down. That's why he bought the Athena shield.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gents, for the draft. Abstract, what do you think SMGSG needs to work on?
Well, SMGSG, I think that draft definitely gonna be pretty important. They gotta have to figure out what is going to be their best kind of gameplay. Understandably, front to back is pretty easy, or rather not say easy per se, but is a lot easier to execute as compared to back to front and any kind of like snowball composition or rather bursty composition to a certain extent. In this case, RSG is pretty bursty and they just gonna go for pickoff. If you're able to find a composition and be able to work it towards your advantages, that will be great. Look for other win conditions and branch it out to many different ways, just like what RSG did here.
Yes.
If Ballman did manage to get himself a snowball start, then yes, he's just gonna be an indomitable warrior that just spins his way like a helicopter, Apache helicopter. No one's gonna stop him, right? That is the early stages of the game. If 1-1 is able to get early game farm, perfect game, then late game, RSG, they don't have to be scared of anything at all. If Benedetta is able to get early game farms, he doesn't even need to split push anymore. Every fight that he goes to, he will instill fear and then split push at the same time.
Yeah, I second that, right? If you notice how RSG's draft, there's always the main win condition, and then there's always sub-win conditions, right?
Like plan B?
Yeah, there's always a plan B and plan C.
Yeah.
Just that in that particular one, if Lozi doesn't catch, there's always a Diablo split pushing. If Lozi actually catches, that's the main win condition. The the Farsa will come in with the Feather Astra. And just in case if, both these two just doesn't work, there's always that baby cakes that will pop off. But turns out they don't even need to go to plan C at all.
Plan A already works so well. Do not fix what is broken. And they just kept on going over and over again.
Yeah, the mastery of the drafting, identifying these key winning opportunities is just something that RSG did very well.
I mean, we have been talking a lot about RSG's composition being good and all, but let's not forget about the weaknesses, which I think that it would be nice to pull on, just kind of mention as well, is the fact that this composition is very fast-paced, coming from RSG. If anything else, 1-1 will be put a lot of pressure in the back lines because he can't really catch up with the people in the front line, just kind of zooming right in. Farsa will also have a bit of a problem, so the front lines, they wouldn't be able to be tanking up very well because RSG themselves, they don't have a front peeling tank in the early stages of the game as well. So that is the problem, where SMGSG, they can punish that because they do have a Dyrov. He is playing as a jungle fighter. He's an assassin. He can deal with front lines and punish map opening from RSG, which is where they should snowball.
Yes, I agree with you. But ladies and gentlemen, on to the second draft we go. RSGSG once again going in first pick. SMG going in second. First bans, as RSG bans away the Bauman, bans away the Grok. SMG bans away the Valentina and the Paquito. Vertigo, any thoughts thus far?
I mean, banning away the Valentina because RSG SG have first pick, they do not want to give away the Valentina at all. Hence, the ban on the Valentina. But banning away the Balmon because they know, SMG SG Jogs plays a very, very mean Balmon, and banning away the Diggy and the Grok. So that's very, very towards on to the side of Dairy.
Faramis is pretty much in the minds of SMGSG right at this very moment. Julian is currently available as well, but we haven't seen Julian being banned and picked up for the past few rounds, so perhaps Julian is not exactly that high of a priority anymore.
Actually, there is, of course, the looming threat of the Akai as well.
Yes.
This is a triple choice question for this one.
Triple threat.
Triple choice.
Triple
this
threat
question
then.
Triple threat, right? So you can only pick one, but no, they're gonna ban away the Atlas. Instead, the
opening
RSG,
up. Okay.
they need to pick.
Yep. So RSG, out of all of the choices that they have decided to go for the Akai, which is going to open up the Faramis over to SMGSG. Now, whenever you have a Faramis on your side, understandably, you will be able to play a relatively divey composition. As long as you're able to crash down on the opponents, that will be good. provided that you are just buffed up by the cult altar. So what are the choices that SMG have got in store for them? Well, quite a lot of things, because because when it comes down to Faramis, we mostly start to see Faramis playing in the mage role. But in this case, because Valentina is not available, there could still be a slight possibility that Faramis is missed.
Yeah, Faramis is missed. Instead, they're gonna go for the Claude and then the Farsa instead.
Okay, we've seen this before, right? How some teams actually opted out for the Faramis, and then they went in for the Farsa instead. Using the Farsa to burst people down in the cult altar, that is almost like a stun. Technically, you can't do damage to it, but he will be rooted there for your team to follow it up. I think that's how SMG is trying to fight against that. Knowing that Lozi doesn't play the Faramis, he will go back on that show, but this means that if 505 goes for the Faramis, you know that they will be a little bit squishy side, but no, RSG is throwing back that question back at SMG. This hot ticking time bomb back to SMG.
Oh, are they gonna go for? They're gonna go for the Benedetta. SMG, could they go into the Benedetta jungle though?
Well, very unlikely, I'm gonna say here. SMGSG, they have picked up a total of a Claude, a Farsa, as well as Benedetta. Whatever that it is to me right now is it shouts out team fight, team fight, team fight.
Yeah, constantly.
And then it's just constant team fight, because that is what we want to see. We want to see Farsa setting up, zoning people out with his Feather Airstrike, and to top things off, we do have a Claude that will be able to come in the later stages in order to clean up when it comes down to his Blazing Duet. While the opponents are so messed up and so discoordinated by all of these big name ultimates out here, we have a random Benedetta pushing his edge over at the side of the map. That is definitely something that we can expect to see.
Yeah, I think Benedetta has more higher value in the EXP lane as compared to the jungle.
I would agree.
Yeah, and going for the 1-1 ban though, that's how much 1-1 had an impact on SMGSG right here today in the previous match. What could RSG ban right now?
Well, for RSG, their lineup right now is not exactly very bursty. The only thing that they have is a Kagura that allows them to go for a decent burst. Esmeralda, Uranus, all of these heroes are still currently available, and I would believe that RSGSG would want to pick either one of these two up. It would really depend on what SMGSG would want to pick. In fact, a Dyrov ban would have been nice.
Yeah. I mean, the Dyrov would be good in the EXP. The Rum plays a crazy Dyrov. Rum was known for his Dyrov. Very good split pusher, very good team fighter right here. But will he pick it up though? Will he pick up that Dyrov? But the Lolita ban coming in from RSG. Wow. The Lolita ban.
It could be a telling, or it might not be.
Was Carrot a big issue here? I mean, did he set the tone for the Lolita's new blast?
I would hardly say so. Okay.
Yeah, the
Dyrov ban.
They are sniping on us, man.
They're sniping on us?
They're sniping on our
That can't be. The muffs over their ears are way too industrial grade. They can't hear us talking smack about them.
We tested it.
We tested it. Yes, we
just had to test it. But okay, now this opens it up. Like RSG, if you notice, SMG, they can bring the Benedetta over to the XP lane, can also bring in over to the jungle as well. If SMG they opted for the Esmeralda, I think that will be quite nice.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? SMGSG, they can choose to pick up Esmeralda themselves just so that they can deny RSG from picking up the Esmeralda. That means that they are forcing it. They're forcing the Benedetta over to the jungle now. RSG, the only thing that they can do, pick up a Uranus.
They did it! Exactly. RSG, I feel like this is a trap. I ban away the Dyrov, I force you to pick the Esmeralda, then I will find some way else, something else. Now your draft from side of SMG is, in my opinion, once again, it goes back to game number 1. I've got too many fighters. I've got too many XP laners.
You don't?
How funny would it be if Baby Cake suddenly learned how to play Lunox here? So we have a Lunox in the gold lane, something that we would see in, what, Season 1?
That's a lot of magical damage on the side of RSG already.
That will be like 3, technically speaking, if we are expecting to see a Uranus and a Lunox.
Yeah.
But technically speaking, no, Uranus is definitely something that is almost a 99% pick coming from RSG, right? But when it comes down to the final pick, I know Lunox is a pipe dream, but it would be relatively nice to see something along those lines. Although, I know we're not going to see that, but Brody, being picked up, it is a surprise for me after all.
Yeah, the one-hit wonder here. He's looking to burst down or literally even one-hit onto Enya, Jogs, or even Ram. He's trying to reach the backlines. He's trying to one-shot. It's like the Leslie kind of feels, right?
Yeah, so the thing about Brody that really surprises me here is that Brody, yes, he is relatively tanky, right? And when it comes down to being a marksman, but it also means that the longer he stays in the battlefield, the more people that he hit and the more amount of times he hit, the more impact that his ultimate is going to be. In the case of Team SMG, well, I'm not too surprised about that. But in the case of Team SMG, most of their heroes pop in only at the final hour.
Yeah.
For example, on the Claude, who else is going to be the one that deals with a Claude in this case? And typically you would want to see the marksman just dealing crazy attack speed and just kill the Claude in an instant whenever he comes in for the blazing duet. But that is not exactly a Brody's job.
Yeah, Brody is just there to slowly poke the spears into you bit by bit, and then the spear starts to hurt over and over again.
Now, we finally concluded the drafting stage between RSG SG and SMG SG with a final pocket, I wouldn't call it pocket, but the final pick going into Faramis, something that we thought will happen at the front of the drafting phase. But who's going to be the one to come up to, onto game number 2? We shall see here in Sanctum Island.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn once again. Both of these two teams battling for glory. Hashtag #glorious. But of course, you know, this is a very interesting draft coming out from the side of SMG. Look at that.
What is this?
Green, Purify.
Wow, they are so... Is this a mistake?
No.
This is not a mistake.
Definitely not, because there isn't any Diggy at all. So if not, there's no Diggy to kind of counteract Arkai's heavy spin. So I think they're all playing a little bit scared. But Jox will be bringing the Bandadetta into the into the jungle for now. Of course, you know, Uranus versus an Esmeralda. This is kind of a matchup that goes all the way back to Season 1.
Yep, Season 1, a throwback right now. But Diablo is a Uranus expert right here. But on paper, Esmeralda wins, but the blue buff is going to go towards...
the purple buff, actually, Bray is the one
Bray.
that took it. Now Jox is one buff behind, has to go back into nothing at all, and now Bray will just walk in and secure his own purple buff. SMG on a timer right here.
Yeah, I mean, Bray didn't even use the Retribution. He's like, you know what? I don't even need the Retribution. What Retribution is that? You know? And he's perfectly well-timed. And for Purify, I have to give it to them, to the side of SMG. You're trying to block that heavy spin. You're trying to deny the way of the dragon. Yin-Yang overturn. They're just scared right now. Called order, instant scared.
I mean, it's definitely a necessary paranoia, right? Look, RSG, there's so much CCs from the side of Bray and Lozi as well. You better know that these two will set it up perfectly, like how they do it for game number 1. But SMG right here, yes, they're leading in terms of the gold for now, but still neck and neck. Look at how Derry is putting up the averages as well so that they get more gold coming in, but still boils down to the same problem. Like I said in the keys of victory, we don't give Derry enough beefiness.
Yep, Derry did not have enough beefiness. He's going for a lot of kind of CCs kind of feel right now, but look at Lozi. They're getting away from Derry. So where is... Wait. Oh, where is he? Joe?
Yeah.
Joe is playing in a very safe position right now. Look at Joe.
Joe doesn't even have the better airstrike as well, but it's going to be a Bray picking up the first turtle for now. Heavy Spin's going to win. Not only just that, it picks up Jox at the same time, and now it's going to be the Farsa flying away. But Diablo's on that chase. Run will stick to him for now, but then RSG, they already took what they need.
Jox, they're trying to get away, but to no avail. Let's take a look at the emblems right here. Demon Hunter from both sides. Oh, sorry, Demon Slayer coming out from both sides. And look at that. 3 support emblems.
3 Everesses.
Yeah, 3 Everesses.
Oh, Enya.
Enya.
Enya is looking a bit low. The knockup as well. Concussive Blast should be able, but BMI will be able to dodge it away. Arlozi will dive with a kick, but it is going to be a trade happening at the bottom lane.
Yeah, look at Enya's face on the camera. He's scratching his head, flaring his nostril. He's like, what just happened? You know, I thought I dodged him, but then, you know, Lozi investing the flicker and the way of the dragon.
Oh, a bit of aggression coming in. And Bray will use the heavy spin to get out there. Firefly will miss the mark for now. Derry will try to drag Firefly, but the dash will allow him to get on away.
There's a free debuff coming out from that Kagura. Let's take a look at the in-game items right now coming out, and we do have the... Oh, sorry. We do have the Curse Helm on the way for Bray right now. He's going to go for the full tanky Archive coming out. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Actually,
Blade
there
of
is.
Hepatitis. Wait, what is
yeah,
that?
Blade of Hepatitis from the side
Yeah.
of that Brody. He's gonna want to do a lot more burst because Enya will be able to win in terms of these sustained fight because of Art of Thievery. Brody, on the other hand, wants to go in. First hit, I'm gonna make it pain. I want to make it hurt with just one hit.
Yep, and that is the glory of the one-hit wonder. Way of the
Dozy?
dragon onto Theory.
Oh, Terry Cow Alter coming in, but the Electro Final Blow coming up from Jogs will not be able to catch anything though. He's actually silenced, but Wildfire coming in for the flank, but Jogs, he's still alive though. The members of RSG is ignoring him. He wants to gun for Enya, and 2 kills going over to RSG.
And a perfectly orchestrated fight right there. It does seem like it was going to go to the side of SMG SG, but a very, very good follow-up and sustain coming out from RSG. What a play coming out, and you can hear the crowd going wild over the fight.
They're ignoring whatever Jogs wants to
They're
do.
like, Jogs, who's that?
Yeah, that's the power of RSG, right? They identify which target to go for. Enya is the main prize. Dairy is only secondary because this Dairy is an environment, but it is going to be Baby Cakes. Oh, going up against Ram and Ram. The Brody doing a lot of damage though, but the problem is it is going to be RSG taking the second turtle for now. Now Dairy is only on the way to have his team going all the way in at the same time. Not even a better airstrike will dissuade RSG from the prize.
Baby Spin is going to catch out onto Theory right there. There's nothing Jogs could do. There's nothing Joe could do. Electric Final Blast from Jogs.
Oh no, that's a lot of damage. That's the power of Baby Cakes coming in with the Brody. Just one more hit will be able to do the trick. And now the kill. RSG on a roll right here.
The one tap coming out from Baby Cakes. The amount of damage is just insane. He gets demolished from the map.
4K goal lead right here in the 5th minute mark. It looks very bleak for SMGSG. Look at how brave, but the Cake on the way topside. Enya using the Blazing Duet. Not enough damage though. Baby Cakes are only forward, but Enya also Baby Cakes. Wow, RSG is stalling.
The literal 2 HP clutch coming out from Lozy and Baby Cakes. That's the teamwork. It's not just little brother and big brother. That was just a very good lineup, but they're trying to go for the cleanup right now, and a nice shutdown coming out there. Jogs finally getting a kill to his name. That was a desperate move coming out from SMG.
Yeah, but I feel like SMG needs to pull out even more desperate moves. It looks looking very bleak in the land of Dawn for the side of SMG. However, RSG they are really looking very strong. They are unfazed. They know who to target. They know who to prioritize. They don't want Enya to come up online because they know the Blazing Duet will rip them apart.
They're playing on the very passive side right now, but SMG, they're looking to make something happen. But look at the tankiness of Brave. He's just a thick guy right now.
He has no respect for the privacy of SMG at all.
He's like,
he take away the orange buff from SMG. What is going on?
Free buff. Let me take that. And Diablo here in a little bit of trouble, still emoting on the way out. Uses the second steel to get away, and the recall onto Jogs. Oh my god, what a play.
If you want to win, you win it in style. That's what RSG is telling SMG for now. RSG already looking at the turtle pit. There's no way SMG could do it at all. The gold lead is only definitely leaning in favor of RSG SG. The damage, the items, they've already come online already. And look at Lozy. He kicks Run right in the face. But Ray, he already secured the turtle as well. It is Lozy making the kill Run as well. The Cult Altar coming in, not there enough because the members of RSG, they know who to look for. Jogs using an extra final blow. Baby Cakes quicker forward as well. Diablo coming in for the cut, but Joe needs to use the conceal to get on away.
Enya and Ram getting taken out right there. 9-2. Look at RSG just stomping onto SMG right now. They are looking to play passive again. RSG, they're making SMG, play by the books, play at their tempo. Their tempo. SMG is like, RSG is like telling SMG here, play it this way, and we'll show you how to counter.
Yeah, it's like RSG just putting SMG at the last page. There's nothing that they can do to come back from this anymore. We thought, game number 1, they need to look at game number 2. But game number 2, for SMG, they can't look anywhere. This means that SMG will need to fall to the lower brackets.
You can see right now, Demon Hunter Sword coming out for Enya. That's only one item. Let's take a look on the other side. Look at the goal.
Oh, Derry
better
taking a big amount of damage, but Rum is in the thick of it, trying to look for Lozy. Diablo cutting Joe away from the fight as well. Now Rum Cult Altar will be activated, but the Tornapart Memory does so much damage. SG, they came in not whole, not even with Cult Altar.
The Cult Altar came in the nick of time, but the damage from Tornapart Memory was just too much to take. Even popping the Cult Altar just wasn't enough. If you have a second life, for what? There's no use.
Yeah, and Baby Cakes, man, just take a look at the player's gold. Baby Cakes all the way up 7.3k, but his counterpart 4.5k. The gold laner of SMG, that's not enough. You need more damage, you need more gold.
You need more gold, you need more damage, you need more items coming out, and Baby Cakes can literally just one-hit Anya right now. Just snap, gone.
Yeah, with the Blade of the Hephaestus as well, right? But look at members of SMG. Yes, that's the first Lord being spawned for the side of, on the top side, RSG is already set up camp. There's no way SMG will be able to do anything. Look at where Jox is right now, trying to cut the wave, taking a lead from Diablo's cage. But RSG, he's already there. Lozy, this doesn't really matter because Derry's going to get kicked. But Rum tries to stall for time. The Feather Airstrike doesn't connect anything at all. RSG's already taken the Lord.
Just out of range there, coming out from Joe. Lozy going in with aggression onto Derry is now... Oh, yeah, there's going to be deficit. Oh, Bray comes in with a heavy spin.
Oh, the heavy spin, that is another kill in the name of RSG SG, and now SMG needs to fight from a deficit. But luckily with Derry, the passive coming in clutch, allow him to get on alive. The knockup coming in, but Derry is looking for more, but Lozy is looking a little bit low. The cake going in, Rum. The goal order coming in clutch, but Bray coming in for the secondary engage. Baby Cakes will be able to tear Rum apart.
And the killing spree coming out. Feather Airstrike almost catches her onto Baby
Jox, he's coming for the cleanup. That's a double kill going over to SMG. Some form of life. Breathing in, places the way from his over Enya as well. We'll be able to clean up our fight and even Bray.
And a 4-man takedown coming out from SMG SG. What a big turnaround now. 12-6. SMG showing signs of life. Diablo here in a 1v2. What a play coming out from SMG SG. But solid play.
But that's solid, but they're only just buying for time. SMG, they can't even deal with Diablo. Just take a look. 2 members looking at him, and Diablo's like, nah, you can't do anything. There's not enough damage.
I'm a Uranus. What you gonna do about it? He's a punching bag. He's like, come at me, man. And then you're just punching him. He's like, what's that? Doesn't even hurt.
Yeah, but there's one good thing for the side for that, right? SMG does have that managed to equalize that goal, close out that goal gap just a little bit. But is that enough?
Could be enough. It should be enough. And look at Jox here. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Way of the dragon. Ying overturn.
Big mega bursty. There is no way Jox will be able to stay alive from that. Just take a look at how RSG, they're climbing in all the way back. They give a little bit of they show a little bit of skirt over to SMG SG, but you know they're professionals. They're maintaining composure, and they will pick up Jox for absolutely free. Joe looking for the next one, but Derry, I don't think there's anything that our SMG SG can do. Just look at how RSG is encroaching. The scissor cutting. The maneuvers trying closing on top of SMG's throats is so hard to deal with.
You're right there, literally. Look at Lozy and 505 playing hand in hand, trying to go for the flame, trying to go for that big yin-yang overturn and the way of the dragon. They are playing it so big and so smart right now. RSG in a big orchestrated play, but Tornapart Memory takes up half of Rum's HP.
Yeah, the Tornapart Memory is basically free, right? Baby Cakes can cast it and she'll be coming online very short. The low cooldown from the side of that Brody ultimate is going to be very helpful. But now SMG, there's only some, they need to maintain as much base turrets as they can. But RSG, stripping the enemy jungle clean once again. There's nothing, not even bones.
Literally just down to the bones, meatless right now, munching away at SMG. Giving them a little bit of the skirt, like you said, Jace. Giving them a bit of the skirt, but look at Lozy rushing in. Way of the Dragon onto Derry though, but uses the Purify, gets away with fair ease and wasted the Feather Airstrike, not connecting at all. Joe is going to be down on Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, no Feather Airstrike. It means that RSG could take this Lord for free. But take a look at where Rum is, focusing at the bottom lane. And even Jox is slowly catching it, but he will be able to face Bray. But at the same time, look at backline. Look at Diablo. Just one man looking down at 3 people. There is no answer for Diablo. This tyrant in terms of against SMG is so hard. But RSG right here looking at, but it's going to be like unfindable. Who actually skills the Lord is Jox. He stole the Lord. And now SMG, they will be punished. 2 members down, and RSG, they're not going to allow them to take away. Diablo looking a bit low. It's going to be Rubberman jumping all the way into Esmeralda, but the knockout coming from Losi. So makes him stay alive.
And what a save there coming out from Losi, playing it all the way by the
No,
end.
that's it.
Oh no, they're trying to end it.
That's it. There's even though SMG was the one that secured the Lord, but Baby Cakes is already all the way in. And now with the Lord, hopefully, but oh, look at how RSG, they're climbing all the way out, but there's not enough damage coming out from SMG to kind of push them away.
What a play. Jogs going all the way across the map, running a full marathon just to steal the Lord away. That was such an impressive steal coming out from Jogs.
Yeah, using the Electrophynical, the iframes coming in to take away that Lord away from what is rightfully theirs, trying to stare up at Goliath. That's what SMG is trying to do. One pebble at a time.
Is that a...
No, that's not.
is that a pun?
No, that's not a pun.
Feather airstrike though onto Diablo.
Oh, that's one big ultimate being used already, but Jogs coming in backline, but his ultimate got cancelled instead. The Losi King, Jogs trying to make a play right here, but will not be able to do anything at all. Now, look, where's Jog, where's Enya, Rum, he's actually a little bit, Rum, and Derry's trying to take it away. Oh, Count Altar go all the way in as well. Enya already down one line, Blazing Doing coming in the last minute. Losi tries to get away, but Final Fight coming in, responding, but he will be getting all the way back. But now, look at how Baby Cakes, oh my goodness, the damage, but it's going to be another Maniac coming out from RSG.
What a Maniac coming out from Baby Cakes there. Very, very big play. The amount of damage was just insane. Not even the call out was enough.
Torn apart memory, man. Torn apart memory. RSG delivering masterclass against SMG SG. What they can do. They can do absolutely nothing at all. Diablo coming in. Oh, he may have taken too much damage right here. Not sure what he's trying to do. But coming in. But here comes the secondary engage. Bray is already right here to provide that front line.
Can he get away though? What a play though, right there from Baby Cakes, pushing out the damage. Called out coming out, but Bray just separating the rest of SMG SG. Enya went in using the blazing duets, rushed for the backlines, but was punished for it. Baby Cakes went crazy.
RSG toying with their food. SMG SG right here. They may have a bit of breathing chance, but of course RSG, they're here to prove them wrong. They're showing us a little bit skill like what I mentioned, but they're not giving you a leg.
They're not giving you the whole leg. They're just a little bit of a teaser right there. But RSG, they are so confident in this. Look at Diablo, just tank soaking up all that damage. He's like, no,
he never died.
Yeah, I like, what's this? No damage, man. What's damage? It doesn't even matter to me, man.
Yeah, he hasn't died yet, and that's actually very surprising. Just now, I thought Diablo could have gone down, but the Lord is already up. It's already set over out by RSG as well. SMG picking up the track once again. I don't think that RSG will allow that to happen once again. Look at Losi. He's just like guarding, making sure that Jogs doesn't step foot around the Lord pit.
Oh, okay. A knockout, Way of the Dragon. Yep, and it's big clear right there.
That's it, and Diablo all the way at the back line. Joe, Feather Airstrike will not be able to connect anything for now. That's a free Lord alongside RSG to secure this game.
As of right now, RSG, they're going to be playing very passive. Right now, they are going to go all the way into the back line, trying to sync up the waves. But the waves is all the way in the mid lane right now, and they are, RSG SG, they're trying to close out this game. SMG have no choice but to play inside their own base. You can't do anything about it.
Once again, it's just going to be back against the wall. SMG find themselves in a very familiar corner, but then at least they do have airstrike to provide some form of high ground. But will that be enough, ladies and gentlemen? The clash will start as the Feather airstrike go all the way down. Joe will get pushed by the umbrella, but remember, runs to final fight for now. He will fall. The call Altar allowing them for a second run, a second win. But would that be enough? The mage of RSG has gone down, but SMG, they will be able to hold down the fort for now, but for how long?
Well, what a play there. 505 jumping in with a yin-yang overturn, but catches off, gets caught off by Joe with the Feather airstrike. Jogs take a little bit of the damage right now. Counterpart memory is going to keep him nice and alive. Joe right now.
Joe, the lockup, he gets king, but the members of RSG, they're going to clap on top of the Bray, pushes Derry away. No more count Altar for Derry at the same time. SMG, they have to go all in, placing duet as well with a Wind of Nature as well. Not enough damage to tackle RSG, but Jogs will be at the back line, cleaning all the way up, 3-man down. To take a look at Diablo, making sure SMG stays humble.
3-man down on the side of RSG SG's SMG finally showing life, but they were struggling so much resources was used right here. Dairy had to pop the counter, and then the Feather Airstrike had to come down. The Blazing Duets just non-stop, and then Electro Fighter Blow just coming out. Falling Star Moon catches the right people at the right time.
Yeah, but then again, sooner or later, ladies and gents, 60k is where, you know, most of the items should be ready built up. RSG is already almost there. SMG still falling slightly behind. But then again, you have to think about this. RSG has cleared out SMG, rest of the turrets. There's nothing left but that core.
SMG SG right now, they are online. They are feeling a little bit more powerful right now. But Enya, can he rush into the backline? He has popped his immortality though. He is down 1 immortality. And what? Let's take a look at the items right now. He does not have his immortality. He's going to swap it out for the Brute Force Breastplate. We have the Golden Staff. Oh, Window Nature, but big call coming out. Diablo here, Jogs. Rushing all the way back, Losey with the way of the Dragon right now.
The way of the Dragon, but he's a little bit down low. The Immortality wave prop, Heavy Spin activated as well. Run, trying to dive in the back line, but we'll find Losey instead. The knockup will be there, but like I said, SMG is throwing not only just bodies, but also ultimates and utilities.
Just a small little bit of skirmish right there, but Brute Force Breastplate coming out for Jogs right now. And Enya with the, what do we have here? We have the Wind of Nature, we have the Demon Hunter Sword, and then we have the Golden Staff, and all the damage is going to be coming up from Enya.
But don't forget, ladies and gents, this is not SMG SG is not out of the woods just yet. Same could be said for RSG. We've seen it before. It just takes one fight to clear this game. Of course, it is up to how SMG set it out. RSG SG, I don't think they will allow this. Look at Losey just spinning all the way up. They need to try to find and make sure that SMG pays. But then again, look at how RSG zoning away SMG SG out of that lore pit. Feather Airstrike doesn't connect anything at all. But Joe! He gets bursted down by 505, and the Winter Dragon coming in all the way in, allow FIF to survive for a little bit longer. Losey trying to kick Enya all the way out. There's no more Blazing Duet anymore for the side of SMG SG, and now it is RSG that secures this Evolve Lord.
And the Evolve Lord is going to get secured right now on the side of RSG SG. Joe is going to be down 30 seconds on the death timer. Can they do anything about it? The Lord is going to be marching down. All 3 ways are going to be synced up right now. RSG, they can close this out. 20 seconds left onto Joe's death timer right now. What can SMG SG do right now?
SMG SG bite for time, quickly wave clear as well at the expense of themselves. But Losey kicks Ram. That's one big ultimate from side RSG already used. Now just take a look. Joe should be able to come back online to buy some time. The high ground is something RSG is finding a bit of difficulty to try to penetrate in.
As of right now, Joe is finally up and alive, but this Lord is going to be very, very thick. It's going to be very, very tanky.
Oh, no.
Immortality is still up, though. And the airstrike comes down.
Oh, I don't like this chances, ladies and gentlemen. This could be it. RSG has been trying to siege for so long. Torn apart memory going all the way in. Bray, he spins. He takes down Ram. He builds Ram all the way out. He's not even in the team fight at all. And RSG secures this game.
And the crowd goes wild right there. RSG securing the second game. It was a little bit of a struggle. It was a little bit of a long game. But RSG, they did it. They managed to secure 2-0 onto SMG.
Yeah, that was a clean game, I would say, coming out from the side of RSG. Yes, they kind of gave up a little bit of a, show a little bit of skill, show a little bit of skin.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but they are unfazed. This is the champions of Season 3, and they are not to be messed with.
That was an amazing game. That was a good tight fight, a very good comeback coming out from SMG, but then RSG like, here, let me give you a consolation prize, right? Let me give you a little bit of a consolation prize.
A false hope.
A false hope. Just giving them false hope, like, yeah, you're gonna win this. And then like, nope, you're not gonna win this at all.
Yeah, I don't know what's even meaner, winning
or not
giving that false hope that you're almost winning. So Abstract, what do you think?
Well, the game definitely is difficult coming in from both of these teams, right? SMG SG has got a lineup that gears heavily towards the later stages of the game, and RSG SG actually gave it over to SMG. The fact that SMG SG doesn't even have anyone that can lock down RSG is already a dead giveaway that SMG SG, they can't play the early games that well because they can be invaded like, well, basically no tomorrow.
Yep, just constant invading.
Yes, RSG can just be in your face. They can be greedy without repercussions. That is why most of the time we constantly look at Akai going into the jungle, go for retribution, and casually walk out. Because SMG SG themselves know why would we want to expand all of our skills onto an Akai when he can just very casually pop off a single ultimate and run away from all of us?
You have super thick boys like Akai, you have Diablo just there on the Uranus, soaking all that damage. I feel that Diablo will be the sandbag for this match right now. It could even be Bray on the Akai. He has soaked up so much damage, he's secured so many objectives. Zone everybody back.
Here's the thing: whenever you play Uranus, you must always be the sandbag.
Yeah, always.
Yeah. In
Always.
terms of statistics, you must always be the sandbag. If you don't become the sandbag, well, then technically speaking,
Just don't play.
something is wrong, or the opponents are really ignoring you.
Yeah, like they're not giving you the stacks at all. They just
Yeah, they're ignoring you, right? But let's take a look at the post-game items. I think both of these two teams, they should have a full build, especially when the game went on like what, all the way to 21-ish minutes already. So it's all about the positioning, and unfortunately SMG doesn't really manage to get in position. There's a lot of questionable feather airstrikes in my opinion that was wasted way too early. But Vertigo, take us through the items.
I feel it was more of a knee-jerk reaction coming out from Joe, but looking at the item, it looks very, very much... Yeah, Job's opting for the Malefic Raw Hunter Strike, going with the Sky Guardian helmet along with the Brute Force breastplate and then the Cursed Helm.
Now, here's the thing, right? RSG SG is into the later stages of the game. What kind of damage can we see?
RSG SG?
Yes, for RSG SG.
Alright, look at Baby Cakes with the one-hit wonder,
Bro.
and then 505 with the one-hit wonder.
Okay, other than that, no one else.
Yeah,
Am
just
I right?
literally no one else.
So the two of them is the only one that is technically capable of dealing damage with their own kit, while the rest of the members from RSG, they are capable of tanking for themselves. And they know that SMGSG, some of them, if not all of them, hits like a truck. As such, they use their own health as the way of retaliation. That is why every single one of these tanky units in the front lines have got a blade mail for themselves, which plays a very good part as to why SMGSG is finding troubles dealing damage to RSGSG whilst keeping themselves alive.
Yeah, just take a look at the damage dealt. In fact, it's SMGSG that did a lot of damage as compared to RSGSG, but it is RSGSG that picked up the kills. In terms of the battle of, sustainability, even though SMGSG was pulling a Faramis in tow, it's not enough. RSGSG managed to, outlast SMGSG in the fight.
This is very important coming from RSG, right? If only one person pick up the blade mail, it's not gonna be that big of a difference, right?
Yeah,
the blade armor is not gonna be that big of a difference. But if you have all three of the tanky frontliners pick up the blade armor, and then we have a Claude just going in with the blazing duet, boy,
it doesn't even
boy,
hurt. It just tickles.
Yeah,
But just take, yeah,
it
you mentioned.
tickles, but the Claude himself cries.
Yeah, abstract. But you also mentioned, right, Diablo, of course, yes, Uranus.
He has
Sandbag.
to.
There you
He
go.
has to.
He has to, definitely. But look at the amount of damage that Baby Cakes was able to output. 104,000 damage.
Yeah.
Gold per minute, 788. Don't forget, he's also the one that picks up the Maniac for today as well. If you notice as well, his build is also quite interesting. He sold off the Blade of Hephaestus to provide that early game burst, to replace it with something else, like the Wind of Nature, to counteract against Enya's Blazing Duet.
Now, the early stages of the game, that is where things start to get a bit... it was a little bit difficult, definitely, for Baby Cakes in the mid stages of the game. He still managed to get himself the Maniac. He still managed to get himself 10, 2, and 4, mostly because of his experience and, of course, his impeccable mobility. Otherwise, Baby Cakes, as a Brody, he don't necessarily deal a truck ton of damage to the other opponents, right? I've seen, of course, when it comes down to Brody dealing damage onto Esmeralda, it's a little bit tough here and there, especially with a Cult Altar. You can't expect to pop your torn apart memory onto people who has the Cult Altar, or when they popped off their Cult Altar. Your timing has to be impeccable.
Yeah. Just on time.
I think Baby Cakes did exactly that. His timing has been impeccable, his target prioritization on point as well. So I definitely deserving of that MVP. We should be having the highlights up pretty soon. I wish, Abstract and Vertigo, you can bring us through what actually went very well for RSG. Yes, and especially when that part when they show a little bit of skin as well, what exactly happened, and etc.
Well, I gotta have to say that all in all, okay, for RSG, right, we looked at their lineup, they have one of everything that kind of fits in any situation, most if not any every situation, right? You need to pick one person off or do AoE damage, that is going to be Kagura, right? When we need to single someone off, that is Way of the Dragon. If we need to knock someone or an AoE effect to really knock them into the wall, well, we do have Bray that goes in with the ultimate. all in all, this is a big fight, right? Because Baby Cakes literally use Jogs as a stepping pedal, or rather a pedal, I don't know what to say. Pedestal? No, pedestal? A stepping stone in order to put himself closer over to the more and higher priority heroes. So that is definitely a great call coming in from the entirety of RSG SG. This pretty much shows that they have a very good idea who are the high priority heroes and who they will want to focus on. Now, focus on the Baby Cakes, right? He has been behind all the time. And yes, he's been dealing damage on the dairy, and then Pop goes to the called altar. While Enya is still pretty much free and open. Only until then, he jumps over to the backlines and deal with the necessary damage onto 505 and Lolsey. Not quite enough damage though. Kinda seems as though his items are just not quite there yet. But Baby Cakes literally took the spotlight by getting himself Maniac 4, surviving longer than everyone else. That is a team fight that lasted 2 ultimates, by the way. That is 2 torn apart memories in a single team fight, and that is how you bring value into Brody.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that SMGSG was able to find that Brody. The Brody, with the second skill, can prove himself very slippery. He can peel for himself as well. The stun as well, super annoying. And, you know, I would have to admit that the fact that, you know, this is just what RSG is showing us. Professionally deserving of the first seed from the regular season.
Hey, speaking of showing, you know what's showing on the screen right now? You know what's showing on the screen? It's not our faces, and it's our OCBC Frank right here. Get your limited edition card right now. It's limited to, if I am not wrong, we have 5 limited edition MLBB card design. You're gonna get a free epic skin, so you can flaunt your MLBB pride in real life too. Frank by OCBC is proud to support MPL SG again for season number 4.
Thank you very much.
They have been here since the start. They are the OG all the way. So from now to the 9th of October, sign up for a free Frank X MLBB debit card online and choose from 1 of 5 limited edition MLBB card designs.
I find it interesting the fact that you get Colt Skinner in the game and you're gonna get Colt Skinner in real life too.
I mean, for those people that are in the venue as well, here in our Tampines Hub, we do have the Frank by OCBC booth that is at the stage left. Right?
Stage right.
On our left side, basically speaking. If you guys want to take a look at the booth, they do have this spinny thing, the Wheel of Fortune. I believe that there is a lot of things going on, so go ahead, ask them what it's all about and find out what you can win, because I'm pretty sure that they have quite a bit of goodies for all of you guys.
And speaking about goodies, ladies and gentlemen, we will be throwing back to Cheryl in just a moment for the winner interview. But of course, before we throw it back very quickly, right, just like to give a quick shout out to, of course, Frank, OCBC, and also OSIM as well for providing the support for Season 4. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, on to you, Cheryl. Tell us what the winning team has to offer.
All right, guys. So right now I have with me the brains behind RSG SG. I'm so excited. Right here I have with me Saint DeLucas, everybody.
Hello.
So yes, Saint, I do have so many questions for you. Firstly, what are your thoughts on the draft for both games?
I think for both games, the bots have our own power. Then I think we just play our own comfort. Then the second game, I think they try to playing the meta heroes, but I don't think it's the comfort hero. So I think we kinda ahead from the draft lah.
Right. Is there a reason why we didn't see Lolsey's signature Franco today?
Yeah, just give him Cho, I think, for today.
But today, don't show all the cards yet. Ah, interesting. All right, so the second question is, describe RSG's play style in just one sentence.
Reset.
Reset. Ah, interesting. Can you elaborate on why reset?
Because we always offer chasing and we got Jovan, they always resetting the team.
That's interesting. So reset is what our wonderful coach says. So who do you think is the hardest to draft for in RSG, specifically a player?
Bray.
Why so?
He always want to play the fast hand heroes.
Sorry?
He always want to play the fast hand heroes.
Ah, he always wants to play the fast hand heroes. If Bray is hearing this, he's too showy, is it? Yeah, he's too showy. You need to pull him down back to earth. Yeah, Bray, if you're listening, this is what coach says, yeah? You know, you're going for 2 showy heroes. Just stick to the basics, yeah? All right, so next up, which team do you think RSG must look out for and why?
I think Revival. Yeah, because Revival, LY is my player also back then, and I think LY know our gameplay very much, and I really scared about LY from now, yeah.
So
And I hope LY can make it better on this playoff. Yeah, I hope he do the best.
wow, so it's really friendly as well, right here, St. Lucas. Also wish the best for LY4 in the upcoming match, which is next later at 7 p.m. So yeah, there's a lot of homage that you're playing, especially even the RSG members. Their in-game name are all LY4, LY4, LY4.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, respect. So this is really, really heartwarming to see. All right, and final question. Do you have anything you want to say to the team and the RSG fans today?
For RSG fans, I think thank you very much that you can come and watch for us, cheering for us. I hope you guys do the best and we can do the best also. I give you all the best. Thank you.
Right, and finally, what do you have to say to the team right now? Today's day one of the playoffs. Anything you want to motivate your team with?
Good job, guys.
That's it? Just good job?
Yes,
Oh, because it is like strat, right? You don't want to make them feel overconfident.
of course. This is just the day one. We're not finished yet.
Yeah, this is just the day one, guys. Let's not get complacent. Thank you so much, St. Lucas.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're looking forward to more amazing drafts from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
That was simply amazing. So yes, thank you so much, St. Lucas, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, this is St. Lucas, the brains behind RSG SG that we had the pleasure to interview today. What a match, wasn't it? RSG SG won a clean sweep against SMG SG, sending them down right away into the lower bracket runs. So, what can we anticipate in our next matchup that's happening at 7 p.m.? Stick around and join us, and we will see you for the next match that will be happening at 7, which will be Slate versus Revival. See you then.
With a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects, we've when you meet Gushin in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared to the original design, we've restyled Gushin's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and swift authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, until first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Yes.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one.
Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
I know what?
Who's that?
To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and the authorities for any suspicious action.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go low bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need Twitter or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
You want A2? I'll make you E8 F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
What's the EXP lane for Revival?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gushin. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gushin. Gushin's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gushin with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gushin's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gushin's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gushin. That's why we're bringing Gushin's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gushin in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Fusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot to lose, just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, and you first blood again.
I'm right. I hope we don't get first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like that.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn or not?
Yes. Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home? Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Who's that? To Adamir, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep with the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Fusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. Patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and assist the authorities for any suspicious action.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry.
Stella? Oh, is it the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
I see.
Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go! Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan, what?
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing XP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Let's see.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo. Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan, what?
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of tactical grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of ours.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
SMG, if you're so many lot you lose, just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, until first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope we don't come first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like that.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn on.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader? Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for the next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
What's the EXP lane for Revival?
Ryan,
Who's that? To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Aemon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, We've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot, you lose. Just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need tutor or not?
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Step up. Oh, is this the retirement home?
Oh, what else can you play besides your one-trick video?
Well,
your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make you E8, F9.
Rival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived, our players are more known than yours.
JS, when I playing EXP lane, you're still drinking milk.
Okay.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and use the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
To SMG, if you're so many lot you lose, just go lower bracket.
Hey, Diablo, first blood me, right? Playoff, I give you first blood again.
Ram, right? I hope you don't kena first blood again. Sometimes too easy for me, I don't like.
RSG SG, you guys every day doing TikTok contents, go be a full-time TikToker.
Oh, relax, huh?
And yeah, need to turn.
Smelly cat, I'm gonna make your KD smelly.
Zion, I'll kick you out of MPL like how you kick me out of your team.
Angry. Stella? Oh, is this the retirement home?
Joe, what else can you play besides your one-trick leader? Well, your name is powerful, but your gameplay is weak.
Not bad, not bad.
Reminiscent, your Karina is your signature hero, but I'm a better one. Evil lousy.
Oh, damn!
A1, A2, I'll make E8, F9.
Revival, when you guys lose this season again, come and find me for your next season's team name. Slate, the only reason why you win us is because you treat that as a warm-up.
Let's go!
Who's the EXP lane for Revival?
To Adam here, I'll show you who's the better EXP laner.
Revival, even after you guys have revived,
Ladies and gentlemen, now today was another clean sweep day mirroring week 1 of the regular season. Team so far has won straight games and we have seen glory and regret. Our first 2 teams are now eliminated entirely from the tournament right here at MPL SG Season 4. Match 4 is the last match for today to set the stage for the upper bracket finals. We have Slate Esports squaring off against Revival. That will be happening in a few moments' time. Now, the winner of this match will play against RSG SG in our best of 5 upper bracket finals tomorrow at match 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our 2 teams. Now, before that, I'd like to figure out my audiences. Where are my Team Revival fans? Make some noise, come on, guys. Team Revival, where are your fans at? Is this the enthusiasm you want to show your team? Team Revival, make some noise for Team Revival. All right. Or perhaps on the other side, Team Slate, make some noise! That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. And that's how we do it. Introducing our 2 teams, the Revenants, who are back to prove themselves today. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Slate Esports! Right here from Slate Esports, we have Adamir, we have Sailor, Gear, JBL, and FMM. To your battle stations. And next up, the turtle that plays the best from behind. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Revival! From Revival, destroying Sanctum Island today, we have Peace, QDX Lab, Ryan, LY4, and Swirl. Gentlemen, to your battle stations. Alrighty. So I'm sure casters are more excited than I am to cast this match and analyze both teams. So right here for the casters desk, we do have 3 dashing casters, namely Abstract, Vertigo, and Chase. Jace, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Of course, you know, ladies and gents, if the host is already lost of voice, this means that, you know, we were extremely excited, and I bet the floor right here at OTH is also very excited for this particular match. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Vertigo and Abstract will be your casters for this final match of the day.
Boy, I'm excited, man.
Of course.
I'm so excited. We have seen clean sweep. Can we see a Revival today?
Oh my goodness, here we go
Yeah,
again.
I'm starting it off strong. It's a good start.
You mean your punnery, right?
Are we gonna witness a Revival, or are we gonna see a clean slate?
Oh jeez.
It was good. Come on.
You know what? I just remembered that we are no longer on a green screen anymore, so I'm just going to
excuse myself down and away. Can we get an analyst back? All right. So okay, jokes aside, ladies and gents, Revival has shown true grit all throughout the regular season. You know, their MO2-1, they broke it in the last particular one. But before we actually talk more, well, we'll talk more about teams when we show the team stats. Vertigo, take it away for the Slate ones.
Let's take a look at this. It shows that FMM signature hero right here is is on the Irito. I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, really good. It's a really, really strong hero, but 756 gold per minute and an average KDA of 7.68. That's pretty high. That's a very positive KDA right there. But Sela, look at this. 3,552 damage per minute. That is per minute right there. And Adamir on the 12% kill participation. Alongside with him, it's going to be Sela also at the 12%, 12.56% also. But look at Gear, 737 gold per minute. So just shy of FMM. It shows that the goals are very, very, you know, evenly spread out.
Yeah, of course, but I think the best comparison is not between the players itself. I want to see what's going on the other side of the aisle. For the side of Revival, what are the players' stats? So Abstract, you know, take us through the statistics for Revival.
The main thing that we do want to see.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Average damage taken. Wow, okay. But one thing that we definitely want to see as well is the differences between the gold laner and the junglers when it comes down to Revival versus Slate. And understandably, we are definitely seeing some difference. Some 100 GPM difference between Peace as well as his counterpart as compared to LY4, about 200 plus, about 200, some 200 away from his counterpart. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, they have an issue keeping up with farm and so on and so forth, but it really just boils down to playstyle, I gotta have to say.
I agree. In terms of playstyle, QDX Love has taken way too much average damage taken. In fact, JPL only took like 84k, but Gil, on the other hand, has a higher kill participation. LY4 is the kind of player that will comfortably farm out in the jungle, and then when the time is right, he will come and he will stomp. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we should be going to the keys of victory very, very soon with regarding for Slate. So, Vertigo, can you talk about the one from Slate?
I mean, as you can see right here, it says takes fight around JPL's initiation. So JPL, he was the OG. He was the LoLZ before LoLZ actually existed. You know,
oh my god.
He existed before LoLZ
That
did.
bird will definitely...
not wrong.
He's not wrong, but I believe RSG fans are not going to appreciate that.
But sometimes I wouldn't even know if whether that is supposed to be a compliment to JPL or just the other way around sometimes.
It's a compliment to both sides.
Okay.
Right? Because it shows that LoLZ is more relevant right now.
Take us through.
Yeah, and then JPL, he's just doing his old good old catches, good old isolation, catching everybody out. As you can see right here, take the fight around JPL initiation and aggressively push the EXP lane. So that is all going to be on Adamir right there. And he says, do not let Peace have a comfortable early game, because we know what Peace can do with their very, very strong snowball. He's going to run away with it, and he's going to hurt you like crazy.
Yeah, Peace, right? It's the same thing as LI4. So Revival always like to play the later part of the game, but Slate Esports, they know how to punish in the early game. Hopefully, they will be able to do so later on. But let's take a look at the next keys to victory for the side of Revival. So, Abstract, do you want to take us through for Revival?
Here's the thing. When it comes down to Revival, the main fact that we are looking out for is that Revival usually and always plays over to the later stages of the game via turtling. As such, they really gotta have to call themselves in the early stages of the game. They need to ensure that they hold themselves down pretty nicely and just work things out well for them. Well, understandably, when it comes down to, you know, early game, like I talked about before, Gear's jungle rotation is very strong. They gotta shut that down or disrupt him at that very case. And as well, we gotta have to take a look at JPL. Focus on killing him before team fights. That is if they do have that capacity to do so. Understandably, the way the Revival stats work for them is that they don't burst, right? Burst out of nowhere and get themselves the massive GPM spike, kill spike whatsoever. They play the long game. And GPM doesn't really quite matter to them, because as long as they know how to turtle, play the late stages of the game, then who cares about it as long as everyone has got their items.
Yeah, and especially throwback to that time when QDXL was constantly, was that portable fountain as the Estes, right? Like just dancing, just dancing around at the Lord Pit. But of course, hashtag MPL Predictor, share your predictions for this particular match as well. Write your most creative content. Don't forget to include your game ID and server ID so that we can track you down.
Yeah, and the most creative comment will get chosen, and you get to get a nice little skin that's worth $749. Diamonds,
okay.
Diamonds. You have the epic skin for the Link, you have the Estes, you have the Masha, the Valier, even the, oh my god, even the Ice Frost Kimi.
Yeah, the Masha as
this
well.
Shows how much skins that he has, considering the fact that he actually
recognizes every single one.
The only thing that I know of is like the Dragon Warrior Masha.
What about Mecha Baby Nana?
Mecha Baby Nana.
Someone has been making sure, you know, Mobile Legends Bank is a free-to-play game.
I know. I've been using their trial skin because it's free, right? So I don't actually cash for the game.
But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the audience prediction. What is your prediction for this particular game? Heavily in the favor of Slate Esports, of course. You know, Slate Esports, a household name in MPL Singapore since Season 1 as well. You know, they've also got a couple of accolades. I think this is also a season where they have to prove themselves glorious.
They have
going into M4 to represent Singapore once again. But looking at the road, it's not going to be easy. It's an 80 degrees incline climb.
Wow, 80 degrees. That's oddly specific. So
I'm not going to go 90
So
degrees.
90 is up, right? So 80 is just...
Yes.
Oh, that's a very steep hill.
Just enough for a skill link to happen.
Yes.
As long as there's a slight little tilt, that as long as it's not 90 degrees, you can skill the wall.
89.5?
89.5, I think that is possible.
It's possible, but it's going to take a long time.
You gotta have to take a look at that goats we see in the other country. You know, they are able to skill
upwards,
skill like sidewards. It kind of seems like it's a
Yeah,
wall,
I know.
but they
I know
can-
what
they
you're
can
talking about, the
climb.
mountain goats, right?
Yeah, the mountain
But
goats.
are you trying to describe Slate as mountain goats?
Technically speaking, yeah.
Look, they got two holes like
okay,
this.
do they have horns on
No,
their
they look-
heads?
they're
The
sleek.
mountain horn. Does the mountain
No,
goat
that's
have
supposed to be
horns?
evil, but okay.
I
don't know why
I
we're
don't
going.
know.
Okay, guys, I don't know where we're going with this analogy. But
It's all about fun and
it's all about fun and games, but I don't think it's all about fun and games going
them.
into
For them.
this.
For
You're
them,
going-
no.
It's fun and game for us, but it's
Yes.
not for them because don't forget, if they lose this one, they'll go down to the lower brackets, and that will be a lower bracket run. Revival apparently started to grow hands. Remember, in the last few weeks, they grew hands and they grew legs, and they start doing kickboxing.
And they literally just start kicking and punching people in the air.
Yep. The thing about Revival. Okay, so the funny thing is, right? We're coining Slate as the Revenant,
That's
right?
correct,
We're
yes.
coining Slate as Revenant for the very fact that they lost their crown in the previous season, and then they technically came back from the dead. As such, the Revenants here. While for Revival, well, one thing's for sure. The name, I do not want to elaborate too much about that, but technically speaking, for myself, I find themselves coined as the ghosts of MPL. Why? The only reason why I say this is that throughout the entire journey in the regular seasons, no one, or I wouldn't say no one, but most of their matchups, they are always being voted against. Even in this game, even in the games that they have won, they are always voted against. And they have proved themselves time and time again that they have won many of these teams. And yet, when it comes down to looking at them in the upper bracket, sometimes people still aren't that, convinced.
Yeah. I think the most important thing that I think what Abstract wants to say is this could be like the battle of the ghosts. Revenant's
Yes.
a form of ghost, so let's call the Ghostbusters in. But other than that, let's take a look at the bans, ladies and gents. Slate will ban away the Valentina, the Dyrov, and the Akai, heavily hinting they are leaning towards the Esmeralda. Revival, on the other hand, bans away the Claw, the Paquito, and that 1-1.
So you do have the Faramis open right now because you don't need to be afraid
Speaking
of the
about
Valentina.
ghosts.
Yeah, literal ghost could be picked up right now on the side of Slate Esports. Could they even pick up the Faramis? I think they should. But instead they're gonna go for the Balmond.
The first pick on the Balmond.
Yeah.
Now,
First pick
technically speaking, I would say the Balmond, yeah, you can definitely go for the Balmond. Understandably, when we looked at LY4 as well as the way that they play their game. As long as you pick the Balmond, you're constantly snagging away all of these objectives. And yes, that definitely makes things great in order for the opponents to constantly be behind of you in terms of curve. If the opponents don't kill you and you constantly get objectives, you are definitely ahead of the curve. So one way or another, you will find yourself an advantage. But for Revival so far, when we see them playing a Balmond, especially looking at week 1, day 1, it hasn't been too good.
I think another thing that we also have to point out is, like, if you notice, Faramis very juicy and nice wide open for Slate to pick it, but look at Darrow, they're not going to go for it. They went for the Balmond instead. Taking it away is something like a comfort for LY4, right? But on the other side, Revival Pacifist is also going to respond the same thing. They're not even going to go for that forbidden fruit. The Faramis is as if it's forgotten, and also Revival selected the Fedrin and that Grok instead.
Yeah, going for the Fedrin and Grok, I feel like they're going for a higher beam. As you can see, they are going for a more tanky kind of composition. They're going for a very thick lineup. So they are hinting towards a very high bursty core hero, for your mage and your marksman. So, and maybe the jungle could even go into a fighter jungle also, or it could also go into the assassin jungle.
Well, ultimately, we're going to be looking at Esmeralda as well as Melissa being picked up coming from side of Slate. Nothing too out of the ordinary yet at this point in time, especially since we're looking at the fact that Dyrov is banned. I am generally surprised that Revival did not immediately snap pick onto the Esmeralda instead of the Fredrin. They may have an ultimate idea as to why they would want to use a Fredrin as compared to picking up an Esmeralda whose main lane bully has already been removed.
Picking up the Melissa, honestly, I feel. What do you think could be a really, really good counter right here?
I think it's
Amon.
Amon in goal lane?
I mean, not necessarily in goal lane, but it's more of a team fight kind of thing. You would want to look for an assassin that really works well, technically at a range.
Yeah, but Vertigo, you gotta have to think about this, right? For Slate, right, picking up Melissa is actually quite good. Going up against, Revival, Fredrin and Grok is the kind of in-your-face kind of people, right? So with one ultimate Protect Me models, I think that is a very good way to make sure that Slate, stay alive a little bit longer in terms of this team fight, and there's also potentially juking coming around.
A lot of jukes maybe coming out. Very good slow though coming out from models too, so it helps you give that nice little bit of an advantage. You have your higher mobility over there, but let's talk about the bans here, guys. We have Atlas on the ban and the Karina ban dog.
Well, one thing for sure is that we have yet to see, I believe that it is, well, one of FMM's favorite heroes here. Of course, Irithel is yet to be picked. And so far, we have constantly been looking at Irithel being paired with Yves solely because of high ground and zoning potentials.
Yeah, but that's a fact. Slate has already selected Melissa, right, for FMM. But at the same time, for the side of Revival, on the other hand, I think that Clint will be useful as well.
He has been playing Clint a lot.
He has been playing Clint a lot. That explains the first two picks, right? You have Grok, and you've got a Fredrin, that's solid front line as well, and you got the Infinite Slow from the Eve. So it's up to Slate, but looking at how Slate is banning right now, they're focusing on LY4's ban.
Yep, Slate is gonna go for the Karina ban, Archive ban, and the Dyrov ban. So very targeted towards LY4 right there. He's trying to shut him down. But Revival going for their last ban is gonna be onto their Ruby ban. I mean, it's definitely targeted towards JPL, but Fusion. So that's 4 bans respected to the side of LY4.
And yet, Amon is not part of the ban list. Perhaps that is not necessarily something that they are too scared of, I suppose. We shall see exactly what kind of problems, or rather what kind of resolution Slate has got in store for us in the very event that Revival actually does pick up the Amon. But for now, we are still looking at the marksman, which has just been picked up, and as Jace has very courteously told us about, the Clint is going to be picked up.
It's very comforting for Peace, right? I mean, it's just his most comfort hero. The way he snowballs onto the Clint is just insane. But can he pull it off though against Melissa? You have the likes of Melissa very thick, and then you have that Esmeralda. Jace, what are your thoughts?
To be honest, in a gold lane matchup between Melissa and Clint, it's definitely going to favor Melissa in the early parts of the game. But when it starts to go into that big one-more team fight, the Melissa sometimes, depending on the positioning, will not be able to find the damage on top of that Clint. So it's all up to how Slate set up during the late game parts. But if Revival, if the way they stick together, I think that's where Melissa will shine. And to make it even better for the side of Slate, you're going to go for the Lilia and the Franco.
Yup, the Lilia and the Franco. So that's going to be a very good front to back. Okay, I just imagine the team fight in my head already.
Yep.
JPL could either, scenario A, JPL gets a hook, lands it down, and then a nice follow-up from the rest of Slate. But on the other side of Revival though, I see a nice wombo combo at the same time. You have the Wild Charge, and then you have Fredrin just going in, giving out the slows, Sword opening up real world manipulation, and then Peace just unloads his whole clip as a Clint. Hits with a critical strike, just goes all out.
Abstract, is there a chance where the Fredrin may go to jungle for this one?
I highly doubt so, actually. I mean, if they do want an EXP laner that deals technically damage, is already out of the...
Oh no.
Is already out of the equation.
Wait, Jorge jungle?
Jorge jungle. Yeah, Jorge jungle.
Okay.
The thing that I'm looking out for is someone that deals damage, someone that really is able to do heavy damage, and that was why I have been looking out for Amon time and time again in order to really shut down Slate's one of Slate's biggest win potential and win condition is going to be the Melissa. But ultimately, picking up a Jawhead, yes, picking up a Jawhead is not a bad idea. Of course, I gotta have to say, Jawhead is really good. He's got great lane potential. He's got great aggression as well all across the board. You are able to invade into the jungles. You do have that early game burst potential, and sometimes you don't even know where those damage is coming from. So, would that be a blind slap in the face onto Slate or not? That is going to be the question. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the final match of today. Game number 1 between Revival versus Slate. Who's going to be the one on top here in Sectum Island?
5 seconds.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, on to the land of dawn we go. This is game number 1 between the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed. Revival revive itself all the way from the lower
brackets.
bottom
of the table.
To the top of the table, and the upper brackets, in fact, going up against one of our favorite teams in MPL Singapore. Let's see how they fare in their game number 1.
Very early up in state.
Which side of the map are we looking at?
Oh, look, the double instant level 2 here on the side of Slate. That's really 200 IQ plays there. So that gives you an extra skill right there. You're already at level 2. You're going to have much more advantage over Revival themselves. That's a very big play. I've never seen that happen.
That's actually quite interesting, but we have to look at how LY4 builds this Jawhead. But Gear, he may look a little bit low right here. QDX get hooked right into the snap, but Ryan is already here. Gear is already a little bit low. Ryan taking forward. First blood goes over to Revival.
And a very, very intense, lethal Wanderer contest coming out from Slate. That was just so intense. They're just going in, trying to catch it out, but Ryan eats a hook again and again.
Yeah.
But not Ryan securing, going all the way elbow deep just to get that first blood and the lethal.
Yeah, I like the fact that JPL is cosplaying Lozy right here on the Franco from the side of Slate. But I mean, the most important thing is Revival picking up that first blood is huge, right? Going up against Slate, that was a misposition coming up from Gear. But Gear, I think, should come online in terms of level 4 when the lethal counter comes online. The retribution is there. But I see how this Jawhead can contribute to that fight, right?
Yeah.
Ejector, Unstoppable Force, that's very good lockdown, good CC. It acts like how a Barat would do it. It acts like how an Akai would do it. So quite big brain coming out from Revival, not gonna lie.
But it's very much of a singular target throw. But if you aimed it well,
on the enemy jungler, it does the same thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yep, so we got to see how Revival is going to play this out, right? Now, the turtle has already spawned. LY4 is already in the area. He is inching a little bit closer. Yep. Slate is trying to dish some damage, put it down. The wall will be built for now. Where are the members of Revival? They're not around there. Slate, I think they may have tried to give up because Revival is taking a turtle back and forth, turtle dance. It's the turtle that's dancing instead, but it's gonna be JBL. Can miss a hook for now. Swirl go in real world manipulation. LY4, he takes the turtle away, and Slate, oh my goodness, they're losing another member.
JPL goes down right there, and just to break down that fight, Gear got isolated all the way back and didn't have a chance to even contest for the turtle. And an instant demolished here from Ryan, taking out onto Adamir.
This Revival is coming in with a storm. Slate, what is going on in this draft? 3 kills over to the side of Revival already in earlier parts of the game. What are they doing wrong?
I mean, I think it's just the early game aggression from Slate there. They could be overextending, that's why they lost that first blood, and then Revival just took the lead and just started running with it.
Yeah, and now Slate, they have to hunker it a little bit down. Maybe they overheated just a little bit. Revival, on the other hand, you know, this is wonderful news for Revival fans. But let's take a look at the emblems. Vertigo, can you take us through?
Yep, and as you can see right here, FMM is going to go for the Electo Flash, giving him that extra mobility. Adamir going for that 10 gold whenever you hit an enemy, giving you extra gold just for that. JPL with the 15% respawn cooldown, and then Sailor with the mystery shop here with the Demon Slayer. On the other side, we have LY4 with the Demon Slayer also, and Swirl there getting the burn, Impure Rage on the... Well, he's trying to make everything out of this real world manipulation with that Impure Rage.
Yeah, LY4, just take a look at the items. That's a Blade of Hephaestus for the side of LY4. This Jawhead is gonna hurt. I played with this kind of build before, and it's actually quite...
It's painful.
Quite serious.
Yup, it's really, really painful. He didn't even go for the boots. He's like, what boots? I'm just gonna go for an item. One full item, he doesn't even need the boots. And look at peacefully farming on the top lane there with no disturbance at all, no contest. And he can just farm to his enjoyment, and he is way, way ahead of FMM.
Yeah, both the gold laners skipping the boots. You see Melissa only building out. In fact, they built the components of the armor first because, you know, Clint and Melissa does a lot of poke. You want to reduce that damage, so therefore you build a bit defensive in the early parts of the game. But now, Revival, they're already here at the turtle already. Adamir will be able to scout it all the way out, but FMM, he will be able to take down Peace at top lane.
Yep, and Peace finally taken down a one-on-one kill. I think even the turtle is gonna go down right here, but JPL having to use his ultimate there.
Oh my goodness.
No, does not have the flicker though. Still has the flicker, but the hook from JPL nearly catches out onto QDX Love.
But
just take a look at the map, right? LI4 is already hard invading. Same to be said over the side of Slate, but okay, Gear will get caught up. X-Love will watch charge Gear all the way up. Flickers will be used to get him back into safety for now. They touch and they go.
Yep, and Slate right now, they're trying to play very passive. They're like, oh, can we take the fight? Let's take the fight. And then, you know, we can't take the fight. We can't stay that long. And out they go, disengage. Slate, they know how much can they go. Look at here. Look at this, one-on-one.
Ryan may have bitten more than control, but LY4 is already here. He's looking for free hugs. Unstoppable Falls will follow Gear all the way into the turret. Ejector ejects Adamir right into the enemy line. LY4 will take down JBL for now. Gear trying to desperately fight, but Adamir and Sailor is already here. The AoE damage coming in just a little bit clutch, but the flash shows, oh no, he's out of position as Revival will take 3 members.
Fully out of position there. Adamir, Sailor, and JPL getting taken down. FMM still at the top lane. Gear running all the way back into the turret's nose for big safety right there. And no, that's just a loss on the side of Slate. Revival showing all signs of life, but so much resources have been used on the side of Revival.
This is uncalled for, ladies and gents. Revival, they're on form right here. The boot camp, I don't know what they have been eating during their boot camp, but they're actually showing results. This is not supposed to happen, especially Slate, the preferred team, but take us away with the replay.
Yup, Adamir gets ejected all the way back. Gear still trying to survive there, and a good shutdown from Sailor though, but the damage was just too much from LY4 to take. Sailor just gets bursted down. JPL instantly gets demolished, and Adamir just gets caught.
Yeah, but the fight ensues again. Topside FMM, the only one that should be able to do some damage is going to be Peace that falls for the second time. I think Slate right now, they have to play around the top side, which is their stronger lane. Push that turret down, and then, you know, we scale all the way to the later parts of the game.
Yep, and a Revival, we thought they're going to be turtling up, you know, the harder your shell. They are not turtling up right now. They are going full aggression with all the HP that they have. They are just going all out here.
They are definitely going all out. JPL, that hook whizzed so dangerously across a Revival's gear, but now the turtle unfortunately will get resetted for now. It's Adamir looking for some flanks, but here comes FMM already joining the fray. This is going to be a 5v4 if Revival doesn't take this properly.
Yep, Revival, if they do not take this properly, as you can see on the minimap right now, Peace is going to be coming down. Ryan's going to get the hook.
Oh, Slate, they know they don't really have the damage. They're just going to dance around. They're going to make FMM farm as much as possible. They're going to go into the later parts of the game. But he's already here. But also, the real world manipulation zoning out the rest of members of Slate. But Sailor, he takes the turtle away as AoE damage and Adamir coming in for our man. Root at the same time. Gear, here's no way to run, but Peace will be able to take that down. But FMM, here comes the puppet and tears Revival apart. 2 for 1 for now.
2 for 1 there. What a intense catch. What an intense play. It all started from Ryan.
Suppress. It is going to be Swirl get suppressed, and Slate will pick another one to his name. They've been fighting for the time, and then all of a sudden, they've already catch up in the gold.
All of a sudden, it is equal, and now Slate is ahead in gold with 2K. Close to 2K. You know, I can't math. Don't blame me on the math, man. But 2K in difference. Slate here having the good lead, very good change, very good catch up right now on the side of Slate. They're not giving this up easily to Revival.
Definitely Revival, yes, they may have the early game, but Slate, you know, they bide their time, they pick up the necessary items they needed. Just take a look at FMM. 302 already has the Windtalker, the Scarlet Phantom, going into, I believe, Demon Hunter Sword as well. Because take a look, LI4 and Ryan is going to be building slightly tankier. There's also QDX Love that does a lot, that also is quite tanky. But take a look, the Jawhead from the side of LY4, the Blade of Hephaestus, Hunter Strike's already taken, so you do know that he's going to do an explosive amount of damage going into the tank too. As well.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And then he's going to go for that semi-tank build. LY4, he's on a different level, man. He's on a different level. But as you can see right now, Swirl on the Eve, he's going to build the Demon Boots and then the Burning Wand, and followed by a Ice Queen Wand. So these 2 items is all it takes for a Eve.
Yeah, Revival is playing this massive big team fight, but Slate having nothing on it. They're looking for some pickoffs. We're using JPL, but Revival, they're playing super safe for now, but take a look at how Slate is positioned. Very spread apart. We're not going to accept these team fights. If you take one person, I will threaten to take other side. There's a lot of cosmetic plays happening for the side of Slate.
Yep, Slate playing for the bigger objective right now. They know that they can run away with the objective. As you can see, only the tier 2 top turret is still standing here, and the tier 2 mid turret, actually all tier 2 has been taken away by Slate. So That's a big W for me on the side of Slate, though.
Yeah, outer turret means that you get more resources and gain more entries into Revival side of the map. But once you play going in, I think Revival, they know what's going on. Gear is already working on the Lord halfway through, but the main prize is right here. This bait from the side of Slate, so big brain, but Revival is here to come and come to basically punish that. FMM is still stuck all the way back. The mother of the puppet is actually doing some damage. JPL will not connect for that chain for now, but it's going to be Slate taking the Lord at the same time.
What a solo Lord there coming out from Gear. What a big play from Slate. Taking out Ryan, pushing all the resources on Ryan, and Revival was like, hey, we can take the fight here, right? And then big wild charge comes out.
And not only just that, I think it is Gear that actually took the orange buff away from Revival. So that's so a couple of these combo punches against Revival. Now Slate, they are in the driver's seats for once. After a disastrous early game, they're starting to collapse in terms of the mid game.
Yep, and then Slate, they are drafted for the late game here, honestly. They are drafted for very late game. This is going to be painful for Revival. But Revival, you have to remember this, Jace. They are having a very solid, hard shell right now on their backs. They're having their hard shell, and they could pop at any time. As you can see here, Adamir is going to be pushing some aggression on the tier 2 bottom turret, and he does take down the tier 2 bottom turret. Alongside, the top tier 2 turret is going to get taken down as well.
Yeah, so 3-prong attack happening for the side of Slate. Revival getting out macro. It is Slate not ready for a fight, and they bided the time. They got the necessary items, and Revival, they are now suffering for it. And now, Revival back against the wall once again, but QDX, he can build a wall to kind of trap it out. Look at how FMM is throwing those puppets right here. Just staying out of arm's reach. Revival can't even reach FMM for now.
Yep, and FMM still in safe hands, still in the protection of their bodyguard, and the tier 3 top turret is going to be chunked down by 50%.
Yeah, Gear. Oh, Gear did not take the purple buff away. LY4 will claim that for now. The hook. Oh, QDX Love eats it right in the face, but JPL will not be able to hook because of the CC immunity. Big brain coming out from QDX Love.
Yep, and that's the big brain coming out. Here comes the hook
Oh,
again.
finally!
He does not have it, but real world manipulation.
Real world manipulation goes all the way in. Zones FMM out from the fight this time round, but the members of Revival are starting to falling like flies. And Slate, he's going all the way in. Sailor just pushing, punching the buttons against Revival, and they all take the top side down.
And Adamir there with 1v3. Doesn't even pop the falling star move, just hangs all 3 members on the side of Revival. They're pushing.
Sword has to be careful. FMM, the range is a little bit, it's very far. Revival needs to start to respect this Melissa. FMM making this dream work.
Exactly, and FMM 4-0-3 right now. Looking very strong. If you can take a look at the items on the side of FMM, he is probably almost at full build already, right? He's already 13 minutes in, 9-9. Slate does have a nice little 5k goal lead.
Yeah, I think the early game, because of the jawhead, right? He falls off very tragically when it comes to the later parts and mid parts of the game. But jawhead, I think if had Revival allowed LY4 to, kind of excel, again, you saw his average GPM is actually very high because he likes to farm up quickly and then, becoming that big bad boss in the late game.
Yep, FMM, he could push the damage. He could be the one who dished the damage. But take a look at Slate right here, James. Like you said, very well evenly spread like butter.
Yep. Of course, we should be going into showing in-game player gold. That's right, that 10,000 network for the side of FMM. But at the same time, Ryan, oh no, he got caught. But QDX up because if they're going in, he's looking at FMM. The wall charge will go in, and not even the ultimate will be able to protect him at all. He's outputting the damage right in the back line, but Gear is coming in to save the day. The spin will go in, will take down 2 members for now.
It's going to be 1-4-2 right here on the side of Revival, LY4 and Ryan for the life of FMM, if you ask me. That is full worth right there. You are having a 4v3 right now, and the Lord is up. You do not have a contest for the level 2 Lord right now, so Slate is the victor of this little squad.
Definitely, you trade away the jungler, right? The marksman is not there, that's okay, because Revival, they're stuck into base defense duty. They need to protect their base because the minions are marching in, they're giving Slate the opportunity to pick up that Lord.
Exactly right now. So Slate 11-10, they have a nice 5k goal lead. Still at a 5k goal lead, but they do have a level 2 Lord marching down probably on the top lane right now. So Slate, they have to sync up the waves. They have to push together as a team. They have to, I think they can end this here. If they play a little bit more passive.
No, I think it's all about the high ground. Swirl, the positioning must be impeccable. The real world manipulation doesn't act like a feather airstrike. You can delay and buy that time. Allow the Lord to march all the way into your box. Slate can't do anything unless Slate finds a way to cancel off their real world manipulation.
The bottom wave is going to be crashing in right now, freezing the middle wave, and okay, never mind.
Yep.
The middle wave is going to be coming in
Okay.
alongside the top wave, and Slate looks like they want to take the middle wave, but Revival, they're quick to answer this.
Yep.
They're clearing away the waves.
Yeah, the defense is really good, right? Swirl, this long range is actually definitely helping, but the Lord, look at how QDX Love is baiting over to the other side of the turret
the Lord
instead,
walk.
constantly trying to... There's so much macro big brain plays coming up from Revival. Slate is having a little bit difficult try to... But oh, the Purify will be propped by Swirl, so JPL won't be able to hook it all the way in, but the damage has been done by the side of Slate. Mid lane is right open, and now with Slate, we're looking at the bottom side instead, but Revival wave clear to that T.
Exactly, and Slate right now, they actually could go for the fight right there. They know Sword LY4 does not have their summoner skill right there. They do not have the Retribution. They do not have the Purify, but you do have to account for their ultimates too. The Wild Charge is still up. Real World Manipulation is still up. Unstoppable Force is still up on the side of LY4 and on the side of Revival.
QDX Love. Wild Charge going in. It's now going to be 5 members from the side of Revival collapsing on 2 members of Slate. Anime, he's going to go to 4, but JBL, he comes back online. He's trying to suppress, he's trying to find some time, but FMN on the back line. There's no way for Revival to run this away, coming from like Mumbles, but the damage coming off a piece from a long range will be able to push Slate down into the ground. With the jungle coming all the way in, but FMN will pick up that double kill gear in the way of the back line, but not enough damage to deal against 2 members.
FMN with the beast damage right there, but 3 for 2 on the side of Slate. Revival is going to be the victor of that little skirmish. Ryan, QDX Love, and Peace. QDX Love gets chased all the way down by Gear, leaving the important heroes out. And if you actually notice, JPL went in, used his ultimate to catch out onto Peace, but to no avail. There was just no follow-up. Everyone was still far away.
Yeah, Peace can be found. Like, it's really hard to find Peace. There's only Wall from the side of Revival. They're really close in the early games, and they really want this. You can see in their eyes. But Slate, calm and collected. They farm out, they bide their time in the early towards the mid game. But now, during the later parts of the game, that's where Peace is also starting to hurt. Not only just JPL, but Ryan is also quite tanky. QDX Love is also quite tanky. Just look at the health bars.
Health bar are looking thick, and the more lines you see, the better your life will be. Right? The more lines you see, the better your life will be. Revival looking very thick, very tanky right now. They could last in a fight, but Slate, they have a paper shredder, which is in the form of FMM on the Melissa. And Adamir too can be the one who shreds, but the main shredder is definitely going to be Sayla and FMM.
Yeah, definitely. Those two, Sayla and FMM, needs to be protected at all costs. Slate right here looking at that Lord Pit, baiting it out for Revival. But look at how Revival, this is their playground. This is the late game. They're really comfortable in this. But not to mention that, you know, this is also the Evolved Lord. Both these two teams are looking at that as their prize. If Revival takes this, this could be it for Slate. Because if you push down the bottom, I think with the help of Peace, you'll be able to crack turrets like it's butter.
Exactly, and the conceal play from JPL. Look at the speed coming out from JPL, but no engagement whatsoever.
Yeah, Revival then don't want anything for it. JPL, you know, aggressively open up the map. Revival give an arms length respecting JPL's hook and also JPL's suppression. But now, what is Slate and Revival going to do? This Mexican standoff is not going to resolve itself. Someone needs to do something.
Slate right now, I feel they should go for the nice little map control. They're trying to gain some vision on the side of them, for them, you know, on the jungle and everything, so that, you know, because on the side of Revival, they too have a conceal, and QDX Love can just come in with a wild charge and the conceal, but QDX Love gets hooked and the flicker all the way back.
QDX Love will get busted down by FMM. That's a paper shredded way we don't know and love. Swirl goes in the real world manipulation, trying to punish it, but it would not be anything at all. Only Whittle and tickle down JPL, but it's going to be Enemy coming in for the flank and gear as well. Swirl, he's looking low. The lethal counter will be there to meet his death. FMM picks up Peace as well. No more damage dealer for the side of Revival right now. Slate could either end this or even take the Lord if just in case anything fails.
What a big flank coming out from Adamir, and Yeah, what a play coming out. 2
Okay,
EXP
Ryan.
Ryan gets damage.
Ryan, the taunt going all the way in, but Ryan is taking too much damage for now, and the Immortality is going to get popped right here. Revival trying to buy for time, but Slate will be here to take the call and game number 1.
Slate takes game number 1 against the Revival here with a commanding lead, but there was a really strong fight coming out from Revival. Good contest though coming out on the side of Revival too.
Yeah, and it just boils down to this, right? Slate identifies when their critical threshold is. We farm up all the way, and then once I get the necessary items, especially on FMM, they would know that they hurt. But Revival, they're not making it easy for Slate.
They're not they're not giving any chances to.
And that is a statement coming out from Revival.
So JPL is crying. He's like, I need my tissue.
The JPL cries?
No, he doesn't.
JPL has no emotions. Come on, he's calm, cool, and collected.
Tank, catch, MM. just robotic. Tank, catch, MM.
You made it sound like a robot.
Job done.
But Abstract, what do you think about this game?
This game is great, honestly. I honestly don't have a lot of comments, actually.
It was
but
clean slate.
I gotta have to nitpick in on quite a lot of stuff.
Yes, please, nitpick away.
Nitpick away? Okay, I'm gonna nitpick away.
Sure, come on.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? When it comes down to Slate versus Revival in the early stages of the game, I gotta have to say that Revival outdid themselves, especially taking themselves the first blood. I gotta have to say, yes, Slate definitely, you know, overextending themselves a little bit, and because of that small little single overextension, Slate realizes that they are slightly under the curve, and because of that, there's this tiny little snowball that happened, and this snowball then moved on into small little mistakes made by Slate in order to put themselves back onto the curve. As such, they're a little bit more greedy for kills. They're a little bit more greedy to stay in the lanes as well. And that is the point in time whereby we're starting to see a little bit more differences coming from Revival where they found the fight that they need to take.
Yes, let's take a look at the post-game items. Right? Let's take a look. I think the most interesting build that we have to look at is LY4 on that semi-damage, semi-tank Jawhead, but not tank enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, not tank enough. I mean, you do have the blade armor that's very directed towards FMM. You have the Sky Gun and Helm just to give yourself a little bit of HP. The Blade of Heptasis and the Hunter Strike just for a little bit of damage and just one hit. But he goes for the Ares belt, possibly going into the Immortality.
Very likely, I'm gonna have to say. Now, here's the thing. When it comes down to LY4's itemizations, I'm technically okay with it, but I'm not a big fan of going a bit of a hybrid. I believe that, Jawhead, if you want to go for tank, you go for tank. You want to go for damage, you go for damage. Not really more of a hybrid. If you want a hybrid, you gotta have to look for some other avenues in order to release some of the damage. And that's why LY4 actually picked up the blade armor as well, which is not too bad. Yes, not too bad, but you know, there are still some perks and quirks. One thing that I don't really like the most is the Demon Hunter emblem. I didn't like the Demon Hunter emblem. The best thing that he can go for at that point in time is, of course, going to be high and dry. If he goes for high and dry and he goes for hybrid items, then maybe I can say yes. Go ahead. I can accept that. Right.
I think what LY4 wants to do is a little bit a bit wonky, right? He wants to use the Jawhead as an engagement tool, at the same time also use it as a killing tool. But unfortunately, you can't have the best of both worlds, right? You gotta have to sacrifice because you only have this amount of budget to work with. But let's take a look at the post-game statistics right here. FMM farming out of control. I think that's the reason why you know Slate remain relevant in the game. Most damage dealt is FMM as well, but take a look at Adamir. Most damage taken, 160,000.
Wow. I mean, he just went go right in, takes 1v3, takes all the hits, and then demolishes LY4, demolishes QDXler.
Alright guys, I need you guys to remember the GPM coming in from the rich guy and the damage dealt by FMM, right? We will talk a little bit more about FMM and how big of a difference FMM really makes into the game. As such, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him as the MVP.
Definitely, FMM being that MVP on that Melissa. He's calm and collected. He has been... He was basically doing his own thing at the top side, and he's also doing quite well.
I mean, he's just doing what Marksman's supposed to do. And guess what? What is the twisting fact here? JPL didn't need to babysit FMM. He just came once, Gank once, FMM, you're on your own. Right?
Oh,
It's a grown-up boy.
All right, so here's okay. So now we have some avenue to talk about FMM, right?
Yes, please.
Now, the thing about FMM as well as the rest of Team Slate is that the entirety of Team Slate, I'm not too sure if whether it's a conscious decision coming from Slate, but it's kind of like a small little investment that they have made onto FMM, and the fact that they know that into the middle stages of the game, that is where they are starting to ramp themselves back up little by little. Because within the first 3 minutes, they the small snowball that I talked about happened, and that is where Slate started to get a little bit greedy. They wanted to keep themselves on the curve. As such, Esmeralda, despite having low HP, went down to the bottom lane despite having low HP, and that's why he lost the fight against the Fredrin, which we will be able to see that in a short little time.
Definitely.
Now, FMM already had got a decent farm. He won against Clint in the top lane, and because of that single win, they did manage to push the lane. That is one turret down, bottom turret down, and eventually the snowball happened.
Yeah, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, as what Abstract has mentioned, let's take a look at the highlights because we gotta have to talk about this because the early game was disastrous for Slate.
Yep. So now the one thing that I want to point out as well is the fact that JPL and Adamir was level 2 because they decided to proxy the lanes in the EXP lane in order for both of them to be level 2. I wouldn't say that that's a bad or a good thing because it doesn't really make that much of a difference onto the Franco, considering the fact that the Storm doesn't have that much of a power spike. At this point in time, 5 minutes into the game, both Melissa as well as the Clint, they are still stuck in their lane. None of them are unlocked yet. By this point in time, the Melissa is unlocked. And from this point onwards, Melissa can join in the fight. And this is where things definitely start to change. It is 3-7, changing to 5-7, allowing them to get the snowball in lead. And you don't really see much of a difference in terms of the kills coming in from Revival until later stages into the game, where we start to see our Slate members start to make a small little mistake. Adamir played tremendously well in that previous team fight. And when it comes down to this Lord pick, well, I gotta have to say, Adamir, he literally jumped over to the back, and Gear of course land down these lethal, the lethal counter, and that is the main reason why they have managed to jump in and win the fight, because they went in onto the back lines, having swirled the most annoying high ground of the team that really stopped the momentum of Slate.
That just now, you know what it reminds me of? It's like this paratrooper team, right? From landing in the back lines, it's Adamir and Gear, and then all of a sudden in the front, you've got Sailor and FMM, you know, slowly collapsing on top of you, and Revival literally has nowhere to go. They have nowhere to run.
Like Adamir and JPL, right? Or Adamir and Gear is like the one that holds your head, and then FMM and Sailor is just there stabbing you in the front, and then you're like...
No, more like you got your gang pulling someone behind and you're punching in the front, right? Yeah, I think that makes more sense. But of course, going into game number 2, Revival, I think they do have a chance. Not gonna sugarcoat it, they are very close. I think LY4 did play towards what he's supposed to be good at, which is like, you know, we scale all the way late game, we farm it up, you know, take the Bowman, take the Dara of tank, like what he used to go for.
Revival has got a mean composition this game, and I can understand why Slate have so much problems. Most of the problems for both sides is that they can't open up the maps well.
Oh, that's true.
Both of them can't. When it comes down to Slate, whenever you pick a Franco onto your side, you are very reliant on having the control in the riverside, and that is only unlocked to you once you have the outer turrets destroyed. As such, Slate, they relied a lot on bringing down all of these turrets in order to get themselves that momentum. That's why once the top lane, bottom lane, and middle lane is taken down, you start to see that Slate literally just crumbles themselves on top of Revival with no issues at all, because they are able to get themselves that control that they originally couldn't find. Revival themselves can't get that control either, because yes, they have Grog, yes, they have the CC immunity, but one thing that they gotta have to look out for is the fact that, well, Franco may be hiding in the brushes along with a Lilia. The Lilia and the Franco combination is something that everyone have to look out for. And not to forget, it is a suppress, alright? When it comes down to Bloody Hunt, it is a suppress. So no matter what, Grog will not be able to get himself out of the way, or his passive doesn't help him get out of the Bloody Hunt.
I think what Revival almost did there is to snowball, right? But then Slate comes in and kind of stall it out. And if you notice, Slate is usually the very aggressive team in the early game. I will try to hard invade you as much as possible. But Slate, when they realize that they can't do it, they turn passive.
Yeah,
they wait.
instantly passive.
They're not going to try it again and again. But whereas for Revival, yes, they were aggressive in the early parts of the game. And when things started not to work out for them, I think Revival did not make that switch into passive mode. Whereas Slate, once they realized that Revival, they're starting to win the small little team fights, Slate went all in.
Yep, they went all in. They're like, should we take the fight? We have enough resources. We have enough power. We have the items, FMM. Position yourself properly. Let's go in for the fight. Chop, chop, done. Clean slate.
Well, one other thing that I do want to talk about also is the fact that Revival have got great ways to clear waves.
That's true.
Yeah, great waves.
Big
to
AoEs.
clear waves. Yes.
Big AoE.
Yeah, Clint himself, he's got piercing damage. Of course, that is one definite good way for him to just immediately get himself climbed back up. Fredrin and Grog themselves, they have their own form of AoE. Grog in the early stages of the game, boy oh boy, mean damage, and I believe that it was featured in one of the highlights as well, whereby I gotta have to commend Revival for that play, right?
Yes.
They went all the way down south of the map. They managed to find their ways onto the bottom laners, and then Slate thought that they outsmarted Revival. And then they came in, sandwiched them, only for them to realize, oh, you know what? Revival can U-turn. And then
I think you're talking about the Sailor play, right? When the purple shoes were proc, Sailor thought that he does have enough damage to deal with it, but then again, they're not there yet. And Slate, I think after that team fight, they're like, okay, let's pull back a little bit, and then we bide for time. We make sure to get our items up, we make sure to farm up, and then we try to fight again in the latest part of the game, which is actually quite good. But eventually, Revival, they are a brick wall because they've got, like what you mentioned, not only just the clean, right? You also got that Eve with the real world manipulation. You've also got that slow at the same time. But the Lilia from the side of Slate, Sailor could also do the same.
Revival's composition, they have when it comes down to the early stages of the game, they have almost the best of everything.
Yeah.
I gotta have to say.
Early
Best
game.
When it comes down to the early game damage, they have Jawhead. You're able to single someone out very easily. Yeah. Especially you have got a tossing mechanism.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about the fact that Fredrin has got a mean crowd control abilities coming in from his taunts as well as his knockups. While Grog has got great zoning potential.
And damage.
And damage.
Early
and
damage.
tank.
Yeah. So it's like, I think Revival, I think this draft is actually quite interesting and it's quite good. Their creativity is clearly shown here, especially on that Jawhead jungle. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, going to game number 2. First pick going into side of Slate, Arkai, and also that Grog will be taken off. Revival will take off that Claw.
Yep, taking off the Claw is very, very essential. And it's hiding FMM right now. Revival recognizing the threat. Could Slate prioritize the marksman pick here?
I mean, they are just missing on the Irithel.
Yeah, I mean,
they're kind of just missing on the Irithel.
But if we take a look back on the replay just now, right? FMM was just positioned all the way back, barely outside his range, right? Just at the tip of his range, using Mardos to extend out his range, make sure he's nice and safe in Mardos protection.
Honestly, I would say the same for his counterpart, Peace. Peace could not be found.
Yep, peace could not be found. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always.
A little bit of a lawful evil alignment I'm feeling from you right now.
Yes.
You know? Peace. Okay, never mind. We'll just move
can
that
still
on.
not be found. I mean, he can't be touched. I mean, JPL, there's only so much he can reach, right? There's no way that he can run or and catch out Peach. But as we can see right here, Valentina is going to be banned on the side of Slate.
Now, one thing that I did not realize is the fact that in the previous game, Faramis wasn't banned out. Am I right?
Yeah, and they didn't pick the Faramis.
No one picked the Faramis. So that could be a high possibility. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. But both teams would not even go for a Faramis. Namely because it just doesn't really quite work for them.
Yeah.
So this is all boils down to comfort as well, right? If your team doesn't play the Faramis and you know your opponent doesn't play the Faramis as well, why
no point
bother
banning
it out? Why bother picking it out if you're not too used to it? But now, the thing is, Dyrop was available. Slate actually first picked onto the Dyrop, which is something that I expect the Revival would did.
Yeah, but two things, right?
what Slate did right there, you deny away the Esmeralda. That's the first thing that you did. The second thing you did is also deny away LY4's Jungle Gyro, but I think Revival could go for a Bauman, and I'm not surprised if Estes comes back online this time around, but Revival will take the Melissa away.
Wow.
It's something that, you know, Revival will do against Slate in game number 2 as compared to game number 1. It was the other way round.
Exactly.
And, you know, Gyro is a very dive-heavy kind of hero. You want to go up in the face, and that's where, you know, it's the same idea as well.
It's the same idea.
Melissa Ultimate will block that.
So what do you think Slate can do right here in order to reach the length of this Melissa? Could they wait it out? Could they be tankability, the sustain? Could they sustain longer in a fight? Or are they gonna go, you know, just go all dive in all the way?
I'll tell you what, Sayla could pick a Lilia.
Oh, okay.
And that's it. You just need to zone deny wherever Melissa wants to send. Yes, the dash will be able to allow her to reposition that bubble, but Sayla has that zone denial. You have to get away from that AoE.
That's true. I mean, a Kagura would be great too, but I mean, Malos is gonna push you away. Go away is gonna you're gonna get knocked into the wall.
Naturally, when we look at the Gyro pick from the start of Slate, we would think that it's either going to go to EXP or to go to the jungle. But the more I think about it, if the opponent does have a Fredrin onto their side, as a Dyrov, I don't think that I want to put this Dyrov against this Fredrin.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, yes, you might be able to shave off 75% of his physical defense. Yes, that will be great. But in most occasions, you probably would not be able to unleash your Abysm
Strike.
Yes, because of the taunt, namely.
Oh, yeah,
so
true.
that will actually just buy a lot more time, and you will just throw off momentum most of the time. So I would believe that this Dyrov would go over to the jungle, and Slate would have their own possibilities of picking up the Esmeralda themselves. Just a thought.
Banning away the Diggy and picking up the Atlas.
Nice. Now,
it's a smart move.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to Diggy bans, we haven't seen a Diggy ban in the first phase for quite some time already, if I'm not wrong. In fact, throughout the entire of today, it was only twice that we saw Diggy first ban.
Was it Zion's game?
That was Evil versus Flash's game.
Ah.
Yeah, so if I'm not wrong, that is
Evil banning away the Atlas and the Diggy?
No, just the Diggy.
Oh, just the Diggy.
Because
okay.
In the earlier parts of Season 4, we are constantly looking at Diggy ban, Diggy ban, Diggy ban. And despite having the Diggy ban, not everyone went in for a Atlas pick almost immediately. But in this case, Revival decided to pick up an Atlas for themselves, ban out the Diggy, while Slate have decided to ban the Lilia. And of course, they do have the Yi for themselves, understandably.
I mean, Revival could even go for a Fasa right now, honestly. Sua plays a good Fasa.
Yeah, but
Fasa's kind of snowbally too.
It would be pretty nutty, but looking at their composition, there could be a higher chance that Revival will want to go for the Sicilian. As such, Slate would want to ban the Sicilian instead. I would call for that. It would be a pretty good idea in my opinion. Because right now, Slate, yes, they do have the Yave that can pseudo-deal with the Sicilian. And of course, you do have the Dyrov that can actually just jumps over to the back lines and deal with the Sicilian as well. But let's be honest, Backswarm is kind of annoying to deal with.
Yeah, but instead, you know, it's Slate that bans away the Farsa. I think I also understand why.
Yeah.
Not only just the fact that, you know, the Farsa, the wing by wings will allow you to reposition right out of the Red Worm manipulation. You can counter the Red Worm manipulation if you kind of angle yourself well. Yes, you don't really have much range, but the burst damage would definitely force that Eve out of that Red Worm manipulation.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a reactive capability.
That's
correct.
Yes.
So that, I gotta have to say, that is a lot of respect that Slate is giving over to Revival then. Because that technically takes quite a bit of mechanical skill and timing in order to pull off.
Exactly, and I feel that it's a good wombo combo here, especially, I mean, that Atlas, if you land a nice big Fatal Link, the Fasa with Feather Airstrike, that would be devastating to you.
Now, Revival mainly just wants to look at Death Bomb composition.
Yeah, Death Bomb.
It kind of seems as though it's just full-on Death Bomb.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
They want to have that perfect game. Albeit, it might be tough to execute, but they would need to look for some other ways in order to gather everyone together. As such, they are missing a mage. Guess who is in my mind? Varanis.
Oh, that's true, but A Faramis?
I think it works.
Oh, JPL on the show, and it's gonna be a Gushon jungle, and
I
then
am
the Gyroth
okay.
in the EXP lane.
Yeah, I'm completely wrong right off the start.
I was thinking, okay, here's a few things that I would like to think. I was already having Cho in my mind because not only just the fact that it's JPL, but that Cho will work wonders in terms of singling out. Yes, you want to come in and try to fight me as a 5v5, but like what you said, a death ball won't be a death ball if it's missing an edge, right? So you separate the edge out using
it's a ball, yeah, it's a ball.
No, it's a wonky ball. Have you?
You
watch
yeah.
A spiky ball, let's put it that way.
Spiky durian.
You will definitely have some kings after
Yes.
if you remove one part of the edge of the ball, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
that's what I think Slate wants to do. But at the same time, looking at how Slate is drafted, going for Gushon as well as Revival, gonna be bringing in the Bane Mage. Oh my goodness! Oh, what is this? I love this. I love this.
A Bane
I
mid
love
lane.
this.
Alright, the objective is gonna be crazy, guys. A Mage Bane. Imagine how fast the turret can be pushed down right there.
Okay,
Just
this is-
constantly.
This
baby
is
shark, baby shark,
This
baby
is
shark.
unorthodox. We haven't seen a
is.
Bane in the longest time.
We
but
don't have the stats for it.
We don't have the stats for it. We haven't seen Bane in competitive play for the longest time, but he is still very much well relevant because he still works well in a death ball because most of his abilities are all AoE, plus his baby sharks can knock Eve off.
I was just about to say that.
That is important. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bane. We haven't seen that in a long time. Slate versus Revival. Will this sudden revival of the Bane be the boon to Revival's victory? Let's take a look here into Sector Marlin.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2. What a crazy creative draft. And that's why it finds it very tiring to cast for these two teams.
It's something new. It's fresh.
It's Daryl versus Pacifist right there. And it messes my brain.
It's a good old school versus new, young, and creative.
I'm having a headache right now, actually.
You need to sit down on the nice little Osim chair and have a massage, my guy.
Definitely have to after this particular draw. But ladies and gentlemen, like what we mentioned, Bane in the mid lane, and it is going to be a mystery shop. Will be spitting most of that time. Not only just spitting, that sustainability going in when he heals, especially when it builds magic as well. It's going to be making him quite hard to kill.
Yep, Magic Bane is going to be just healing constantly over and over, and the turret is just going to get pushed down. Once this Bane reaches level 4, it's going to be painful, but look at this. QDX Love connects onto Adamir right now, but Adamir is playing pretty decently on this Dyro.
Yep, Adamir is holding down the lane quite well, but it's all up to Gear, right? Gear on the Gushon as well. Needs to find the target and assassinate. Looking at from the side of Revival, quite hard though. You only have one person to be able to assassinate.
One. Yeah, just one. But I mean, it's a team effort kind of thing, right? And it all boils down to QDX Love 2 to set it up for the team. It could be devastating because what could they possibly do against these Fatal Links? What is their answer to these Fatal Links?
Yeah, but take us through the emblems, right, Vertigo? Anything that jumps out to you?
Killing spree on the clan, pretty normal. Demon Slayer though, but I have to take a look at this. Gushon on the mystery shop instead of the Demon Slayer. He's out to kill, Jace. He's not here to secure objective. He's out to kill. He's here. He's gonna do it.
Yeah, Gear definitely wants to try to snowball as quickly as possible with the mystery shop that allows him to get the items even quicker, so definitely fits that bill. But look at how Revival right now, they're not actually looking at the turtle. They're going to allow Slate to take it, but Revival focusing on the top side. Now all eyes on FMM. He may be stuck on his own island, but Slate will pick up first turtle for now.
He shouldn't show right now, but JPL still recalling, enjoying his time here. He could use Way of the Dragon, but he gets away with fair ease and still recalling on Revival. One-man recall.
How many times have you crossed that wall?
Twice. Wait, actually thrice.
Yeah, quite a few times. He's just basically stalling right now, but of course, Slate, a very slow-paced game as compared to game number 1. Revival already once bitten, twice shy. Just look at JPL, the portable vision is basically providing so much vision over the side of Slate. And Slate with that vision, they'll be able to gank. But look at that, top side is going to be First Blood going over to Slate.
Exactly, and the answer to models go away is your Clint and literally your Eve. That's your range that you need, and you know, They're like, oh, you're gonna use go away? It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna burst you down with my range.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? The Clint's first skill kind of penetrates Mother, but unfortunately Ryan on that Fredrin will take down Adamir at the bottom side.
Wow, it is gonna be a good takedown there. It was a 1v1 and he won.
Yeah.
1v1 and he won, and as you can see right here, Adamir is just gonna lose in a 1v1 against Ryan.
Yeah.
And he still has his Abysm Strike.
Ryan, I mean, can tell that he's really comfortable on this Fredrin. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, his first pick twice in a row in the first phase of that draft. So I think that's something interesting to note for the side of Revival. But Slate, however, looking at gear, Peas now may find himself in a bit of trouble, but QDX Love is also there. The Fatal Links. Oh no, the Clint will be able to scout out. Someone's there in the bush.
Yep, and it was going to be QDX Love. Waiting in the bottom bush. And look at JPL, the portable vision, like you say, Jace.
No one cares about JPL, man. JPL is like, he's just stunning. He's trying to stall time, using the little counter just to secure the purple buff as well. That is LY4. Now going into the turtle, that's going to be spawning into another 2 seconds. I think that's going to be a bit of an interesting thing.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, a portable vision. I think JPL heard us on the previous game. We did mention like, oh, JPL is not opening up the map enough. And then now JPL opens up the entire jungle on the side of Revival.
It's like, I'm not doing it in game number 1, let me do it in game number 2. And I'll do it double. I'll double it, right? I'm making up for game number 1.
Double time. Just double time, crunch time, double time, and just literally opens up the whole map.
Yeah, and if you notice, it's like, you know, there is a little birdie sending off messages over to Slate. They have full vision on where LY4 is. It's like a feeding Diggy strat, but without dying and without you going into the egg.
It's a walking chow strat. Not a feeding Diggy, it's a walking chow. Literally just scouting out, keeping an eye out on LY4. Perma vision onto LY4 here, giving so much information on the side of Slate. What are they going to do with it? We'll see in the later games.
Yeah, I think with that, right, you know, the Clint FMM can comfortably play even more aggressive to try to lane bully the lane bully. It's going to be a very mechanics-based matchup on the gold lane, but on the bottom lane, Adamir not doing very well as the die-off against this Fredrin.
I mean, maybe he's a little bit uncomfortable, but maybe during the boot camp, he maybe, you know, touched Dyrov a little bit more this time, but going up against a Fredrin, that's a little unconventional in my opinion. On paper, Dyrov actually kind of wins against a Fredrin, but, you know, it all comes down to the noodle fight, right? It all comes down to the noodle fight. It's all, how do I say this? It's a skill contest.
Yeah, it's a mechanics, right?
It's the mechanics.
Kind of battle all the mechanics at the bottom lane. Same can be said over to the top. But what about in the mid lane?
In the mid lane, it's a Eve, right? That's right. We have a Eve going up against Bane. The Eve wins on paper, right? Late game, Bane is going to win because he's just going to be constantly taking and leeching the gold from your tower with the baby sharks just going in, demolishing, chunking more and more each time, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you stand in front, you can't tank the sharks. The shark is just going to go through you. You're going to eat the damage, your turret is going to eat the damage too.
And not only just that, right? Another thing about the Bane in the mid lane, especially in earlier parts of the game, yes, you can wave clear very quickly, you can also heal, you can sustain in lane, and I think what will happen eventually is, you know, using that Eve to wave clear very quickly and then try to help the lanes elsewhere instead. Bring your attention elsewhere. But Revival, I think they're giving too much vision over to Slate. I think it's like, you know, someone just invading the privacy, hacking your webcams. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. They're watching you. Like the trees have eyes.
Yup, and Wind Talker being picked up for Peace right here. Look at JPL opening so much. We have the Dragon onto QDX Love denying the Fatal Links.
Denying the Fatal Links, the Red War manipulation goes all the way in. The Bane Shark will be able to knock Sailor right off its feet. But the members of Slate has already done the damage. And in fact, taking out QDX Love, putting him down by Revival right here, trying to punish them by taking the turtle away. But no contest, unfortunately, for the side of Revival. Slate will secure that turtle for now.
Yep, Slate will secure the turtle. Very good catch away from JPL. I mean, Revival, Revival key to victory was to take out JPL, but instead JPL took out QDX Love.
Yeah, and of course, and the amount of damage with Slate, right? There's a 5-man right there, so it's really good for the side of Slate. They communicated that they're really interested in the turtle, and they took it.
They did took it right now, but as you can see, it is going to be a 2K goal.
Oh, the kick!
Dragon.
Oh, Ryan gets kicked right into the turret, but Ryan flickers back into safety, and that is one good juke coming up from the fight.
Bism strike would have hurted Ryan so much.
Yep.
But the flicker saves him in the nick of time. And perfectly well timed from Ryan, hands down to him.
Yeah, 2 ultimates for a battle spell. I'm not too sure whether it's economical, and especially when you can't, win anything at all. But then again, Revival, they know that Veteran bottom lane doesn't have the flicker, so maybe Slate could try something else at the bottom side. Once again, like what Gear is trying to do for now.
Gear is trying to push out, trying to give a little bit of pressure onto the bottom lane right now, but what is Slate's answer for the top lane?
Yeah, Revival is going to punish while Slate is busy on the bottom side. Real World Manipulation goes all the way in. FMM dealing the damage, not enough to push QDX Love away. JPL is once again providing vision right behind enemy lines.
Yep, and FMM just doing the same thing. EXP has to stay in the EXP. They're going to be playing in a very, very safe zone right there. But look at JPL.
He wants attention and he's practically being ignored.
He's like, hey guys, look at me. And then Revival's like, psh, go away.
Yeah, like JPL is that annoying fly. And look, and finally Revival will be looking at him. And I think the fact that Revival is just like, you know what, I give up trying to chase down JPL and that show.
JPL with the master jukes here, but look at now Y4 gets a little bit of damage here. QDX Love.
He's in the brush, he's waiting to spring, especially when Turtle will be spawning in another 3 seconds. Members of Revival, they're gearing towards it. There's 4-5 members all around the bottom side. Slate, on the other hand, slowly making their way throughout. Adam and providing vision, JPL. QDX Love gets stuck up in the air, trying to fake the laser flicker, will be able to catch 2. FMM will also get caught at the same time. Sailor will land down the slope. Gear going all the way in, trying to burst down, only catches QDX Love. The little counter enemy a little bit low right here. Would have to go back and refresh. There's only 2 members against Revival, but Revival will let go of that turtle.
Yes, they will, but look at the tier 1 mid turret getting taken down on the side of Revival here, but no contest for the turtle coming up from Revival, and they did get a kill, so second turtle going to the side of Slate right now, 3-2, having a nice 2K goal lead.
Yeah, Revival, Slate bought enough time to allow Revival to be distracted as if they want to take the turtle, but the main prize is FMM taking down the mid lane turtle.
Very big, high value play. Look at JPL here with the conceal, knocks up Ryan, goes for the way of the dragon, but no Ryan forcing out the flicker again. JPL making Revival use all their resources onto that one little annoying fly.
Yeah, Ryan is like, nope, I'm not going to have anything of it. I'm just going to get out safely, even though I have to burn a battle spell. But at the same time, look at where Revival is inching towards. They're playing around peace for now at the bottom lane. But at the same time, Slate, I think they've already activated FMM. 201 is the KDA, and Slate has full control on the top side, whereas Revival wrestling control at the bottom. Slate inching towards them.
Yup, and look at JPL trying to go for that pincer. They're trying to go for the cutoff. QDX low. Can he get away in time? Are they going to go for peace though? But no engagement and a very good wave push coming up.
Yeah, FMM and Adamir is a little bit too far away, but okay, Gear will get caught though. It's going to be the baby shot coming in, but Gear looking a little bit low. Weaken's going to come in, and he picks up the kill after that taunt. That is a crazy play coming up from Gear.
Big play coming out from Gear, but I'm not really sure if he's going to go all the way in just for Ryan.
It's kind of wasted though.
Yeah, it's kind of wasted, but it's a very good distraction technique. As you can see right now, FMM is going to be pushing onto the bottom lane.
Oh my goodness, at the same time, QDX Love takes a little bit too much damage. FMM will be able to take down the turret at the bottom side. Slate is a magician, while the main act is in front of you. That's not the main act. The main act is FMM pushing down turrets.
Yup, and they're cutting the body in half. They are slicing and splicing. The dragon.
Sword, he's got kicked all the way back. FMM trying to do the damage. QDX Love drags 3 members right into the baby shark. FMM will not be able to connect the damage until Revival, and Slate will have to run with quarter HP.
FMM, he goes in for the flicker and catches down onto QDX Love. FMM with the aggression, look at here. Catches down onto Ryan, gets the ultimate down.
Ultimate down, not only just that, real world manipulation, trying to slow things around. Revival, that is a very awkward tactical retreat. Slate, you think he's retreating? They're not. They're going to push on aggression. FMM flickers and, well, dashes forward just to try to put out some damage against Revival to show them who's boss.
What a play coming out from Slate. We thought it was going to go in the way of Revival, but instead it was going to go to the side of Slate. What a big turnaround. FMM with the re-aggression here to take down one little Atlas. Just one Atlas.
Slate is an illusionist. The main act
is
Not
the
here.
one. It's not here.
It's under the table.
It's underneath the table. You think Slate is trying to retreat? All of a sudden, FMM flickers forward, picks up a kill, and then walks off.
And you're like, wait, what? What happened?
Yeah, and then Revival tried to turn around, tried to punish FMM, but no, they can't find anything.
Exactly, and then it's just madness. You're like, look, it's all smoke and mirrors. That's the right word, right?
Yeah, why is it feeling a little bit hazy right here in OTH, huh?
Is the haze coming back, guys? Is the haze back?
But of course, Slate right here, trying to look for more, but
LY4.
He may get caught here, jump all the way in, so much altitude is being used. QDX Love coming a little bit too late for the party, will not be able to save his jungler.
As of right now, Revival, they are one man down. They do not have LY4 with them. But look at Ryan. JPL opening up the map so much, giving up all that information to Slate. And how is he gonna, how is Slate going to translate this information to them? Come on, man. It's a good joke. That was a good joke, man. Come on. That was perfectly orchestrated. Jace is like, no. He's like, I'm done with you.
Dude. I think that's a little bit trying it a bit too hard, but at the same time, speaking about trying too hard, Revival trying it hard to kind of hunker down. They gave up a little bit too much map control over to Slate. JPL has full reign, and Slate, using that information, knows when to push aggressively and when not to push aggressively.
Yep, here going for that full damage Gushen. Very good choice though, very odd choice, I mean, after the rework, Gushen and Leslie, Mr. Leslie himself, Mr. Leslie lover of Leslie.
Leslie Sim.
Yeah, Leslie Sim. I mean, he loves Leslie. I mean, after the rework, Gushen and Leslie looks very prominent to be used in the MPL, but Gushen, I wouldn't have thought of Gushen. Leslie, there might be a possibility, but Gushen.
Soon, I guess, by Ryan. Oh, Ryan taunts Adamant for now. The Lord is getting distracted all the way. It will get resetted because Gear is not around. The members of Revival, JPL, is already scouted out. It's a 5-man right there. Bouncing in and out of the wall. Slate is not going to give Revival up. They're not going to let them down.
It's like, how baby cakes ring around the rosy? JPL literally rings around the rosy.
Oh. Oh my goodness, I'm having too much fun with this. But ladies and gentlemen, Revival, this Lord dance around, they don't really have vision. Once again, it is JPL have full vision right here in the back line. But take a look at the minimap. It's going to be a slow and steady choke. It is going to be Revival. They have to try to do something, anything at all. Get Atlas will use the fatal links, but FMN comes in the burst. But Swirl with the baby shot. Will burst it all the way down. Gear at the back line, though, will be taking out Revival one by one.
Big mega kill there, 4 kills for 1. Intense. What a flank from Gear. We saw Gear walking all the way from the other side of the map. Yeah, they know. He like, played slow, and he just got demolished.
It's like, Slate just put Revival's head in the vice grip. They see it, and Ryan figures right in, but he will not be surviving for long because Slate, they will be here to finish off the game.
And a 2-0 in nice, clean Slate fashion coming out here on the side of Slate Esports. Very well done to them. What a final fight. Look at Gear smiling from ear to ear. And JPL, catch, kill, done. Cho, kick, done, finish.
You made him sound like a robot.
No, but it's good. I mean, it's an organized kind of, he's like a...
Organized chaos, of course.
Yes, organized chaos. He's
but
like,
I
get
think,
things done.
Yeah, but I think Revival, they gave away too much vision for the side of Slate, right? JPL is like,
hello.
He is craving for attention, but Revival don't care about it because they know they can't catch JPL on that show. But Abstract, any thoughts from your end?
Well, this game, I'm gonna put this on the table first and let everyone know. I genuinely loved Revival's composition.
It's really good.
I actually thought that Revival would win from this composition. I was really crossing my fingers for that. Now, when it comes down to their composition, this is a death ball strategy, right?
Yeah.
So understandably, we're gonna have to look at several different roles in this death ball, right? We need initiators, we need damage potential, we need some utilities, and of course, if there's any way to get objective, then objective it is.
Yeah.
In this case, initiator goes over to Atlas, Fredrin, and Bauman. Bauman comes in late when it comes down to initiator. When it comes down to damage, Melissa, Bane, and Fredrin. And that damage only comes in if Fredrin is able to hybrid himself as the initiator to start with. Because when it comes down to fantasy gameplay and fantasy team fight, I would want to see a Fredrin heads into the battle first in order to get himself as much grey HP as possible. That is where the entirety of our Slate members join up together. That is the death ball coming in, right? Then boom, fatal links go up, and that is where Fredrin hits slams his ultimate, and we can pretty much expect that the doll from Melissa pops up, Bane coming in, all the AoE damage just comes in.
Yeah, it works very well for on paper, right?
On paper.
On paper.
Just on paper.
But there's a lot of things that
there is a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. You need a lot of these statements being checked, and one of the statements on top of whatever you mentioned is not allow JPL to provide so much vision, and with that,
they just gave it away.
Yeah, they gave off everything. Like JPL knows exactly where Revival is.
That's it. That is just the whole gist of the problem, right? If we do not have a JPL in the from the side of Slate, I gotta have to say, 100% of the time, there will be a lot more of that death ball coming in from Revival, and it will be really difficult to deal with because JPL opens up the map just like a boss. But we'll move on from all of that as we take a look at the statistics coming in between Slate as well as Revival, as it is a 2-0 victory for Slate, 12-5 in terms of scoreline, and a elite game time.
Wow, so on 1-3-3-7. I mean, looking at the items here, Brian going for that full tank build. You have the Dom Eyes, you have the Molten Essence, you have the Radiant Armor, and you have the Physical Defense boost. Look on the side of QDS Club too. Tanky, LF4, tanky, and it all boils down to Peace and Swerve. Swerve gets the Clockwork of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, and the Holy Crystal and the cooldown boots. But can he deal the damage though? He has enough damage. We saw in the late game where he starts to come online, he gets his third magical item, and that's where he starts to snowball. But look at where Sayla is. Enchanted Talisman, Burning, Scorching Wand, Ice Queen Wand, and just enough magical power.
That's enough.
It's just enough.
For the Eve. The main core items are already built, but at the same time, I think we can start to see Revival starting to take this item, but take a look at the damage dealt by the side of Slate. Look at that. Damage dealt mostly done by FMM, of course. The crazy flicker, we saw that.
Yeah.
Revival, on the other hand, took way too much damage. Riot, I think, flickered in a little bit too aggressively, and don't forget, you know, the cat's out of the bag.
The cat's
on the side of for Revival.
Right, so looking at the damage taken, damage dealt, I think that it tells a very good story, right?
Yep.
Revival is a one-shot combo kind of thing, you know, all in or risk
nothing.
it all. But for Team Slate, they have a composition that allows you to be very free. You can do whatever that you want at any given time. Of course, your teams would then come in to back you up. And that really begs the question. Remember the point in time where FMM flickers in, kills one person, another person comes in to, I believe that it was Sayla to pop in the RWM, and then shortly afterwards, Adamir goes behind for a Wisdom Strike in a completely random motion, or to a certain extent, a rather staggered assistance. It sounds like it's an attack and reset, or are they actually just assisting one another in the most staggered fashion?
Not only just the drop is confusing, the way they play is also very confusing for the enemy team that are able to get out of it. But with that said, let's take a look, and the MVP in my eyes definitely will be Gear as well. That Gushen works a lot of wonders. I was thinking JPL as well because dude,
the information king.
He can't be killed.
Yeah, he can't be killed. He's so slick, using the terrains to his advantage. Literal ring around the rosy for Melissa or one run? No, ring around the rosy with JPL's Cho.
If there's a statistics that shows duration under enemy's radar,
JPL
will be the highest.
Yes.
And he will probably have, no matter what, the value will be soaring through the roof.
It's infinite.
At this point in time. It's almost every second in the game, he will be able to see almost the entirety of the jungle.
JPL was never in his own jungle.
Yeah, he's all the way in Revival's jungle.
Yes. He's almost never in his lane. Technically speaking, he's actually
never on his side.
Yeah, I'm honestly baffled,
appalled.
Yes, with what JPL has showed us, and that is what JPL has seen, right? He knows and he understood that information is very important for his team in order to not get that kind of surprise attack coming in from a team that can deliver overwhelming and devastating numbers onto you in the event that they do have that kind of surprise.
Yeah, but with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the highlights for you coming up very soon. We'll get Abstract and Vertigo to kind of break this down, especially during the earlier parts of game. I think this is the second turtle, if I'm not mistaken, Vertigo.
Yep, the second turtle. QDX Love gets taken out. Look at the lethal counter coming out. Look at how Baby Shark hurt it. Right, Swirl managed to get away. JPL going all the way into enemy's territory. And breaking this down again, QDX Love, good fatal links, catches out 2 people. Baby Shark.
But just look at FMM.
Yeah, FMM just clear off the way.
Yeah, look at him. He's not even joining the fight. He's actually pushing down the turret while members of Revival is kind of distracted by taking down the turtle. They thought it's a turtle contest.
And
FMM
like, wait,
took the mid lane.
Wait, my turret is going down.
Oh, this
and
one.
then Gear,
Yeah, I love this part, right? I absolutely adored that part, where Gear literally just sacrificed himself to bring Ryan down, brought a lot of momentum over to the northern part of the map.
Oh, this was the fight. Yeah, this
is the fight, right? Flickers in, goes in, Sailor pops. Oh, it's apparently not an RWM. I thought it was an RWM. It was Gear. Gear went in, and then the RWM. And then the RWM is done, and then a Abysm Strike.
Yeah, a Abysm Strike right here gets taunted. FMM, look at where FMM is stationed.
Look at that.
He's so safe. He's untouched. Very big flank coming out from Gear and JPL.
Another thing that I also realized from the highlights is the fact that FMM and Sailor, they're not standing in line. It's always this 90 degrees. So it kind of forces Swirl to pick a side. Do you throw that ultimate at that Eve, or do you throw that ultimate at that Clint?
Yeah, it's a dilemma kind of thing. Like, should I go here? Should I go here? I'm just gonna ulti nobody.
Yeah, it's ultimately a really tough call, right? You gotta have to, kind of inch things properly to a certain extent, But I really love Revival's composition. I really love to see that, but it is, alas, a little bit tough to pull it off. And so far, Slate as well as RSG, they made full use of relatively easy to use composition because they know how they can be more flexible in this composition in order to be bursty and deal good damage / consistency.
Okay, of course, on your screen right here, on the lower third, hashtag MPL Predictor, the winner goes to Francis Lee, Nicholas Safari, Yuting 28, Charles Nipera, sorry if I butchered the name, and of course, Jen, congratulations on walking away with epic skins.
Ooh, free skins! Congratulations.
Well, we're dishing it out.
Yeah.
Free gifts.
As much as we want to make it rain, we don't really have much things to make it rain. But one thing that I believe that we can make things, one thing that can
we can't make that rain, but if it rains, I think there will be a lot of casualties because we have...
One thing that does not rain is Osim chairs because you
It's
can't
not raining
expect them
chair.
flying down from the
better not.
ceiling.
So is this chair light?
Oh my god, we're gonna throw a very old joke from season 2.
Whoa, that is a very old joke. But
anyways, of course, thank you very much, Osim, for supporting our backs really well, and after that very headache of a drop. Definitely a massage is greatly needed. So if you guys are also interested, they do have a booth happening right here in OTH for you to try it out.
Exactly. And at the booth, all you got to do is connect your Facebook over to their page. And of course, you just need to go to their page, take a look at their Transformers post, learn more, and then connect yourself to Facebook. You just need, all you got to do is just, in fact, I think you can just scan the QR code.
Yeah, you can just scan the QR code.
Much easier.
We have nice designs here.
Scan the QR code and then just fill your details, register in the website, and then play a very simple game. And once you play the very simple game, you will be able to walk back home with a free mouse pad that is a collaboration.
Oh, collaboration.
Yes, it's an MLBB mouse pad as well.
Oh, I mean, I like the Bumblebee, but I'm more of an Optimus Prime kind of guy. Optimum Prime is the best.
Okay.
I'm a blue and red kind of guy. I'm not a yellow kind of guy. I do like Bumblebee's
I like
character.
the fact that Abstray and I were instantly questioning why we're here on the same desk as you.
It's a meme. It's a meme, guys. Come on.
But of course, the main issue is this. Slate getting 2-0 against Revival. Slate will be going up in the brackets, I believe going up against RSG tomorrow.
That's the match of the century.
Yeah, so definitely not the match that I would want to see to a certain extent.
So early? Maybe in the later stage?
Too early.
Yeah, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be handing it over back to Cheryl. My name is Jay. Joining me right here once again is Vertigo and Abstract. We'll catch you with Cheryl.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so very excited because right now I have the literal brains and the strategist behind Slate. Now, he is absolutely amazing. Right now, I have Youngin right beside me.
Hi, hello everyone.
All right, Youngin, I do have so many burning questions for you, especially if you are the mastermind behind all the wonderful drafts that Slate had so far. Now, the first question is, what were your thoughts in drafting against Revival today?
Okay, so for me personally, me and Pacifist has been in the coaching scene ever since season 1. So, and I realized that the style that we look at drafts is about the same. So usually when you come against somebody who knows your style, you know back his style, and that makes it easier to draft for sure.
It's like drafting against yourself.
Yes,
essentially. Correct. So it's quite magical. And also, maybe to add on to that point, in the final day of the regular season, for Revival itself, they did a very unorthodox pick, especially right here in the Singapore scene with a tank Deroth. Have you guys done anything to counter that or anticipate that pick that they might do again right here at playoffs?
Yeah, so basically I think we identified that the main hero for this draft was, this whole series actually was the Deroth. So first game we banned it, and then second game we actually just first picked it. So coming into the series, we know what big importance it has and how they will actually use it, and we just didn't give them the chance to do so.
Right, so LY4 no longer had his Deroth with him. So yes, the next question is, that was absolutely broken right over at game 2. It was literally Sanctum Island, open for tourism, and JPL was just running around, having a great tour of his life. So, what were your thoughts on JPL's throw in game 2? Was it a mistake on Revival that caused them to ignore JPL?
So first of all, because I think we were already in the lead since the start of the game, that enabled JPL to kind of like do whatever he wants, and that in turn actually gave Gear a lot of space to do whatever he wants as well. So because of how the draft worked out, I think they picked the Bane, Atlas Bane, right? So if they wanted to kill JPL, they would need to commit like 2 big AoE spells just for him, and then if that is the case, then we will just win the fight right after.
Yes, fantastic. So you guys had it all planned out already. Wow, so GPL really opened the map to a whole nother level right here in match 4 today. Now, seeing you as the coach today, how are you feeling watching Slate's performance in this match today for day 1?
Definitely a good start. I think, coming into, if we dropped 1 game here today, I think it would have affected some of the players' confidence. But I'm just glad that even though the first game we struggled a little bit right at the start, but once the momentum picked up, it was all the way through.
All right, so next up is probably a burning question for most of us, and perhaps a match that everyone is excited for. Slate will face off against RSG in the upper bracket finals tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this rematch where you put all the cards on the table? What can we anticipate?
RSG, we are just looking to face you in the BO7. Whatever the results may be in the BO5, we are still going to come in the finals.
All right, so that is a match that we don't want to miss, and that will be happening tomorrow. Now, finally, Youngin, is there anything you want to say to Slate fans out there, especially all of them that are supporting you guys?
Yeah, definitely. I think just now before the game even started, we heard the cheer loud and clear. So very clear indication of fans coming for us. Thank you very much for coming down. And also on top of this, for our team who has left our previous team, Evolve SG, to make our own team, and now we actually have a additional support, especially of the Avium community who is here today as well. Yeah, so definitely. Yeah, so definitely something that is very, very big at the back of our heads.
All right, so it's not just ending tomorrow, it's all the way the best of 7, and of course clinching the M4 for you guys. Thank you so much, Youngin, for this wonderful, insightful interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was Youngin, the brains and strategist behind Slate's all of their wonderful, wonderful picks. Now, thank you everyone who have joined us today for day 1 matches, but the results are set in stone. Teams have both triumphed and fallen, but the show must go on. So let's take a look at the playoff brackets and recap the results from today's matches. As you see right here on your screens. Now this means that Zion Esports as well as Team Flash have been eliminated and will have to fight their way through to the open qualifiers next season to return to MPL SG Season 5. Next up, let's move on to the bracket schedule right here on the screen. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have more amazing matches lined up tomorrow. Teams will be eliminated and one team will secure their tickets straight to the finals. Now we have match 1 that will be happening, and this is Revival versus Stellark. That will be happening at 10 a.m. We have match 2, Team SMG duking it out with Evil at 1 p.m. Next up is one that you don't want to miss. Now this would be RSG crossing swords with Slate at 4 p.m. And finally, and that would be a best of 5 match. And finally, for match 4, that match will be happening at 7:30 p.m. with the lineup to be advised. So stick around and join us tomorrow. And of course, stay tuned to our social media accounts for more details on how to secure tickets and the schedule for tomorrow's playoffs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that MPL SG Season 4 isn't the end of the road for our teams. The winner of MPL SG Season 4 will get the Singapore Invitational spot to compete in the M4 held in Jakarta, Indonesia. Do keep an eye out as the teams strive for the right to bring pride and glory to the Singapore esports scene. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Join us tomorrow for some awesome MLBB action on day 2 of the playoff season. It's me, Cheryl Yao, your host, signing out. See you tomorrow.